In Shanghai City, a quiet apartment became the starting point of a new life. Zhang Wanxin sat with her newborn in her arms, blue-green hair falling across her shoulders as she nursed him. She spoke softly, telling her son, Chen, how lucky he was to live without worries, free to eat and sleep while she sacrificed her rest. She admitted her sleepless nights were worth it if he grew strong and healthy. The infant seemed ordinary in her eyes, but within that small body lived the consciousness of a man from another life. Though his mind strained against an underdeveloped brain, his awareness was sharp. While feeding, a glowing screen appeared before him, displaying words no one else could see. Lin Zichen, age 33 days. Biological level, ordinary tier 1. Shock rippled through his thoughts. He had been reborn with a system, a cheat-like ability that could guide him through this second life. At 3 months, his parents admired him as he kicked in his crib. Zhang Wanan and Lin Yen spoke proudly, imagining that their gifted child might grow into a mighty gene fuser or perhaps a cyborg. Zichen listened in silence, kicking with more energy, and in that moment the system responded. Kicks performed, 10,000. Skill unlocked, biological attribute, use and advance. The description was simple but powerful. Any body part trained would grow infinitely stronger within human limit. The infant felt a faint surge of strength, his tiny muscles burning with potential. His father's talk of gene fusers and cyborgs remained mysterious, but in his mind, the words painted images of beings beyond normal human reach. By 4 months, Zichen's body caught up with his determination. He learned to sit and crawl, though he hid his true pace from his parents. At night, while they slept, he crawled endlessly, each motion rewarded with points by the system. At 5 months, he could already walk, but concealed it carefully. By 6 months, he moved more freely, disguising his progress so it seemed natural. Then one evening, the television filled the room with images of towering beasts and warriors battling. Some humans fought with mechanical enhancements, others wielded powers of fused gene. Watching from the floor, Zichen finally understood. This Earth was not the one he remembered. Aberrant beasts stalked the world, and humanity had split into 2 survival paths: cyborgs forged with steel and gene fusers fused with monsters' strength. Danger pressed in on every side. Quietly, the reincarnated infant vowed to grow strong while remaining hidden. A knock at the door brought change. Zhang Wanxin opened it to meet Su Ming, their new neighbor, dressed in blue. She introduced her husband, Shen Jianye, and their young daughter, Shen Qinghan, who clutched a doll tightly. Lin Zichen looked at the little girl with her purple hair. Though still a baby, he recognized her as his first friend in this strange world. Something told him their paths would remain bound together. At 7 months, his system-driven training continued. The use and advanced skill rewarded every effort. He ran in the crib, jumped, and even practiced words when no one could hear. Each act earned points, his growth stacking higher. By 8 months, he added sit-ups and push-ups, careful to avoid notice. Yet one evening, his mother stepped onto the balcony and froze. Her infant was performing sit-up. She rubbed her eyes, dismissing it as a trick of exhaustion, and he quickly pretended to sleep. Later, while bathing him, she screamed for Lin Yen, pointing at defined abs across their child's torso. His father stared in disbelief before bursting with excitement, calling him a prodigy destined for greatness. Their pride covered the truth, and Zichen breathed in relief. His secret remained hidden under their assumption. Television soon showed him he was not the only genius. Reports told of a 2-year-old from a martial arts family lifting a 20-kilogram dumbbell with ease. Wanxin hugged her son close, insisting her Chen was just as amazing. Touched, Zichen wondered if he could do the same when he reached that age. At 2 years old, his answer came. Training in the storage room, he casually lifted a 20-kilogram weight with one hand. Just then, his mother called out, Han had come to play. He set the weight down and stepped into the hall, meeting Shen Qinghan with a tart in her hand. Though their minds were worlds apart, they shared time together. She clung to him constantly, serving unintentionally as extra weight for his exercise. Yet accidents often broke his focus when she wet herself against him, a reminder that while he thought like an adult, they were still only toddler. By 3, his strength doubled. He lifted 40 kilograms with one hand. On screen, a prodigy of 4 years lifted 30 kilograms, and Zichen felt quiet satisfaction at being ahead. Still, the system marked him only as ordinary tier 1. He wondered what was needed to rise. Soon after, he stepped outside for the first time. The city stretched before him, futuristic and strange, filled with beastmen and cyborg. His mother took him to the library with Xu Ming and Shen Qinghan. While the mothers pointed toward children's books, Zichen moved to heavy encyclopedia, reading intently while Han followed nervously. Xu Ming asked about his odd taste, and Wanqin explained it must be his genius blood. Zichen ignored their words, focused on what he learned. The pages revealed the truth of life's hierarchy. 6 biological levels shaped exist: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each contained 9 tiers. Humans like his parents were at the very bottom, ordinary tier 1, fragile as ants beside higher being. Knowledge struck him like fire. He could not remain small. The system stirred again. Quest unlocked. Read 100 million characters. Reward, Celestial Root of Wisdom. The challenge was immense, but he accepted instantly, determined to sharpen mind and body together. At 4 years old, he walked into kindergarten with Shenqing Han, holding their teacher Miss Zhang Mei's hand. By then, he had already broken into ordinary tier 2. His physical feat stunned even himself, lifting 80 kilograms in one hand, leaping 1.2 meters, sprinting 100 meters in under 11 seconds. One day, when Shenqing Han was surrounded and mocked by classmates as a bedwetter, he intervened. He leaped before them, glare sharp, voice cutting as he threatened childish vengeance. The bullies fled in tears. His system responded, title acquired, Kindergarten Kid King. 6 months later, he finished his massive reading quest. Having consumed 100 million characters, he was rewarded with the Celestial Root of Wisdom. His memory became flawless, his learning speed unmatched. Time moved quickly. At nearly 7 years old, his strength exceeded limits. He lifted 200 kilograms with one hand, cleared 2 meters in a single jump, and ran 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. His sharpened mind let him finish most elementary school studies with ease. At Sunshine Elementary, he dominated both academics and athletics, even winning the national competition. Shenqing Han, diligent under his tutoring, rose steadily as well. Together they grew, climbing side by side. It was then that the pattern of his school life broke. In class, the teacher introduced a transfer student. A girl stepped into the doorway, silver blue hair cascading around her shoulders. She was calm, but something about her presence felt different. Lin Zichen noticed instantly. Unlike the others, she carried an aura that did not belong to ordinary human. Bai Shui entered the classroom like a drifting shadow, her silvery hair catching the light as she moved past the rows of desks. The students turned their heads, curiosity rippling across the room. Shenqing Han leaned close to Lin Zichen, and whispered that Bai Shui's hair looked like snowflakes falling in winter. But Lin Zichen barely acknowledged it. His gaze followed the new girl, not with admiration but with unease. The faint aura clinging to her was not human. As she chose a seat near him, he wondered if she was a gene fuser or perhaps the descendant of one. The thought gnawed at him. The days that followed revealed little. Bai Shui became the silent ghost of the class. She never spoke, not even when spoken to. Each time the bell rang, she simply lowered her head to her desk and remained motionless, as if retreating into another world. Even her needs seemed muted. She rarely moved, rarely asked to leave the room, rarely showed signs of being present at all. At first, her aloof strangeness drew attention. Some students snapped photos of her napping at her desk, amused by the oddity. But when she remained unchanged week after week, fascination curdled into boredom, and the classroom rhythm returned to normal, her presence fading into the background. A month later, the illusion shattered. Bai Shui's body began secreting a viscous white liquid, thick and foul-smelling. It dripped down her leg, staining her clothes, filling the room with a stench that turned stomach. Students covered their noses, muttering in disgust. A cruel boy seized the moment. He sneered, mocked the smell, then emptied his water bottle over her head, declaring he was washing her out. The classroom erupted in laughter at her expense. Soaked and humiliated, Bai Shui clenched the edge of her desk, trembling. Silent tears fell as her shoulders shook, and the cruelty around her only grew louder. From her seat, Shenqing Han's eyes darted toward Lin Zichen, wide with worry. She whispered if they could help Bai Shui, her voice urgent. Lin Zichen hesitated. That aura he had sensed had marked her as dangerous, and yet here she was, fragile, humiliated, nothing like the threat he had imagined. Confusion lingered, but the answer formed quickly. Right now, she wasn't a mystery or a danger. She was just a girl being broken by cruelty. He rose from his desk. The room grew tense as Lin Zichen crossed the floor. He stopped before Guan Chun, his hand closing around the bully's collar with deliberate force. Guan Chun's face paled as Lin Zichen spoke his name, his tone sharp and commanding. A faint smile, edged with menace, curled across Lin Zichen's lips as he ordered him to clean Bai Shui's desk. Guan Chun stammered, promising to do it immediately. Fear spread like a contagion through the other bullies. Lin Zichen's reputation was no secret, brilliant in class, merciless in fight. Even older students had learned to keep their distance. Now, confronted by his glare, Guan Chun and his companions scrambled, grabbing tissues and wiping down the desk with frantic haste. When the last stain vanished, Lin Zichen's gaze swept across the group, cold and unyielding. He ordered them all to apologize. One by one, the bullies bowed their heads before Bai Shui, their voices trembling as they begged forgiveness. None dared resist. Their cruelty had dissolved into fear, and within moments they scattered, leaving silence in their wake. Bai Shui lifted her face, her eyes swollen from tears. Her gratitude broke through her trembling voice as she thanked both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan, placing a hand gently on Bai Shui's shoulder, said only that classmates should help each other. That small kindness lit something in Bai Shui's dim expression. From that day, Shen Qinghan decided Bai Shui would no longer be alone. She began pulling her into every activity, dragging Lin Zichen along whether he wanted to or not. Slowly, the three of them formed an unlikely circle. Shen Qinghan, bright and persistent, always offered her snacks first, eager to break through Bai Shui's walls. One afternoon, when Shen Qinghan offered her a treat, Bai Shui hesitated. Her voice wavered as she asked why they weren't disgusted by her. She admitted that since childhood she had been shunned, and kindness felt like a dream she might wake from. Shen Qinghan shook her head with certainty, telling her it wasn't a dream and that as long as she was willing, they would be friends forever. She even pulled Lin Zichen into the promise, despite his quiet exasperation. Tears spilled freely down Bai Shui's face as she embraced Shen Qinghan, overwhelmed by the weight of acceptance she had never known. Later, after she calmed, Bai Shui removed a necklace from around her neck. Twin beast fangs hung from it, worn and polished by time. She explained it had been a gift from her mother, but now she wanted it to mark their friendship. Shen Qinghan accepted with enthusiasm, and under the warm glow of the setting sun, the three children declared their bond eternal. Yet, fate proved cruel. Not long after, Shen Qinghan discovered Bai Shui had withdrawn from school. Shocked, she told Lin Zichen, who confirmed it grimly. He had seen her himself, standing in the principal's office beside a man with cybernetic arm. The principal's words echoed in his memory. Her withdrawal papers were in order, her information sealed. Watching the silent exchange, Lin Zichen had known then that her life was far from simple. After that day, Bai Shui was gone, leaving behind only questions and the faint ache of life pressed forward. At home, Lin Zichen's hands moved across his mother's shoulders with practiced precision. Zhang Wangxin sighed in relief, praising how perfect his massage was after long hours at the keyboard. He thought to himself that his celestial root of wisdom had made even this possible, technique stored in his mind like instinct. But their quiet evening ended abruptly with breaking news. A broadcast showed the Kyoto prodigy once again, his achievements blazing across the screen. At only 10 years old, he had fused with aberrant beast genes and now lifted a 500-kilogram boulder with one hand. Lin Zichen froze as recognition hit him. The boy he had once compared himself to had already crossed the threshold into gene fusion. His father scoffed at the coverage, dismissing it as manufactured hype, while his mother argued bitterly that no child should be treated as an experiment. Their voices clashed, but Lin Zichen heard none of it. His mind raced. The numbers were clear. The prodigy's strength had multiplied fivefold since the fusion. Yet, at 8 years old, without fusing anything, Lin Zichen could already lift 300 kilograms with one hand. His heart pounded with fierce certainty. His potential was greater. His system, training, hidden progress all pointed to a future even brighter than the prodigy. The screen shifted to breaking news from beyond their borders. Entire cities reduced to rubble, smoke and ash rising into the sky. The images that followed froze his blood. Aberrant rats the size of vehicles swarmed the ruins, their grotesque bodies tearing through the survivors. One monstrous rat clamped its jaws around a screaming woman, lifting her high before devouring her whole. Lin Zichen stared at the screen, his body rigid, the sound of his parents' voices fading into silence. The news broadcast confirmed that heretics had orchestrated the aberrant rat attack, fanning the flames of fear from the shadows. At a press conference, an official from Sakura country pleaded for aid, describing the cult as a group of traitors manipulating beasts for their own gain. Watching in silence, Lin Zichen absorbed the words. Relief flickered faintly within him. He had been born in a strong and stable nation, a place where he could bide his time, grow stronger, and remain unnoticed. That fragile calm shattered when sonic booms cracked across the night sky. Pulling his curtain aside, he saw a squadron of cyborgs cutting through the darkness, weapons gleaming beneath the moonlight. The sight made him uneasy. Why were so many being deployed? He could only hope nothing disastrous was unfolding. The next morning, the world seemed ordinary. Lin Zichen waited at the corner until Shen Qinghan appeared, slightly out of breath as she apologized for being late. As she drew closer, something caught his eye. The beast Fong necklace Bai Shui had given them glowed with a strange blue light. A faint, otherworldly aura pulsed from it, the same sensation he had felt before but could not place. The glow faded as quickly as it appeared. They pushed the thought aside and continued on, though unease lingered in his chest. Between the cyborgs and the necklace's reaction, he could not shake the feeling that something ominous was approaching. On the way to school, a striking woman leaned against a lamppost, her red hair catching the light. She wore a black dress, eyes sharp beneath a soft smile. "Such adorable children," she said, stepping into their path. She asked if they were siblings. Shen Qinghan quickly corrected her, saying they were childhood friends. The woman's smile deepened wistfully. "I wish I had a childhood friend too." Then her tone shifted, turning darker. She leaned closer, asking why they were alone and where their parents were. Shen Qinghan began to answer, but Lin Zichen seized her hand, pulling her along with firm steps. "We'll be late," he muttered, leaving the woman behind. Once at a safe distance, he reminded Qinghan never to talk to strangers. She nodded, subdued. After school, Lin Zichen led her through a deserted alleyway. The crumbling walls loomed, windows boarded up, silence thick in the air. Shen Qinghan shivered, whispering that it felt eerie. Lin Zichen explained the area was marked for demolition. Everyone had already left. His words were cut short when a familiar voice echoed behind them. The red-haired woman stepped into view, her smile sharp this time. Beside her stood a broad-shouldered man with a menacing glare. "They're here," she told him. Lin Zichen stiffened. He had chosen this route precisely to avoid attention, yet she had followed. The woman tried coaxing them closer, voice sweet as honey. "Don't be afraid, I have something nice for you." Her companion grew impatient. "Stop wasting time. Just knock them out and sell them." His irritation broke the illusion. With a sudden lunge, he charged, cloth in hand, shouting that he wanted this done quickly. Lin Zichen shoved Shen Qinghan aside and braced himself. His fist clenched. When the man drew close, Zichen struck with all his strength. His punch landed squarely against the man's face, sending him crashing backward down the alley, blood spraying as he hit the ground. The woman froze, disbelief etched across her features. An elementary schooler had sent a grown man flying. Before she could react, Lin Zichen was on her. A solid punch struck her midsection, followed by a brutal uppercut. She collapsed unconscious against the wall. Zichen stood over them, breathing steady, gaze hard. A brick lay at his feet. He picked it up, grip tightening. With no cameras and no witnesses, leaving them alive risked exposure. His secret would not survive their tongue. His expression hardened further as he raised the brick to strike. The ground shook violently before the blow could fall. The walls groaned, dust spilling from cracks as a massive claw tore through the building beside them. From the rubble emerged a colossal aberrant rat, its monstrous form blotting out the light. The creature ignored the children and turned instead to the unconscious woman. With a single swipe, it decapitated her. Shen Qinghan screamed, her voice piercing the chaos. The rat lifted her severed head, gnawing with grotesque satisfaction. Lin Zichen did not hesitate. He scooped Qinghan into his arms. "A giant aberrant rat," he muttered grimly. "We need to move." Sprinting down the fractured alley, he carried her away as the beast's roars shook the air. Behind them, another sound tore through the sky, a streak of red and gold diving fast. A female cyborg descended like lightning, blonde hair flowing beneath a helmet adorned with rabbit-like ears. She blurred across the alley, moving faster than the eye could follow. Shen Qinghan, peering over Zichen's shoulder, gasped at the sight. "She's so fast." The cyborg landed smoothly, facing the massive rat. Her gauntlet hummed with power, glowing brighter with each second. "Anesthetic smoke," she declared. A storm of projectiles erupted from her weapon, striking the beast in rapid succession. Explosions shook the alley, fire and dust roaring outward. Lin Zichen shielded Shen Qinghan with his body, bracing them both against the blast. The aberrant rat thrashed wildly as explosions ripped across its massive frame, fire consuming its fur while anesthetic smoke seeped into its lungs. Its roars shook the alley, but the beast faltered, vision swimming, limbs staggering under its own weight. The female cyborg seized the opening. Her gauntlet glowed with deadly light as she darted forward in a blur of motion, each strike landing with precision. Metal clashed against flesh and bone in a relentless storm until the creature collapsed, a mountain of bloodied muscle and fur crashing to the ground. The fight was over. Later that night, Lin Zichen sat quietly at home, replaying the news coverage of the battle. The broadcast praised the cyborg's swift heroism, but he analyzed it with a sharp eye. 7 minutes. It had taken her nearly 7 minutes to bring down a single giant rat, and only after weakening it first. For someone of her stature, her power level could not have been particularly high. He leaned back, mind wandering to the nature of the creatures themselves. Aberrant rats were not ordinary vermin. They could grow over 10 meters long, their strength rivaling 5th-tier fighter. That reality made him shiver slightly, though not from fear. Instead, it reminded him that he needed to accelerate his growth. He had been lucky this time. Next time, luck might not be enough. The following days fell into a rhythm of sweat and steel. In his training space, Lin Zichen pressed a weighted barbell across his shoulders, lowering into deep squats while veins strained beneath his skin. His body moved with controlled intensity, muscles forged through repetition. Each rep drew points from the system, rewarding him, urging him forward. No matter how ordinary his daily life appeared on the surface, he knew the shadow of aberrant beast stretched far and wide. Strength was not just ambition anymore, it was survival. Time, however, refused to stop for anyone. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan soon celebrated their 9th birthday. Their families gathered around a large cake, laughter echoing across the room as candles flickered. When it was time for gifts, Shen Qinghan unwrapped hers with delight, only to find a finely carved wooden hairpin resting inside. Lin Zichen had crafted it himself overnight, relying on the guidance of his celestial root of wisdom. Her eyes sparkled as she slid it into her hair, proclaiming how much she loved it. For a brief moment, the looming dangers of the outside world felt far away. Seasons changed swiftly. Elementary school faded into memory, replaced by the halls of middle school. The system itself marked the milestone, announcing that Lin Zichen had completed the dominate 9 years of compulsory education achievement, granting him the titles Kindergarten Kid King and Elementary School Top Dog. Excitement surged through him when he realized the next stage, Middle School Overlord, would yield the powerful attribute survival of the fittest. That alone drove him deeper into his relentless training. Summer was no reprieve. His routine grew harsher, thousands of push-ups performed beneath the crushing weight of a massive boulder, 10-kilometer runs completed before dawn, sweat carving rivers down his skin. The rewards were immense. His biological level shattered the barrier into the ordinary 3rd tier. Strength surged through his frame until he could lift 700 kilograms with one hand, leap 4 meters into the air, and dash 100 meters in 6 seconds flat. Power thrummed in his veins, yet he measured himself not against average fighters but against legend. What heights had the Kyoto prodigy reached by now? The answer came the night before school resumed. A news report revealed the prodigy, now 14, had fused with giant Aunt Jean. Cameras showed him casually lifting a 2,000-kilogram alloy block with one hand. Gasps filled the broadcast, but Lin Zichen's mind worked coldly. Aunt Jean's increased strength by 4 to 8 times. Stripped of that boost, the prodigy's raw strength was only around 500 kilograms. Lin Zichen smiled faintly, realizing he was already stronger. The gap between them was closing fast. One day, he would stand at the pinnacle, not as a prodigy propped up by Jean, but as someone forged by discipline and will. When middle school began, every elite academy in the city tried to recruit him. He chose Shanghai Middle School, but only on the condition that Shen Qinghan could attend the same class. On registration day, the principal and homeroom teacher welcomed him with reverent voices filled with expectation. Lin Zichen responded with polite words, but his true reason for choosing the school had nothing to do with academics or prestige. It was the athletic facility. Courts, tracks, and equipment, everything he needed to sharpen his edge. Before classes started, he and Shen Qinghan slipped to the badminton courts, eager for a match. The game never finished. Shen Qinghan's playful fairy curveball serve was intercepted when a group of upperclassmen stormed in, their leader in a backward cap snatching the shuttlecock with arrogant ease. They claimed the court was theirs, mocking Lin Zichen and jeering at Shen Qinghan with unwanted attention. His expression turned cold. When they stepped too close, he intervened, voice like ice, reminding them of the rules. First come, first served. The leader sneered and prepared to serve himself, dismissing Zichen's word. That was when Zichen moved. With a blur of motion, he leapt high, declaring that from now on only his rules mattered. His smash descended with terrifying speed, the shuttlecock turning into a streak of white lightning. It struck with such force that the leader's racket shattered, his cap flung into the air as shockwaves rippled across the court. Silence fell. Sweat trickled down the upperclassmen's brows as they realized that if his strike had deviated slightly, their leader's skull would have been crushed. Trembling, they bowed deeply, apologies spilling from their lips. Without hesitation, they fled the court, the message etched forever into their mind. From that day onward, no one dared challenge Lin Zichen or Shen Qinghan again. Despite the school's larger scale and finer resources, life remained familiar. Academically, Lin Zichen soared far ahead, finishing the middle school curriculum with ease. During lessons he leafed through books of personal interest, while at night he immersed himself in new skills: cooking, driving, swimming, photography, and more, his celestial root of wisdom accelerating every endeavor. Still, the coveted title of middle school overlord eluded him. He competed nationally, amassing a mountain of trophies, but carefully avoided drawing too much attention by not always taking first place. The system remained silent. Not until the school sports festival did the opportunity present itself. He entered 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting, symbols of strength, agility, and speed. Even while restraining his true power, his results stunned the crowd: a 21-meter throw, a 4-meter leap, and a 6-second sprint. Medals adorned his neck as he sat beside Shen Qinghan, enjoying her smile. Then, at last, it happened. The system's notification rang clear. His achievements had crushed all competition, and the title middle school overlord was his. Power surged through him, the attribute survival of the fittest igniting in his veins. With all 3 school-age titles unlocked, he had completed the 9 years of dominance. A quiet satisfaction filled him. His path forward stretched long and perilous, but step by step, he was climbing higher. Lin Zichen left the school grounds with Shen Qinghan at his side, his mind still circling around the strange new ability that had awakened within him: survival of the fittest. The concept was simple yet terrifying. A predator could devour the life essence of another creature and evolve. But what exactly was this essence? He wrestled with the thought in silence until Shen Qinghan's voice broke his trance, calling for him to slow down. Snapping back to reality, his gaze fell on the necklace around her neck. An idea sparked. He asked if he could borrow it. Without hesitation, she removed the beast fang and handed it to him. The moment his fingers brushed against the sharp relic, the system's cold prompt struck his vision. He had devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's essence. A guidebook appeared with its progress marked at 1%. Around him, a spectral shadow rose, a colossal butterfly with eyes gleaming from its wings. Lin Zichen froze, realizing the fang was the tooth of such a beast. That night, curiosity gnawed at him. He sat before his computer, searching for any trace of the abyssal giant butterfly. No matter how he rephrased, the screen returned only silence. It was as if the creature did not exist in recorded history. Frustrated, he remembered Bai Shui had once given them a pair of fangs. He dug through his belongings and pulled out the second tooth. The moment he grasped it, another surge of energy washed through him. Again, the system whispered, another trace of essence devoured, the guidebook nudging forward to 2%. But his satisfaction soured quickly. The fang was nearly drained, holding little more than scraps of power. He clenched his fist in frustration. If he was to truly unlock this beast's secrets, he needed more essence, living essence. The following day, routine returned. After class, Lin Zichen pedaled his bike with Shen Qinghan on the back, weaving through the streets. It had become their daily rhythm, a way to train his body and ensure a quick escape should aberrant beast strike. Yet their calm was interrupted when a man in a tracksuit flagged them down. Introducing himself as Coach Guo of the martial arts team, he praised Lin Zichen's performance during the sports meet, declaring it the best in the school's history. With fiery enthusiasm, he urged the boy to join the team, certain his physical talent far outshone his academic standing. The coach barely let him respond, words spilling faster than refusal could form. Before they could argue, Guo waved and promised to wait for him in room C of the gym, leaving Zichen riding away with Shen Qinghan, silent and uneasy. When evening fell, his room turned into a laboratory for his new power. He clapped his palms together, crushing a cockroach and a mosquito he had caught. He opened his hands, waiting for the rush of essence. Nothing. No whisper of the system, no energy. Only exotic beasts, he concluded, bore the essence necessary for his evolution. If his theory was right, there was another way to test it, through beast meat sold in the city. Soon, he was pedaling once again, Shen Qinghan gripping the back seat as they rode into the heart of the city. The towering supermarket loomed, its shelves stacked with packaged beast cuts, each sealed tightly in plastic. He frowned. Pre-packaged meat would not do. His hand needed direct contact. Just as disappointment threatened to choke his plan, a voice rang out, "Fresh cuts available." He turned, spotting the butcher at his counter, hacking through enormous slabs of flesh beneath a sign boasting fresh beast meat, not prepackaged, safe to eat. Excitement surged. He told Shen Qinghan to wait and strode straight toward the counter. The moment his palm pressed against the raw slice of beast flesh, power flooded him. Purple energy coursed into his veins, violent and undeniable. His chest tightened with triumph. His theory was right, beast meat carried essence. A wide grin stretched across his face. Shen Qinghan's brows furrowed as she watched him stand there, transfixed over a piece of meat. She asked what he was doing, her tone sharp with concern. He only forced a calm smile and told her it simply felt fresher than usual, even offering to let her try. She recoiled immediately, hands waving frantically. That was enough for her. Having proven his suspicion, Lin Zichen made up his mind. He would buy the meat. Shen Qinghan's shock was immediate. The cheapest option, Ghost Shadow Squid, cost nearly 1,000 yen per gene. Even for them, the price was absurd. She urged him to consult his mother first, panic in her voice. But Lin Zichen only smiled, brushing a hand gently over her hair, lying easily that his mother had already agreed. In truth, he remembered her bright smile when she encouraged him to share meals with Qinghan's family. That was partly true, but more importantly, he needed to know if consuming the meat would allow him to absorb essence without destroying its value. At the register, the price hit him hard. 29.94 yen for 3 packages of squid. He forced a neutral face as the cashier thanked him. Inside, he winced. Expensive. Too expensive to make a habit of. Yet this was necessary. By the time they left the store, the night had grown late. The streets were quiet, heavy with an edge of unease. Aberrant attacks had made the city dangerous after dark, and the two hurried toward home. Lin Zichen couldn't resist temptation. As the bike wheels spun beneath him, he slipped a hand into the basket, resting it against the squid's cold packet. The system answered instantly. Another surge of purple energy coursed through him, unmistakable. The ghost shadow squid's essence flowed into his body, and a new guidebook formed. Yet disappointment crept in once again. Progress, barely 0.1%. The image of a monstrous squid shimmered before his mind's eye, its many eyes unblinking, its shadow coiling like smoke. Zichen and Qinghan were riding together on a bike. Zichen thought about the ghost shadow squid meat he had eaten. Devouring just 1 or 2 tails had only unlocked 0.1% of the guidebook. He calculated that he would need to devour 100 genes to reach full progress. At 998 per gene, that would cost 100,000. He thought again about the squid's ability to dissolve into water and vanish. If he could gain that power, then the cost would be worth it. Zichen thought this was already the cheapest beast meat he could get. He settled the matter and decided his next step was figuring out how to make money. That sum was too huge, and he could not possibly ask his family. He remembered he had bought the meat to test whether absorbing life essence would cause it to spoil. He looked at the meat sitting in his bike's basket. Enough time had passed to show a result. It seemed the meat was still fine, which meant absorbing life essence did not ruin it. He felt relieved. He picked up the meat with his hand. The system glowed, showing the ghost shadow squid progress bar at 3%. Just then Qinghan warned him to be careful, because someone was ahead. Zichen braked the bike and stopped between 2 people. He quickly apologized, saying it was his fault. He thought to himself that he had been too focused on absorbing life essence and had forgotten to watch the road. Still, he wondered why the bike lane was so crowded. Qinghan pointed out something in the distance. She said it was Teacher Cap Mei. They saw a bodybuilder man threatening a lady with a knife. Many police officers surrounded him. One officer said he was surrounded and should stay calm and put down his weapon. The police chief warned another officer named Ah Bing not to shoot recklessly. The target was too close and skilled. He was using the hostage as a shield and kept moving. One wrong shot could harm the hostage. Another officer, who had his gun aimed at the man, argued that if they delayed, the hostage could be in danger. He suggested using sleeping gas. The chief rejected the idea. Sleeping gas would be too obvious before taking effect. It could provoke the suspect into doing something extreme. Zichen quietly picked up a small stone and threw it at the bodybuilder's hand. The man got hurt, and the knife fell to the ground. The lady fell to the ground too, safe from the weapon. The chief ordered the officers to move in. They rushed at the bodybuilder and caught him. A lady officer assured the rescued woman, telling her it was a relief. Qinghan looked at Zichen and asked if the rock was his doing. Zichen told her to be quiet and just leave. The chief officer noticed them and called out for them to stop. He asked if Zichen was the one who had thrown the rock. Zichen and Qinghan froze in shock. Zichen turned and denied it. Then they both ran away quickly. The officer watched them and muttered that it was strange. Why would someone not admit to doing a good deed? There was even a reward for bravery. When Zichen heard this, he stopped suddenly. He ran back and knelt in front of the officer. The officer was shocked. Zichen admitted he had thrown the rock. He said he had not wanted to lie, but the money from the reward was very important to him. Qinghan cried out in confusion, asking why he had run back without her. The officer told Zichen to come with him to make a report. He promised to help him apply for the reward. Zichen said he and Qinghan would inform their families that they were going to the police station to give statements. He locked his bike at the park and got into a car. He felt excited because this would be the first income he had ever earned as the brave one, assuming nothing went wrong. The police officers had caught the bodybuilder and taken him to jail. But then something strange happened. The man began to mutate. He turned into a giant mutant rat. The officers were shocked. The creature attacked a lady police officer. The chief gave orders for all security forces to open fire, but he told them to protect the civilians. He radioed headquarters, reporting that a giant mutant rat had appeared at Jiangbei West Road Park. The officers fired, but the chief warned that the creature had fused with Rat King genes. They could not handle it and needed backup. Zichen quickly grabbed Qinghan and teacher Cap Mei. He ran with them in his arms. He apologized, saying escaping was more important right now. He felt relieved when the mutant did not chase them, but he urged them to keep moving fast. Suddenly something flew over their heads. Zichen looked up in shock and asked what it was. It looked like a cyborg. A flying lady appeared and attacked the mutant rat. She smashed into it and then charged a laser cannon. She released the blast with a command to fire. The mutant screamed in pain and burned. Zichen stared, stunned by the power. He was thankful it had not hit his bike, or he would have suffered a huge loss. Teacher Cap Mei exclaimed in awe that they had been saved. Qinghan agreed. Then Zichen noticed the meat. It had gone bad. He realized that absorbing life essence did cause meat to spoil, but with a delay. He needed an excuse to explain the loss. He decided to blame the heretic. He thought the cyborg's powerful attack had roasted the meat, so he angrily threw it away. Qinghan told him it was fine, and what mattered most was that they were safe. They got into a police van. They had planned to go home, but at the captain's request they rode with the security team back to the station to give statements. Inside the van was the burned body of the mutant. What they did not expect was that the remains still gave off a terrible smell. Zichen suddenly remembered something. There had been life essence left in the previous beast Fang. Could there also be some in this corpse? He wondered if it might even be possible for him to devour the Rat King's gene. Zichen thought about how much Rat King gene could be devoured from a freshly scorched heretic corpse. His curiosity pushed him forward because there was only one real way to discover the truth. He used his method and absorbed the power. He was shocked when the system revealed that he had successfully devoured a trace of the giant mutant's life essence. A sudden message announced that the giant mutant rat guidebook had been unlocked at 5%, leaving Zichen stunned by possibilities. He imagined the terrifying figure of the giant rat mutant standing firmly beside him, like a companion or guardian beast. He thought that freshness must be directly proportional to the amount of absorbable life essence, a discovery both exciting and frightening. Suddenly a police officer beside him warned him sternly to sit still and remain motionless. Zichen quickly explained he had only stretched after sitting too long. He believed Ah Bing was easy to deceive, but the security captain seemed far sharper. The scene shifted abruptly to the police office. The chief officer sat behind his desk, eyeing Zichen carefully. He told him he had already applied for a bravery reward, yet still questioned how a middle schooler could throw a rock. He specifically asked how Zichen could strike the heretic's knife hand so precisely in such poor lighting and from such great distance. Zichen calmly answered that perhaps it was because he often trained his right hand regularly through practice. As they spoke, the door opened suddenly and his father, his mother, and Qinghan entered together. Qinghan explained softly that Auntie had come to take them home safely. Zichen turned toward his mother and asked why she had bothered. His mother Wanxin rushed to him immediately, concern radiating from her trembling voice. She asked if Zichen was unharmed and admitted he had frightened her half to death. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she clutched her son tightly. Zichen reassured his mother earnestly, telling her not to panic because he was completely fine. He even explained that he had already earned a bravery reward, though inside he still felt shaken. Wanxin's hands trembled as she continued holding him. Wanxin pleaded with her son, begging him to promise that the next time danger appeared, he would hide somewhere safe before doing anything reckless. She held his hands tightly and confessed that all she wanted was his safe growth. Zichen promised his mother sincerely that he would protect himself first before attempting anything dangerous. Together, they left the office slowly, his mother still clutching his hand tightly. The chief officer remained behind silently, his gaze fixed thoughtfully upon them. Two female officers nearby spoke quietly about the giant mutant rat. One said the rat god cult was expanding rapidly, infiltrating universities and specifically targeting students lacking gene fusion qualifications. The idea disturbed them both deeply, increasing their sense of urgency. The other explained that the heretic who was shot tonight had been a liberal arts student from Guangyan University. He had been thoroughly brainwashed by the rat god cult, forced into blind obedience. Her voice dripped with anger as she cursed. She insisted they needed to wipe out every last member of the cult. Yet she acknowledged that such action merely treated the symptoms, not the cause. She continued, explaining that the real solution was the destruction of the self-proclaimed Rat King. Zichen overheard their discussion clearly. His mind immediately drifted toward the figure of the Rat King. He opened his phone curiously and quickly found large amounts of information regarding the Rat God cult scattered widely across numerous public platforms. He read intently that the primary base of operations was located in Shanghai City. Most members of the cult were described as societal outcasts, yet their activities had increased dangerously this year, sparking broader public alarm. Zichen scrolled through anxiously. He discovered shocking details explaining that the Rat King intended to evolve into a higher life form altogether. Followers were being forced to gather huge quantities of evolution materials. He pictured the Rat King standing proudly, commanding desperate followers with cruelty. He turned his head thoughtfully, his mind conjuring images of both a giant rat and an ordinary cat. He wondered how large the mutant rat could truly become and whether there was any genuine connection linking it to the Rat King. He reminded himself calmly that in southern regions, rats the size of cats were not unusual sightings. Yet his thoughts shifted suddenly when he noticed Qinghan's behavior. She had been far too quiet, her expression trembling with nervous fear. He observed closely as she shook visibly. Zichen recalled that whenever Qinghan was nervous or startled, she could not contain it, just as when she was younger. Deep inside, he sensed her reaction might be linked to hidden potential. At home later, Wanxin expressed surprise when she discovered the meat was gone. Zichen explained quickly that it had been an emergency and he could not worry about it since he had dropped everything during the dangerous encounter earlier. Wanxin assured him immediately that none of it mattered as long as he remained safe. Zichen felt lucky he could fool his mother with the excuse. He turned toward his father and warned that conditions outside were extremely dangerous. His father Yanqing only laughed, declaring himself a fated wage slave, tough as nails from years of endurance. Zichen told him directly that even if he managed to find the meat, it was already spoiled. Yanqing suspiciously asked how he knew. Zichen answered quickly that he had only guessed, masking his knowledge carefully. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back toward the chief officer's office once again. He sat smoking, lost in thought about Zichen's unbelievable strength and accurate rock throw earlier. He wondered repeatedly how a middle schooler could wield such unnatural force. Suddenly, his attention was drawn upward. He was shocked to see a massive rat perched ominously upon the bookshelf directly above, its beady eyes gleaming threateningly. The chief officer was frozen with disbelief, trying to comprehend where such a creature could have come from. The rat was enormous, unlike any ordinary species he had encountered. Its sudden appearance filled the room with suffocating dread immediately. Suddenly, the giant rat leapt powerfully toward him, claws spread wide. The chief officer reacted instinctively, raising his weapon and firing quickly at the monstrous intruder. The chapter ended abruptly in shock and tension, leaving the outcome uncertain. Lin Zichen sat in the middle of the classroom, his attention drifting away from the teacher's monotone. The memory of last night's encounter with the rat man and the cyborg female gnawed at him. He felt his weakness acutely and decided something had to change. Strength mattered, and he needed funds to buy opportunity. Scholarships and live streaming felt slow or flashy, so he targeted the quickest path: martial arts tournaments with cash prizes. He straightened, determination hardening in his gaze as he resolved to act. He walked to Building C where the martial arts team trained. The coach noticed him and greeted him eagerly, asking if he planned to join or merely observe. Lin Zichen leaned in close and asked whether joining would allow him to compete in city tournaments and whether the prizes were worthwhile. The coach's smile broadened. He confirmed tournament access and explained that awards could be worth tens of thousands, enough to change a life. Lin Zichen nodded and announced his commitment to train. Coach Gu called everyone together and introduced the new member with enthusiasm, praising Lin Zichen as the school sports meet Grand Slam champion. Team members introduced themselves, each with their own casual confidence. Jiang Kai, Tian Xing, Li Xiaoting, and Han presented themselves. Lin Zichen offered a polite greeting and then focused inward, admitting he had no formal martial arts background and preparing to learn. The coach began demonstrating basics, and Lin Zichen watched intently. Coach Gu's strikes and stances were precise and powerful. He showed fist techniques and legwork, explaining that mastery required repetition and discipline. Lin Zichen copied the poses, breath steady, and felt an unexpected surge. A faint, sudden window informed him that Heaven's martial system had activated and that basic fist technique practice had begun, granting a small increase in muscle strength. The movements imprinted on his body as if memory had been written into his bones. He transitioned to leg drills and stretches with fluidity. The system confirmed basic leg technique practice, improving leg proficiency and strength. His kicks landed with accuracy and power far beyond his prior skill. Coach Gu froze in shock, unable to comprehend how a newcomer absorbed these fundamentals so rapidly. The hall fell silent as teammates watched Lin Zichen move with uncanny refinement, whispering questions about natural talent or prodigy status. That night at home, his mother called to dinner and served the ghost shadow stew he adored. The aroma filled the room and Lin Zichen savored the warmth of family. While eating, a system notification appeared. He had devoured a portion of Ghost Shadow's life essence, unlocking the Ghost Shadow guidebook at a small assimilation rate. He realized ingestion worked as a method of assimilation, a shortcut he would remember for later. After dinner, the television carried breaking news about a 14-year-old girl who fused with an energy core to become a cyborg prodigy, showcasing feats of strength and speed. Lin Zichen reflected on the growing divide between gene fusion users and cyborgs, considering who would ultimately dominate. The next news segment confirmed the security captain's death, devoured by a giant mutant rat in his office. The city faced a grave crisis, and Lin Zichen felt urgency to accelerate his training. Training intensified across the following days. Lin Zichen logged progress as sprint times dropped and vertical jump heights soared. He improved his 100-meter run down to 4.51 seconds and his vertical leap to over 5 meters. His one-hand lifting capability increased to well over 100 kilograms. He leapt across rooftops, practiced forms incessantly, and refined control over breathing and movement. Each notification nudged him forward with quantifiable progress. Returning to the gym, he encountered friends and a senior who offered a carton of milk in a friendly gesture. Lin Zichen declined bluntly, drawing attention and the ire of a rival who resented his success. The senior proposed an informal bet: accept the milk or drink it as a forfeit if he lost. The system flashed a chance achievement, triggering an informal competition elimination mission. The reward promised a biological trait, survival of the fittest, upon completion, and Lin's heartbeat accelerated with anticipation. A purple aura flared from him as he accepted the challenge. At that moment, 2 senior girls arrived. One of them whispered curiously, "I heard Lin Zichen is going to duel with a senior at the gym." She glanced at another girl's phone. The pink-haired girl leaned closer, eyes lighting up. "Let's go and watch." Moments later, the scene shifted to the gym, where students had already gathered in a circle around Lin Zichen and the senior, both standing in position and ready to fight. A girl shouted excitedly from the crowd, "Junior brother Zichen, I'll be cheering for you later. Teach him a lesson." Her words made him blush slightly. Another girl smiled brightly and called out, "Junior brother, good luck. I'll take tons of great photos of you." Her admiration was obvious. Meanwhile, whispers passed into the senior's ear, and his expression twisted with annoyance. "Everyone thinks I'll lose," he muttered under his breath. His eyes sharpened with hostility. "If I don't crush this genius now, I'll lose my chance to show off. His talent has skyrocketed this past month. Better to bully the weak while I still can." Lin Zichen looked at the senior and said casually, I still need to go home for dinner. Can we make this quick? Hearing those words, the senior smirked and struck a flashy pose in front of the girls. Here, I'll grant your wish, he declared overconfidently, clenching his teeth as determination burned in his eyes. He truly believed he could take Zichen down in a single blow. The coach stepped forward in the arena and announced firmly, remember, friendship first, sparring second. Let's begin. The match was called to start, yet the senior suddenly raised his hand. Wait a second. A creepy smile spread across his face. Zichen, you've only trained for a month. I've been at this for nearly 2 years. To be fair, I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Zichen simply replied, all right. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, seizing the chance. His fist shot out like a wave of power, landing squarely on the senior's face. The punch connected with terrifying precision. The senior's body went limp, his expression twisted in shock as he was knocked out instantly. He collapsed to the floor like a lifeless body, unconscious in a single strike. The entire gym fell into stunned silence. The coach's mouth hung wide open, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Zichen, he knocked the senior down with a single punch? How is this possible? He muttered, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Gasps and murmurs spread like wildfire among the students. Holy crap, that's ridiculous. One whispered. It's already over? At that moment, Zichen's girlfriend hurried over, her face glowing with excitement. He really did it. My friend, Zichen, you defeated that senior guy. Another girl stepped forward, clapping and cheering brightly. Junior brother Zichen, you're really amazing. She even struck a playful pose in front of him, showing off her excitement. But just as the crowd roared, a translucent screen suddenly appeared before Zichen's eyes. Notification, you have defeated a rival and achieved victory. Affection of the opposite sex increased. Priority mating rights obtained. Rival elimination rate, 1/1000. Zichen blinked, stunned for a moment at the strange message while the crowd continued to cheer his name. Lin Zichen smirked faintly, his thoughts sharp and calculated. So, I still need to eliminate 99 more rivals to unlock the natural selection attribute. The idea flashed through his mind, but he quickly cleared his thoughts and forced a calm smile for the crowd. Turning toward the students, he raised his voice with casual confidence. Senior brothers, why don't we use this opportunity to spar as well? His words sent a shockwave through the gym. One senior stammered, suddenly I remember, I have a makeup class after school. Another boy nervously waved his hands. My mom told me to go home early for dinner. One by one, excuses poured out, each more ridiculous than the last. No one dared to step forward, all of them desperately avoiding Zichen's challenge. At that moment, Jankai forced himself upright, his face twisted in pain as he straightened his posture. I'm not convinced, he shouted angrily, glaring at Lin Zichen. You sneak attacked me. If we go again, I'll crush you. But before the situation could escalate further, the coach stepped forward. His tone was firm as he said, Jankai, you need to accept your defeat like a man. Whether Zichen's punch was pure luck or actual strength, we'll let Zhao Lishir test it and find out. Hearing this, Zhao Lishir froze in place. His expression stiffened, and a chill ran down his back. He wanted nothing more than to escape, but the coach's gaze left him no choice. Forcing a bitter smile, he lowered his head and muttered, Junior brother, please, just don't hit my face. 10 minutes later, the gym floor was littered with fallen students. One after another, every senior had been beaten down by Lin Zichen's hand, none of them able to withstand his strength. Some students whispered to each other in disbelief. He didn't even go all out, it looked like he was just exchanging blows casually. But even like that, Lin Zichen stood among the defeated bodies, his expression calm but his thoughts filled with frustration. Aside from defeating Jankai, none of these so-called seniors even counted toward my progress. They're all useless. He glanced at the system screen hovering before his eyes. Just as that realization settled in, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Zichen turned slightly, only to see the coach standing behind him with a wide, almost sinister smile. Genius Zichen, the coach said with excitement, you're truly invincible. You've only been in the martial arts team for just over a month and already you've become our ace. With you, this year's regional martial arts tournament will be ours. Zichen's surprise quickly turned into a sharp gleam in his eyes. That's right, the martial arts tournament. It's the perfect chance to face a large number of opponents all at once. His lips curled into the faintest smirk. As long as I defeat them in competition, it should count toward my achievement progress. Suddenly, Jankai shouted loudly, pointing at himself. I am Jankai, and I admit my loss. Even if you poop on my head from now on, I won't say a word. The crowd froze, then their faces twisted in disgust. Whispers spread instantly. What the hell is he saying? This guy's insane. One by one, the students scattered, running away as if Jankai had grown a second head. Wait. I didn't even finish talking yet. Lin Zichen ignored the nonsense. His expression turned serious as he said calmly, in this world, high schoolers either study in academic classes or train in martial arts. And of course, the martial arts class is always the top choice. At that moment, his friend rushed up from behind, worried. Zichen, wait, let me catch up. But Zichen continued speaking, his gaze focused. In order to get into the martial arts class, Shen Qingheng started training. Her flexibility is incredible. After running 3,000 meters, we still practice martial arts techniques for another hour, refining our hand-to-hand combat skills. Then we do sit-ups and push-ups to build strength and physical endurance. Zichen thought with determination. Shen Qingheng is truly amazing. She works so hard. After every training session, he would help Shen Qingheng relieve her muscle tension with massages. But he knew he couldn't slack off either. If he wanted to be ready for the upcoming martial arts tournament, he had to push himself to the limit. Zichen repeatedly practiced his fifth technique, moving with the precision of a professional. I have to give it everything I've got, he reminded himself. Only then can I unlock the natural selection attribute as soon as possible. Time flew by. A month passed in relentless training. Finally, the long-awaited day of the martial arts tournament had arrived. The scene shifted to the fight arena. Coach's face was tense as he spoke. Our Shanghai middle school was unlucky. We've been paired against the strongest #1 middle school. Their players are truly formidable. Several senior students exchanged worried glances at the daunting challenge ahead. One of them whispered nervously. This year #1 middle school has a beast. He can run the 100-meter sprint in under 9 seconds. We're definitely going to be crushed. Fear and tension spread through the team as everyone realized the scale of their opponent's advantage. Before anyone could speak, Lin Zichen raised his hand. Coach and all the team members froze in surprise at his words. After a moment, the coach nodded, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Fine then, Zichen. You'll go first. The coach cheered for him. Xin quickly added encouragement. Zichen, you can win this. Zichen stretched his muscles, rolling his shoulders, stepping into the fighting arena. A giant boy entered from the opposite side. His towering figure cast a shadow across the stage. His voice carried a dark, mocking tone as he sneered at Lin Zichen. He observed the young freshman with disdain, underestimating him completely due to his size. Junior brother, I saw your information on the roster. You're really just a little kid. The giant boy coughed lightly, then smiled with disdain. You're only a first grader, yet you can stand on the martial arts stage of the 8th school league. Talent alone won't save you. But this isn't the place for you. A first-year junior high student less than 1.70 meters tall cannot compete with someone of my size and strength. He flexed his arms, bulging muscles on full display, his grin sharp with arrogance. Later, you'll truly feel the difference. The referee stepped onto the stage, raising his hand to announce the beginning of the duel. The giant boy let out a sinister laugh, rushing forward. He swung a heavy punch toward Lin Zichen's face, confident in his overwhelming strength and size, convinced victory was inevitable. Zichen calmly shifted his body, dodging the strike with precise timing. In the same breath, he thrust out his palm, striking the giant directly in the chest. Boom! The impact was overwhelming, launching the massive boy backward like a fired cannonball, crashing across the arena floor. Gasps filled the stadium. Everyone stared in shock at the one-sided outcome. The announcer's voice trembled as he declared Lin Zichen wins with a single palm strike. From the stands, Shen Qingheng jumped to her feet in excitement. Zichen, you're amazing. His teammates and coach erupted in cheers. One senior student commented on the opponent's inflexibility, dead muscles, and lack of technique. He never stood a chance against Zichen's refined skills. The scene shifted to the giant boy, pale and humiliated before his own coach's wrath. How many times have I told you to use your body movement in the arena? Don't just charge blindly. His coach's voice was filled with frustration at the wasted opportunity as the boy had ignored strategy and technique. Meanwhile, Zichen's mind registered the victory. A familiar chime echoed in his head. System notification. You have successfully defeated a competitor. Your ranking in the competition has improved. Zichen's lips curved into a faint smile. Defeating opponents in highly competitive matches truly boosts the progress of his achievement task. On the sidelines, the opposing team's coach narrowed his eyes, barking orders. Chang Fong, you're up next. Defeat that freshman quickly. Can you do it? Chang Fong clenched his fists and replied firmly. Understood, coach. I'll take him down. Confidence radiated in his stride. He stepped into the arena, facing Lin Zichen. The referee raised his hand, signaling the second duel. As soon as it began, Chang Fong rushed forward with sharp, aggressive movements. He leapt high, aiming a fierce kick straight at Zichen's head. Zichen's eyes remained calm. He noticed a flaw in Chang Fong's movement. He unleashed a palm strike directly at the exposed point on his opponent's back. The impact sent Chang Fong spinning uncontrollably before crashing out like a tossed paper ball. The crowd fell silent in shock, unable to comprehend the sheer dominance displayed. Gasps erupted everywhere as the opposing team's faces darkened in humiliation. Medical staff immediately rushed in with a stretcher, concerned for his condition. The opposing team's coach clenched his jaw, muttering frustration. Luck? No, this is definitely not luck. He scratched his head, pointing at another student. Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus entirely on defense. Do not lose. The student nodded seriously, promising to follow orders precisely. Gao Fei walked forward, his confidence evident in his posture. Don't worry, coach. I'll win this match. Stepping into the arena, he raised his voice to the crowd, claiming Zichen's victories were due to flexibility and opportunity, not strength. Gao Fei's abilities were exceptional. His father, a gene fusion descendant, had passed down extraordinary physical capabilities, making him a formidable opponent. The second duel began. Gao Fei shot forward like lightning, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches aimed to overwhelm Zichen. His confidence was high, convinced defense was unnecessary, that his offensive strength would secure victory without question. From the sidelines, his coach's face paled in shock. Gao Fei, what are you doing? Focus on defense. Why are you attacking? He ignored the warning, convinced sheer aggression would topple the freshman. Each punch tore through the air, but Zichen remained calm and precise. Zichen observed carefully. This boxing form is interesting. Let me learn it while he wastes energy. Gao Fei's breathing became ragged. Frustration twisted across his face. Ridiculous, why won't he fall? His punches lost rhythm, exposing the limits of relying solely on brute strength. Zichen tilted his head slightly. Is that all you've got? If you have other tricks, use them now. Gao Fei roared, fists flying again, convinced his overwhelming offense would finally land a hit. Lin Zichen analyzed his movements calmly, planning the decisive moment to strike. In a flash, Zichen stepped in, delivering a powerful kick directly to Gao Fei's stomach. Gao Fei's body flew out of the arena, crashing onto the floor outside. The crowd froze in disbelief, unable to process the overwhelming speed and efficiency of Zichen's counterattack. The coach of Shanghai Middle School leapt up, eyes wide with excitement. Zichen, you're incredible. 3 opponents defeated in a row. Cheers erupted around the arena. Zichen's calm composure contrasted sharply with the chaos he created. He knew the next ones were weaker and victory would be swift. One after another, opponents stepped forward only to be knocked down within seconds. A single punch, a simple kick, each one unable to withstand Zichen's skill and precision. 2 days later, he had crushed challengers from 2 entire schools, dominating the competition entirely. The champion of the 8th school league, Shanghai Middle School. The arena thundered with applause. A glowing status window appeared, showing cumulative eliminations 16/1000. Zichen clenched his fist, satisfied with the progress made so far. Mr. Gua handed him the prize money envelope, sincerity in his voice. Most of this belongs to you. Zichen nodded, eyes gleaming with determination. This is only the first step. I will become stronger. He now had 30,000 yuan, including previous academic competition earnings saved for future training. Upon returning home, Zichen placed the money in his mother's hands. "Mom, here." His mother's eyes softened, pride shining through, as she reminded him to eat slowly and take care of himself. Zichen ate calmly, a familiar system notification appearing, signaling Ghost Squad album progress, 33% unlocked. After devouring 30 kilograms of Ghost Squad meat, his training intensified, lifting heavy rocks, jumping high, sprinting faster than ever. Time passed quickly. Before long, Lin Zichen graduated from Shanghai Middle School, unmatched in strength, with burning determination to grow even stronger. Shen Qingheng spoke nervously, lamenting that they might not attend the same high school. Her words carried the weight of unfulfilled expectations. Lin Zichen clenched his fist lightly, calm yet firm. In both liberal arts and martial arts, he ranked first. Admission into the elite martial arts class was almost certain. His thoughts turned to Shen Qingheng, realizing her grades were excellent, but martial arts ability might not be enough for the elite class. Lin Zichen gently wiped her tears away, voice steady, carrying warmth and reassurance. How would I know? Shen Qingheng shook her head. The principal would invite him to the elite martial arts class. At that moment, Zichen took her hand firmly, his gaze resolute. Don't worry. For me, there's only one condition to stay at Shanghai High School. My deskmate must be you. Shen Qingheng surprised by Zichen's words. The scene shifted to the principal's office of Shanghai High School. Lin Zichen explained that the principal had visited his home and discussed with them for several hours. The talk was nothing more than expressing the hope that he would continue studying at Shanghai High School. After a while, the principal said, "We have almost finished chatting and I have said what I need to say." He smiled, waved goodbye to everyone, and then turned to Zichen. "Finally, as long as you agree to continue studying at Shanghai High School, you can tell me anything you think." Zichen nodded respectfully. "Thank you, Principal. I only have one request. I hope Shen Qingheng can also continue to be in the same class with me." The principal paused, then replied, "All right, Qingheng will also join you." Hearing this, Shen Qingheng smiled brightly and quietly left the office. The scene shifted to the arena. Countless opponents stood before Lin Zichen, but none of them could withstand even a single blow. Fast and decisive, he struck each of them down one after another, overwhelming the competition. Lin Zichen muttered to himself, "This time, I need to move quickly. After receiving the bonus, I've decided to fulfill my previous wish first. I'm only 20% away from unlocking the Ghost Squad Atlas. The meat he had purchased with the prize money from the championship should be enough to close that gap." As he devoured it, the system notification appeared before his eyes. Ghost Squad Atlas progress increased by 80%. Zichen's eyes flickered with determination. "I don't know what uncontrollable consequences might arise from unlocking the Atlas, so I specifically came to the mountains and forests surrounding Shanghai. Here, even if something unexpected happens, I can deal with it safely. This was the best decision." His entire frame felt lighter, as if fused with flowing water itself. "Meltwater luck, what kind of ability is this?" Zichen muttered, slightly doubtful. To test it, he walked toward a nearby pond. Stepping into the water, he waited, and soon realized something unusual. His skin didn't wrinkle even after being submerged for a long time. So this is the effect of meltwater luck. It may seem ordinary, but in battle or survival, this ability could be far more valuable than it looks. His gaze sharpened as he muttered to himself, "That shadow beast I fought earlier was only a low-level creature, not even worth considering for genetic fusion. If I truly want stronger biological attributes, I'll need to save money and buy them step by step. Or, wait until I've grown stronger, then personally hunt powerful wild beasts and devour them." Time passed quickly. Days blurred together, and soon less than a week remained before school reopened. One afternoon, while walking with Shen Qingheng, Zichen allowed himself a small smile. "With only a few days left, our families are already planning a trip together," he thought. Not long after, Shen appeared in a beautiful summer dress. Standing by the waves, she shivered slightly and asked softly, "Zichen, the seawater is so cold." Zichen, already stepping into the water, turned back with calm confidence. "When you first get in, take your time and let your body adjust. After a moment, you won't feel the cold anymore." Her eyes lit up with admiration. A faint notification appeared before Zichen's eyes. Swimming ability and muscular endurance in water have increased. Driving skills enhanced. Qinghan pouted playfully and called out, "Don't just swim off on your own. Come teach me too." Zichen chuckled and waded back toward her. "All right, don't worry. I'll help you." Looking at her uncertain stance by the water, he added, "It seems you can't swim yet. Let's start slowly." With patience, he guided her through the basics, step by step. Watching her struggle, Zichen couldn't help but think, Qinghan's athletic talent is only average. She looked at him with a bright smile and said, "If swimming is really this easy, then I'll learn it in no time." To Zichen's surprise, she moved through the water smoothly, her body adjusting with unexpected grace. A moment later, she surfaced, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, Zichen, this feels amazing. Can I try diving now?" she asked eagerly. Then, almost without waiting for his reply, she dipped beneath the waves. "I always heard people say it's painful to open your eyes in seawater, but I don't feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, it feels cool and refreshing." Zichen froze, staring at her in disbelief. No matter how gifted Qinghan is, there's no way she could master swimming techniques instantly. This isn't normal, something is off. His expression turned serious as he thought carefully. Could it be, the reason Qinghan has always had issues with wetting the bed, is because her body is naturally attuned to water? The possibility startled him. If that's true, then her affinity for water isn't just unusual, it might be a natural gift hidden within her body. Lin Zichen's eyes lit up as he explained, "This is incredible. Maybe Qinghan possesses a special physique, just like those cultivators in immortal cultivation novels from the past." Excitement surged through him. "It's truly amazing. Qinghan might have a hidden talent I never imagined." The two of them dove deeper into the sea together. What he witnessed next shocked him even more. Qinghan's performance was beyond extraordinary. Despite being a beginner, she held her breath underwater for more than 10 minutes. Even for trained martial artists, this feat was nearly impossible. Zichen carefully observed her movements. "I didn't know I could do this. I really do have a good ability." But just as she finished speaking, a faint sound echoed through the water, deep, muffled, and strange. Qinghan's expression changed as she quickly asked, "Zichen, did you hear that? What is this sound? Why is it here?" Zichen frowned, his senses sharpening. "Why are you suddenly so nervous?" Lin Zichen asked, concern in his voice. Qinghan shook her head, still catching her breath. "I heard a very strange sound in my ear. It was unusual. That's why I got a bit scared and couldn't follow it any further. I had to come out quickly." Zichen frowned, trying to understand. "What kind of sound was it?" She hesitated. "I don't really know. Maybe it was a language I didn't recognize. All I know is that it sounded like a female voice." Zichen immediately decided to help her calm down. "All right, let's head back to the hotel. You need to relax." At the hotel, Zichen tried to use his phone to trace or analyze the sound but couldn't find any clue about what Qinghan had heard. Still, he couldn't sleep that night. His mind was racing about what kind of training would be most important for him. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. "You did 100,000 weighted sit-ups. Blood increased by 2,000 points." Encouraged, Zichen continued his sit-ups and other exercises, pushing himself further. His imagination ran wild as he visualized facing the giant alien rat he had encountered before. "If I keep training like this, I could tear that monster apart with my bare hands." Lin Zichen ran along the beach, eager to test his latest advancements. "After this breakthrough, I need to check my data," he thought. Standing on the sand, he measured himself. His 100-meter sprint time had dropped to 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump could now reach 9.68 meters. He flexed his strength, lifting a car weighing 1,600 kilograms single-handedly. "I can do this. With these achievements, I can finally start my high school career," he thought proudly. The holiday passed quickly, and two workers on duty noticed him. "Is that really Lin Zichen? He's so handsome," one girl whispered. The other nodded, smiling. Turns out the little boy has grown into a really impressive young man. Returning early from their duties, the girls were surprised to see Zichen already there. All the other students were busy cleaning their classrooms when Zichen arrived. "What surprises me is that this cleaning duty actually triggered a new skill," he thought, observing the task. A notification appeared on his screen, "Achievement complete. 1,000 tasks performed in total with multiple pupils working together. Since school had just started and there wasn't much to do, he decided to take advantage of his free time to go shopping at the supermarket again. Lin Zichen walked through the market, observing the stalls and items carefully. Now that the ghost squad has been fully unlocked, it's time to determine my next target, he thought, scanning the various goods. Suddenly, his eyes caught a wallet displayed on a stand. He froze, surprised by the price tag and the quality. 1,998 yuan. This is really good equipment for the gem, he calculated quickly. Excitement surged through him as he muttered, I have to choose this. A few moments later, Lin Zichen carefully read through the information. The Violet Eagle was classified as a beast slightly more advanced than the Ghost Squad. Its eyesight was exceptionally sharp, 30 times greater than that of an ordinary human. With such vision, its hunting ability was unmatched. The creature was large, fierce and powerful, capable of accurately seizing even a swift rabbit that moved like a shadow. Zichen thought to himself that if eyesight alone could be enhanced to such a level, a person's combat effectiveness would rise tremendously. After comparing its traits, he concluded that the album of the Violet Eagle was undoubtedly worth unlocking. The price was the deciding factor. Among beasts of its class, the Violet Eagle's meat was the second cheapest, costing only 1,998 yuan per pound. Without hesitation, Zichen began devouring the life essence of the Violet Eagle. A screen immediately appeared before his eyes. You have devoured the Violet Eagle's life essence. Album progress plus 1%. Zichen narrowed his eyes, calculating. 1 pound of meat only increases the progress by 1%. That means I'll need over 200 pounds, more than 200,000 yuan, to fully open the Violet Eagle album. The thought left him both determined and slightly tense. Lin Zichen quietly observed the Violet Eagle's essence in his body. As the power spread, he clenched his fists. It seems I'll have to work even harder after entering high school. Only by saving enough money can I hope to complete this album. He sighed inwardly. The prize money for high school martial arts competitions was far higher than those of junior high. Summer vacation ended, and Shanghai High School officially opened. For the first time, Zichen felt the weight and excitement of his high school journey. On the first day, the new semester homeroom teacher entered the classroom. A tall young man with sharp eyes introduced himself calmly. Hello everyone, my name is Han. I am your martial training instructor, and also your homeroom teacher. Next came another figure, his voice steady. My name is Sai Yuanfei, and I will be teaching the medical modification course. Then, with a cheerful expression, a beautiful teacher in light clothing stepped forward. She smiled sweetly and struck a graceful pose. Hello everyone, my name is Kun Yushi. My specialties are music and painting. One by one, classmates introduced themselves. A pink-haired girl stood confidently and said with a grin, my name is Zhang Jiai. I like anime, cosplay, and sports. Another boy spoke up lazily. My name is Peng. I usually stay at home, play games, and rarely go out. Finally, Shen Qingheng rose from her seat. Being watched by so many students made her nervous, but she forced herself to smile. Hello, my name is Shen Qingheng. I like to draw. Please take care of me in the future. Just as the atmosphere settled after the introductions, a girl suddenly turned to Shen Qingheng with bright, curious eyes. Qingheng, can you tell me how many points you scored in the high school entrance exam? She asked excitedly. Qingheng froze for a moment. She lowered her voice and answered. I scored 709 points. The girl, Chu Xian, widened her eyes in surprise. That's amazing. You scored more than 10 points higher than me. I only got 698. Her admiration quickly turned into another question. So, how did you do in the physical test? Honestly, I performed poorly. I only got 95 points, which felt like a bad result. Qingheng's heart trembled. 95? That's already near the full score of 100. She's a top student even in physical training. She forced a weak smile and whispered, I didn't do as well as you in the exam. Inside, she was filled with unease. My physical test score was only 79. That's 11 points short of the top class. How can I even talk about this? Chu Xian leaned closer with sparkling curiosity. What was your score? 94? 93? Qinghang's face stiffened. Even lower. The girl blinked, still not giving up. Then was it 92? Or maybe 90? Suddenly, Lin Zichen slammed his head lightly against the desk, leaning in close to Chu Xian. His calm voice cut through the tense silence. Can I add you on WeChat? Chu Xian's cheeks instantly flushed red. She hesitated for a second, then nodded shyly. Oh, of course. I'll scan you now. Her hands trembled slightly as she held up her phone. Fortunately, he helped me out. If I had kept asking, I wouldn't have known how to answer. It was so embarrassing. Before the moment could settle, another boy nearby also leaned in. I'll add you too, he said, scanning quickly. Lin Zichen glanced at his phone. After accepting several requests, he casually created a new WeChat group with 4 members. The moment he pressed confirm, a faint notification flickered before his eyes. System prompt. You have successfully created a 4-person team, meeting the criteria for multiplayer collaboration. Total number of cooperative events completed. Heng Yuan was from the neighboring city of Nagyun. His ancestors had operated martial arts schools for generations, and he himself was the son of a martial family. He had even won 8th place in the Nagyun Youth Martial Arts Competition, which was considered a great honor for his family. The other member, Qiu Shi, belonged to the Li Chuanxi family, owners of a large clothing business with several branches across the district. She was a true rich young lady, coming from a well-off background. Lin Zichen couldn't help but think, I've actually made 2 good friends, Heng Yuan and Qiu Shi. Both of them are talented and come from remarkable families. At that moment, Shen Qinghan and Zichen also introduced their own situations to the group. Before long, the 4 of them had become a tight-knit circle, almost like a small kitten group. Heng Yuan leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Zichen, guess who's the strongest person in our class? You'll never figure it out. Zichen raised his brows, but kept silent. Just when we were about to wrap up the conversation, Heng Yuan suddenly brought up a curious topic. Kun, she leaned forward with a smile. I guess Zichen is the strongest. He was the top scorer in our district's high school entrance exam, so of course he should be number 1. Holy shit, Heng Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Zichen, are you really that awesome? But being the district champion may still fall a little short compared to what I'm about to tell you. You won't believe it. There are actually 2 monsters in our class. Everyone's attention turned toward him as Heng Yuan continued excitedly. The principal spent a huge amount of money to recruit them from Nangyun City. That boy sitting by the window in the 3rd row on the left, his name is Wang Shuji. He was the top scorer of the entire Nangyun City High School entrance exam. His 100-meter sprint time is only 7.98 seconds. And that's not all. See the big guy in the far right seat of the last row? His name is Lu Gang. He was born with terrifying natural strength. Lifting a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand is nothing for him. Everyone was stunned by this revelation. Shen Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, that's incredible. They're really that powerful? The atmosphere in the classroom turned tense, each student measuring the strength of their new peers. But just then, the bell rang again, signaling the next part of the day, the distribution of textbooks. There were 4 books distributed for the 4 main courses. Since Lin Zichen had already studied them thoroughly on his own when he was a child, he quickly lost interest. Instead, he found a quiet spot and began practicing again. The threat of the rat god cult is still out there, he thought. The police may have arrested some heretics, but there's still no trace of the Red King. I have to push my strength higher, at least to level 6, so that I can face those strange red monsters when the time comes. That afternoon, the first practical course began, Wilderness Survival class. The teacher stood in front of the students and raised a question. Does anyone here know how to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together? Heng Yuan scratched his head and muttered carelessly. Who would waste time learning something like that? It's useless in daily life. Before the teacher could respond, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang stepped forward. Each picked up 2 wooden sticks and began rubbing them skillfully. Sparks flickered, then a flame quickly ignited. The teacher's eyes widened in excitement. Incredible! You 2 can actually make fire by rubbing sticks together? That's amazing! The rest of the class murmured in awe, surprised at Wang Shuji and Lu Gang's unexpected wilderness skills. Perfect thumbs up. I'll polish this part into 3rd-person limited narration with correct grammar and flow, keeping the events exactly as you gave. Lu Gang replied confidently. Teacher, when I was in junior high, I took a summer training course to learn this skill. The scene then shifted to Lin Zichen. After the two students from Nangyan City finished showing off their abilities, the rest of the class began practicing on their own. Zichen quietly gathered his Dawn group and demonstrated the trick of making fire by drilling wood together. His calm instructions quickly helped his teammates grasp the method. The next day, the teacher introduced a new lesson. Today, I'll teach you a special breathing method. The martial arts training class soon turned into a stage for the two pupils from Nangyan City to shine once again. They exaggerated their movements, performing the breathing technique in such a way that the other students were surprised, half in awe, half amused. Zichen only observed quietly. I've already mastered this knowledge, he thought, but for now, I'll keep a low profile. Time passed quickly. Before he realized it, more than a month had gone by since the start of school. One morning, the teacher gathered the class and announced, "It's time to test your progress. We will now evaluate the results of your training over this past month." The teacher adjusted his glasses and announced, "For this exam, I will also set up rewards. The first place prize is 999 yuan in cash. The second place prize is 666 yuan. The third place prize is 333 yuan. Hearing this, Lin Zichen's eyes flickered. There's actually a prize? And the first place winner can get 999 yuan. That's almost enough to buy half a pound of violet eagle meat. With such rewards, everyone will naturally give their best effort, he thought. After more than an hour, the exam ended. Another teacher stepped forward and said, "It's been over a month since the start of school. Now, it's time to test your progress once again." Coincidentally, both Gene Fusion and teacher Lu Duran had also arranged exams for the students, and the rewards were set exactly the same. Hang Yuan slumped forward, resting his head on his desk. "I'm totally exhausted." "Finally, it's over," he groaned. A student nearby cursed under his breath. "Damn it, why was the test so difficult? They even asked me the energy wavelength of a laser cannon. How could I possibly remember that? What's the point of memorizing it?" Another girl sighed. "That's right, the test was way too difficult, and too basic at the same time. The questions were ridiculous." Just as the noise swelled, the two top students from Nangyan City began bragging to each other once again, their voices rising above the chatter. Wang asked, "The test paper was indeed quite difficult. How did you do?" Yun replied, "I think I can get 95 points. I only don't know the last question of the last test." Hang Yuan watched them, amusement flickering across his face as his fingers curled on the desk. "Oh my god, are you being so restless again? Can you stop pretending?" he thought, fighting the urge to step forward. "I'll teach you both a lesson." Morning at the university, all the students gathered to hear the results of the medical transformation test. The teacher stood before the class and announced, "Classmates, the scores are out. Gao scored 52 points. And Shen Qingheng, you scored 61 points. The class buzzed quietly, wondering if she had passed. The teacher paused, then asked, "Shen Qingheng, do you think you passed?" Shen Qingheng straightened her back and replied firmly, "God rewards hard work. It should be so." The teacher smiled and said, "Actually, Shen Qingheng scored 88 points. That's an excellent result." The room erupted in surprise. Several students gasped, 88 points. "Shen Qingheng, you're amazing." Shen Qingheng felt as if she was floating. In her heart, she whispered, "Luckily, I was tested on the content I had prepared for." The teacher nodded approvingly. "Well done, you did great on this exam." At that moment, Hang Yuan raised his hand and laughed. "Team members, when I receive the 333 yuan reward for third place, I'll treat you all to a big meal." The teacher continued announcing, "Lu Gang, 95 points. Wang Shuqi, also 95 points." The two stood tall with pride. Wang said confidently, "Teacher, the last question required a lot of calculations. If I had just 10 more minutes, I could have solved it." Lu nodded. "Me too. I would have definitely gotten it done." Hang Yuan clenched his teeth at their arrogance. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. "These tricky bastards again. But no matter what, third place should still be mine." The teacher adjusted his glasses and said clearly, "This exam was very difficult. You may not believe it, but someone in our class achieved full marks." The teacher cleared his throat and announced, "The student who scored a perfect 100 out of 100 is Lin Zichen." The classroom fell silent before bursting into shock. Everyone stared in disbelief. Wang Shuqi and Lu Gang's jaws dropped as they exclaimed together, 100 points. That's insane. What kind of monster is this? Hang Yuan forced a smile, though bitterness filled his chest. Even the two top students of Nanyan City were defeated. Lin Zichen is too strong. And the worst part is, it knocked me off my third place. Next time, I must never set flags so casually. Shen Qinghang and Qin Xian both turned to Zichen with admiration. Zichen, you're incredible, they said. You truly carry the glory of Mountain Sea. Lin Zichen raised his hand calmly. By the way, Teacher Kylan, when will the first place prize of 888 yuan be distributed? The teacher narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't worry, I'll send the bonus in the class group as a personal red envelope. Inside, he thought, that boy only thinks about money. Is he really short of cash? Then he looked back at the students and continued, in just over an hour, the results of the gene fusion test will also be announced. When the scores came out, he glanced toward Wang Shuqi and Lu Gang. For this exam, most students failed. Barely passing the excellence line was already an achievement. But the two of you, clearly aren't satisfied with anything less than filling the cup. When the gene fusion test results were announced, the teacher said, Shen Qinghan scored 78 points, placing her in the top 5. Lin Zichen's eyes lit up with excitement. Consistently full marks, and more prize money in my pocket, he thought with satisfaction. Upon hearing Zichen's result, both Wang Shuqi and Lu Gang were struck with another heavy blow. Their faces stiffened, and they quickly raised their hands in front of the teacher. Wang Shuqi frowned. Teacher, this test paper was extremely difficult. How could anyone possibly get full marks? Lu Gang followed up, suspicion in his voice. I wonder if he already knew the answers in advance. Teacher Kylan's eyes narrowed sharply, his tone cold as steel. Absolutely impossible. What nonsense are you two spouting? Let me make one thing clear, the questions on this test were personally designed by him. There are no answers on the internet. Cheating is completely out of the question. Both feel humiliation and completely disbelieve teacher word, but Hang Yuan and Kunchi laughed on her, and he say if you can't pass the exam, then you can't do it and afford to lose. That's right, Wang is really uncultured, ugly pupils are prone to mischief. Class 1 of Grade 1 soon had the Wilderness Survival Course exam in the afternoon. Next moment, instructor in Forest explained, the Wilderness Aquatic exam has the same reward as other subjects. First prize 888 yuan in cash, and second prize 666 yuan, and third prize as usual as you know. Student fearfully listened instructor word. He explained the exam consists of 3 main items, like rock climbing, tree climbing, swimming, and making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Wang narrowed his eyes and say, Lugging, we did not beat him in the 2 theory exam this morning, so we have to get back at him in the wilderness survival and martial arts training this afternoon. Lu aggressively say, you don't need to explain this further, I will definitely go all out to defeat him and avenge my previous humiliation. The exam began with tree climbing. Lin Zichen surged ahead, leaving the others behind. Lu and Wang, straining at the base, cursed under their breath. Damn it, I can't even see his shadow, Wang muttered. He's already secured first in tree climbing. But Lin's attention wasn't on them, it was on Qin Xian. She struggled near the bottom, finishing last. Lin noted her failure calmly, knowing she would regain confidence during the swimming round. In the fire-making phase, Lin pressed harder, determined to widen the gap. Lu clenched his teeth. His hand speed is insane. Wang frowned. I remember he wasn't this fast in class before. Jealousy colored both their faces as they watched. Finally came swimming. Shen Qinghan joined Lin in surpassing the Nangyun duo. Wang stared in disbelief. No. I can understand Lin being quick, but why is Xian suddenly exploding with speed? He shook his head, trying to convince himself it was just nerves. When the wilderness survival exam ended, Lin and Shen stood firmly ahead. Wang and Lu, defeated again, fell silent, their arrogance crushed. The instructor's voice broke the quiet. You have practiced martial arts for more than a month. Today we test your results. Come to the arena. The top 3 will earn rewards. Fight hard for your place. The martial arts competition in the afternoon reignited Wang and Lu's hopes. Both were eager, their eyes burning with determination. So what if we lost in the written test and survival skills? Wang muttered. In martial arts class, the real standard is physique, fitness, and martial arts ability. Lu clenched his fists. That's right. The competition will prove everything. I'll take first place no matter what. Before the matches began, the instructor stepped forward. This exam starts with a physical test. Each of you will complete a warm-up measuring 3 data points: the 100-meter sprint, one-handed barbell lift, and vertical jump height. The scene shifted to Lin Zichen. He exploded down the track, finishing the 100 meters in 7.78 seconds. Next, he gripped the barbell, lifting 330 kilograms with a single hand. Finally, he leapt, soaring 2.8 meters straight into the air. All 3 results placed him at the top. Zichen, calm but focused, thought to himself, only pushed slightly harder than Wang and Lu. No need to provoke them more than necessary. Even so, the numbers spoke for themselves. He was unmatched. Luo disbelieve and say he is faster than me. In the 100-meter sprint, his high school entrance exam score was only the top score in the district. Lin does not look stronger either. Could it be his body had not developed enough by the time of high school entrance exam? Next moment, both are console each other and Luo say you are right. Losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring match. Our martial arts skill far surpass those of our peers, so we still have a chance. Next moment, after the physical test, everyone moved to ring and start to compete. Zichen say but because my physical test data was good, no one dared to go. Even the 2 giant of Nanyun did not rush to make a move this time and choose to observe first. Teacher say, Luo go up and have a sparring match with Zichen. Luo come in front of Zichen but he just say to save time I have to make it quick and he released sharp punch in front of Luo and he completely fall out arena like a paper. In the order to finish all the student in the class before and end of the get out class, I can only speed up and kill the opponent in seconds. Both Wang and Luo could hardly believe what they saw. Luo wiped the sweat soaking through his clothes, muttering that Zichen must not have even shown his full strength in the physical test, otherwise, how could anyone compete with him? At that moment, Hang Yuan stepped into the arena. He raised his chin proudly and declared, I've already finished warming up. I'm in peak condition. Do you dare fight me? Luo sneered and entered the ring, his voice full of arrogance. Half a minute is all I need to knock you down. If you don't challenge me, I'll fight Zichen instead. Hang Yuan didn't back down. With a shout, he rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of kicks. But Luo caught one strike mid-air, twisted, and tossed Hang Yuan out of the ring as if he weighed nothing. The arena fell silent as Hang Yuan landed heavily, the match decided in an instant. He spat to the side, chest heaving. Hang Yuan, he said, out of everyone I fought, your physical strength was the best. In terms of sheer skill, I'd even call you the strongest in the class. His words sounded like mockery and reluctant praise mixed together. But before the tension could ease, Zichen stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the ring. Lu say just take the opportunity to make more progress, otherwise no one would dare to go on stage. Come on, who is afraid of you? And he smirks in her mind and aggressively make a punch and say, give me a try, I will knock out in just single-handed. Zichen just did not do any action and observed silently when he come close nearby. But suddenly he replaced and dodged. Luo did not believe what suddenly done. But this moment, Zichen released a punch in her backbone. At that moment, Luo completely fall out the arena. All students excitedly say, Wang, your brother Luo was abused so badly, why did not you go up and take revenge? Another girl say that's right, the glory of Nanjun City top student need you to protect it. Suddenly, Wang also come up the arena and say, what are you yelling about? I was about to go on stage and all these stupid students just shut up and I will definitely crush Ling Zichen. But Zichen completely serious mood and Wang feel like Zichen a big wall in front of her like a giant and say, what coming will, I will definitely find a way to defeat him. Wang suddenly rushed forward, throwing a heavy punch toward Ling Zichen, but in the blink of an eye Zichen blocked the strike effortlessly and countered with a powerful blow to Wang's face, the impact so strong that it sent Wang flying out of the arena like a broken kite. Without pausing to catch his breath, Zichen moved swiftly across the stage, his movements fluid yet merciless, knocking down one boy after another with decisive force. None of them could withstand even a single strike from him, their efforts crumbling in front of his overwhelming strength. Within mere moments, the entire arena was littered with defeated classmates sprawled on the ground, some groaning, some unconscious, and the last boy collapsed helplessly to the floor, unable to resist or even attempt to rise again. Zichen straightened his posture, his expression calm and calculating as he recalled the rules of the natural selection task. He knew that the same opponent could only be counted once, even if defeated multiple times, and this realization made him frown slightly because it meant he now had no choice but to fight the girls next if he wanted to progress. The atmosphere within the class shifted immediately as many of the girls looked at him with flushed cheeks, their eyes filled with nervousness but also excitement at the thought of sparring against Ling Zichen. A purple-haired beauty suddenly raised her hand, her eyes bright with determination as she rushed onto the stage, her speed sharp and her movements agile. Yet all of her effort came to nothing when Zichen tapped her back with a single controlled strike and she instantly collapsed, unable to withstand his restrained power. Still lying on the floor with her cheeks burning red, she murmured with regret that it was such a pity because she had almost hugged him, her eyes filled with frustration and longing. Another girl stepped forward soon after, only to be defeated with the same ease, and Zichen sighed inwardly, his voice calm as he muttered the word next to himself. He had not expected so many girls to step forward one after another, but he ensured that he held back every time, only striking with enough measured force to complete the task quickly while avoiding any unnecessary harm. In no time, he cleared all of them from the stage, and though the task was progressing smoothly, he felt a faint trace of disappointment, realizing it was all far too easy and lacking the kind of real challenge that could stir his fighting spirit. Just then, Han Yuan stepped up with an announcement that cut through the air and silenced the class. "Everyone listen, the coach has given us important news." The instructor's voice echoed through the training hall with authority and excitement as he declared that this time the students had performed well, but those in the top class must continue to challenge themselves. 1 month from now, he explained, their class would face the strongest regular class of the second-year high school, and every student must be prepared. The announcement stirred the class instantly, filling the hall with an undercurrent of excitement as a new challenge awaited them. The students gathered together after hearing the coach's words, his firm and inspiring voice ringing out as he set their goal clearly, that they must defeat the strongest regular class in the second year of high school. The training hall buzzed with energy as Ling Zichen clenched his fists, his heart surging with anticipation. He thought to himself that he had worried there would not be enough matches to raise the progress bar of his natural selection achievement, but now this competition came at the perfect time, and it was a great relief. Just then, Lu stepped forward, her gaze sharp and filled with determination as she said that she once thought she would have no rival after coming to Shanghai Middle School. But it seemed she had underestimated Ling Zichen, and from this day on she would consider him her enemy for all 3 years of high school. Her words were a clear challenge meant to provoke, but Zichen remained calm, neither shaken nor bothered. Wang also moved ahead with a dark expression, declaring that although Zichen may have won today it did not mean his future victories were secure, and swearing that before graduation he would take his revenge and defeat him for sure. His voice carried burning resentment, but Zichen only glanced at him, inwardly calculating with precision that he had actually made more than 3,000 just from completing tasks today, which was an excellent bonus. Both Lu and Wang grew angrier, mistaking his calm silence for arrogance, muttering that not only did he ignore them but he was mocking them and laughing at them, how arrogant he was. But Zichen had no interest in their hostility, his mind focused elsewhere on the fact that the money would be enough to buy beast meat, which was truly great progress in his plan. Later, back at his desk, he scrolled through his phone with a thoughtful look, reflecting that although he had gotten a small bonus today it was still not enough to purchase the alien beast meat and unlock the atlas. He tapped his screen, researching carefully and thinking that he needed more income, then deciding that he would open a side career as a writer. If he could get his novel published, it might help him a great deal. Just as he considered this new direction, a notification popped up on his phone. An editor from the Yuvin platform reached out, saying that his novel had potential and they would like to sign a contract and serialize it. Zichen was stunned, thinking to himself that a contract offer appeared just after he had decided this path. As he process the surprising news, another headline caught his eye. 2 hours ago, a giant alien rat attacked a cold storage facility for alien meat in the suburbs. His pupils narrowed at the words as he continued reading the report. The alien rat, more than 5 meters long, tore a cyborg in half, and in desperation the cyborg activated its hidden backup core and self-destructed, finally killing the beast on the spot. Zichin muttered to himself in unease, thinking that if such a giant alien rat appeared so suddenly, then how many more might be hidden within Shanghai. He knew that monsters like that could slaughter entire groups of students with ease, and the question gnawed at his heart as he wondered how long it would be before they encountered another one again. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Middle School, the instructors once more gathered the students for a serious discussion about the upcoming competition. One of them explained that soon they would face the ordinary second-year class, and though the top fighters of that class were not as strong as those in the elite class, their overall strength was greater. They would rely on their numbers to fight defensively, rotating members to wear down the opponents, and the only way to counter this strategy was to fight fast and finish the matches quickly. The students responded in unison with the word understood, their combined voices echoing with determination, and everyone absorbed the strategy carefully, weighing it in their mind. At that moment Ling Zichen stepped forward with confidence and requested permission from teacher Han to take the lead in the upcoming matches. Han Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise at the boldness of the request, but Zichen's eyes gleamed with resolve as he explained that he wanted to complete his survival of the fittest achievement, and to do so he needed to defeat as many opponents as possible, which meant that the earlier he went on stage, the better. Before Han Yuan could reply, a nervous voice interrupted from within the group. A girl stepped forward, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Zichen, admitting that the opponent was much stronger than her and asking how she could possibly defeat him since she was the weakest in the class. Her voice trembled with insecurity and fear, but before Zichen could react, the teacher's voice snapped the crowd back into order. Brother Feng, according to the class competition rules, the weakest goes first, the teacher scolded. Why did you send your strongest student to the first match? That is against the rule. Ling Zichen watched quietly as the coach intervened to calm everyone, instructing them to let the weaker students go first while the strongest would be sent later. The teacher's command settled the dispute with authority. A pink-haired girl blinked in confusion, stammering that she was not the strongest, but before she could continue Shen Qingheng stepped forward with steady posture and declared that she was the weakest, so she should go first. Ling Zichen noted the subtle exchange with an unreadable expression while from the back Han Yuan and Kun Xin shouted their encouragements loudly, cheering Shen on with rough affection that reflected the bond of classmates. The match began immediately as Shen faced a furious opponent who launched a flurry of rapid punches. Shen focused on defense, carefully blocking and absorbing blows while conserving her strength, her movements deliberate though strained under the barrage. Ling Zichen observed every movement with a keen eye, noting her timing and the way she drew strength from stillness even under pressure. Minutes passed until the attacker's pace slowed with exhaustion, and she muttered in frustration that if the fight continued her energy would run out. With desperation, she threw a powerful strike aimed at Shen's wrist, and the impact detonated outward with such force that Shen was forced out of the arena, breathless and embarrassed by her defeat. The teachers applauded her effort, with the coach praising her defense as smart and recognizing that she had worn her opponent down. Ling Zichen allowed himself a small nod of approval, acknowledging that Shen's resilience carried value beyond mere raw power. Next came a blonde girl with quick footwork who dodged another girl opening kick and countered immediately with a clean fist to the face. She fell to the ground exhausted, and the blonde straddled her briefly with a smirk, jeering that she had attacked but forgotten to defend, warning her not to underestimate the regular class who had the advantage of an extra year of training. The taunt stung her classmates alike, but before the insult could escalate further, Kun Xin pushed forward with eyes blazing, declaring that she would help Shen get revenge and telling everyone to watch as she tore the opponent apart. Her words rang like a challenge hanging heavy in the air, sharp and defiant like a provocation that demanded an answer. The matches stretched on. From the sidelines, Lin Zichen watched each bout with a quiet, calculating gaze. Shan Qin struck hard and the opponent girl collapsed with a single blow. Shen Qingheng cheered, clapping excitedly. "You were amazing," she called. Chun Qin merely grinned, then praised the girl she'd just beaten. "You did well too. If you hadn't exhausted that senior sister up front, I wouldn't have won so easily. 2 hours later, only 4 students remained in the classroom arena. One boy nudged his teammate. Brother Fong, looks like I'll win the bet. Only 4 left. Another shook his head. Too early to celebrate. Let's wait. The team coach watched closely, then instructed, Lin Zichen, Wang Suji, Lu Jiang, and Hang Yuan are the core strength of Class 1. Keep an eye on them. He pointed at Hang Yuan. You're next. Hang Yuan's jaw tightened. He stepped into the ring and raised his fist, eyes flashing. He called out with a cold grin, my fists haven't been used in a while. Are you ready for them? A taunt met a huffy reply from his opponent, but Hang Yuan didn't waste word. In a blink he launched a lethal kick to the face that the boy couldn't block. He hit the floor like a struck log. Hang Yuan laughed, scorn filling his voice. Is that all you've got? Don't call yourself strong, you're nothing. A purple-haired boy snapped back, seething. You little brat, arrogant fool. I'll break you. He charged, fists flying, but Hang Yuan moved like a practiced fighter. Calm, fast, precise. The boy's blows slid off air as Hang Yuan blocked and countered with a backward flip and a horizontal kick that landed with brutal efficiency. He collapsed, defeated. Cheering erupted from the girls around the ring. Qin Xian punched the air, shouting, Hang Yuan, smash him. Another challenger rushed in, but Hang Yuan met him with a crushing punch to the chest and a follow-up blow to the face. One by one the opponents fell, unable to withstand the onslaught. Still breathing hard, sweat dripping from his brow, Hang Yuan panted, come on, next. I can take 10 more. Even exhausted, his eyes burned with fierce determination. Lin Zichen watched him closely, storing every detail, the timing, the rhythm, the way Hang Yuan conserved energy between strikes. This was not brute force alone, it was practice technique honed for victory. Coach's eyes lingered on Hang Yuan. He still wants to hold on, the man thought, but after knocking down 5 people in a row, Hang Yuan's movements slowed. His breathing grew heavy. Finally, when the 6th challenger stepped forward and struck him with a decisive punch, Hang Yuan collapsed onto the floor, unable to continue. The coach sighed. Now only 3 students remained in Class 1 of Grade 1, while Grade 2's Class 6 still had 13 fighters standing. That he turned toward the next candidate. Wang Suji, your turn. Wang walked into the arena, his aura sharp, his confidence unshaken. With explosive speed, he rushed his first opponent and unleashed a flurry of punches, knocking the boy back until he collapsed. One by one, Wang Suji fought relentlessly, defeating fighter after fighter. But by his 11th match, exhaustion finally overwhelmed him. His guard slipped, and he was brought down. The coach immediately called the next name. Lu Gang, step up. Lu Gang wasted no time. In less than 10 minutes, he eliminated 2 of the opposing generals with overwhelming strength. The coach's eyes brightened with pride, but he also knew the danger ahead. There's only one of you left. Do you want to admit defeat early? He asked cautiously. The opposing team sneered. One player shouted, don't think you've already won. Their coach smirked and raised his voice. Wang Jin, show them your strength. A massive figure stepped into the arena. He was a towering, overweight boy whose very presence drew mocking whispers, like a pig dragged into battle. But the moment he squared his shoulders, Lu Gang felt pressure weigh down on him. Just a fatty, isn't he? Lu Gang tried to convince himself. He charged forward, his fists hammering against Wang Jin's chest in rapid succession. Blow after blow landed, yet they sank uselessly into layers of flesh. Lu Gang's arms soon trembled, his breath ragged. Too much meat, he gasped. I can't even hit him properly. Wang Jin's eyes flashed with contempt. Are you done? He asked coldly. Then it's my turn. With one hand, he seized Lu Gang by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Lu Gang's face turned pale as he clawed at the iron grip. I can't breathe his power. It's terrifying. Even the Class 1 coach was stunned. No, when did such a monster appear in your class? The opposing coach chuckled smugly. Oh, you wouldn't know. He only transferred this semester. But, don't forget our wager. Lose this, and you'll treat my entire class to a meal. The Class 1 coach clenched his fists, grief etched on his face. So Wang Jin is your hidden trump card, damn it. No matter how strong Lin Zichen is, how can he beat that monster? I was careless, tricked by that bastard still. He steadied himself and faced Lin Zichen. Zichen, your turn is next. If you practice properly, you'll gain valuable experience, even if we lose. Don't take it too hard. But Lin Zichen only smiled, calm and composed. Don't worry, Teacher Han. I will definitely win. His tone carried confidence and unshakable resolve. The words alone filled his classmates with hope. Shen Qingheng, Qin Xian, and several other girls leapt to their feet. Lin Zichen, don't let that arrogant fatty win. You'll crush him. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes, his heavy body radiating disdain. So this is the top student of your class? Humph, I'll make this quick. He waved his hand dismissively and said with arrogance, Junior brother, I'll stand here and let you attack me 10 times. That way, your little fans won't complain that I bullied you or won unfairly. The arena went silent. Wang Jin's confidence loomed like a mountain, but Lin Zichen's calm smile never faltered. Deep in his eyes, however, was a spark, sharp, unyielding and deadly. At that moment, Lin Zichen smiled nervously and nodded. The stinky fatty banged his belly like a drum, taunting, Come on, Junior. I'll stand still. You can attack me with all your mighty punches. Without hesitation, Lin Zichen stepped forward. His fist gathered power, and in a single, almighty strike, he slammed it into the fatty's stomach. The impact sent the massive boy flying into the air. He landed on the ground like a crumpled paper bomb, completely flattened. The arena froze in silence. Lin Zichen's teammates stared in disbelief, stunned by the sheer force of that single punch. But then, realization hit. They had won. The opposing team erupted into cheers, shouting, Lin Zichen, you really won this match. Coach Han's eyes glistened with tears. He couldn't hold back his pride. We won, we actually won, he whispered, voice trembling. Moments later, the stinky fatty groaned, his head spinning. What just happened? Why am I here? This is unreasonable. He looked around, confused, unable to recall the fight. In reality, it was Lin Zichen's almighty power at work. Any opponent struck by his punch would have their memory hazily erased, leaving them bewildered and helpless. The scene shifted to Zichen's coach, who was proudly talking about his student. Suddenly, a teacher from another competing school spoke up, Coach Fong, that Zichen from your class is really impressive. He knocked down Wang Jingyi with just one punch. The coach smiled with satisfaction and said, yes, Zichen's ability feels almost perfect. But Zichen quickly corrected him, shaking his head. That's not the case. Wu Tingchen is on a completely different level. When he was only in the first year of high school, he nearly frightened the principal. He was far too strong. At that moment, Zichen walked over and asked curiously, Teacher Wu, is this the same Wu Tingchen? The coach nodded and explained, yes, Wu Tingchen is your senior. He graduated a few years ago. Even as a first year, he managed to enter the top senior class, and his strength shocked many school leaders. Hearing this, Zichen forced a nervous smile. His heart sank slightly. So amazing. His strength during the summer vacation of grade 6 almost caught up to my current level. The thought left him uneasy. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the hotel at night. The teachers and students were celebrating their victory. Holding up a Coca-Cola bottle, the coach announced cheerfully, thanks to Zichen, we were able to defeat the ordinary class of grade 12. Their homeroom teacher admitted defeat and even treated us to this meal. Everyone stood up and raised their glasses in a toast. Students shouted Zichen's name one after another. Brother Chang is almighty. Surrounded by classmates, Zichen smiled politely as questions poured in. Brother Chang, how do you usually train at home? Do you have any secret methods? One boy asked eagerly. Another chimed in, by the way, Brother Chang, have you edited the video yet? Zichen sighed lightly. After defeating the general class in my second year of high school, I became famous in the school. Many classmates started trying to get close to me, which honestly felt a little uncomfortable. But Xian Han never changed. He glanced at Xian Han sitting beside him. She worries I'll be too busy entertaining others to eat, so she always puts food into my bowl. Xian Han simply gave him a sweet smile, then suddenly stood up and whispered, Chang, I'm going to the bathroom. Zichen chuckled softly. What hasn't changed about her is that uncontrollable urge of hers, always running off suddenly. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, two girls were gossiping. Look at Shen Qinghan, always pouring liquor for Lin Zichen and even peeling shrimp for him. She acts like his maid all the time, one girl sneered. With her abilities, How could she have possibly entered our elite class if she wasn't clinging to Lin Zichen? Another mocked. I bet it won't last long, a third girl said coldly. The gap between them is far too big. They're destined to drift apart sooner or later. Shen Qinghan had just walked in and overheard everything. Her eyes burned with anger. She stepped forward and declared loudly, I am not a bootlicker. The girls froze as she continued, her voice trembling but firm. I'm his childhood sweetheart. But then, as she looked at their mocking expressions, her courage faltered. She lowered her gaze and whispered, when I was little, my mother told me I would grow up and stop wetting the bed. But even now, I still do. Every night I have to wear diapers before I dare to fall asleep. It's so humiliating. Tears welled in her eyes. Sometimes I feel like a disabled person who can't even control her own body. At that moment, Zichen narrowed his eyes and said firmly, you are not disabled. Shen Qinghan's hands trembled as she clutched his shoulder. But I can't even control myself. How could I not be disabled? Zichen met her gaze seriously. Being able to hold your urine, that is your superpower. It just hasn't fully developed yet. She blinked in confusion. Superpower? What do you mean? Yes, Zichen nodded. It's a superpower. Your natural swimming ability is proof of that. It's the manifestation of your power. Her eyes widened in surprise. You've always been amazing since we were little. Do you also have a superpower? Zichen looked ahead, his voice confident. Yes, I have a superpower, just like you. Qinghan's expression softened with amazement. If I really had a superpower, I don't even know what kind it would be. It feels so unpredictable. But before Zichen could reply, something unusual caught his attention. His expression sharpened. Ahead of them, a tall Russian man appeared, holding a broom. He barked loudly, put down the broom quickly. We're exterminating rats for public safety. Please cooperate with our work. Several workers joined him, chasing after the rats with weapons. Stop! Don't kill my brother. Another man suddenly shouted, his eyes red with madness. The rat rushed toward him, and the man screamed hysterically, that's my brother. Don't kill him again. He lunged forward to attack, his behavior completely deranged. Qinghan froze in shock, but Zichen quickly stepped in front of her, shielding her with his body. His voice was calm but firm. Stay back. Don't come any closer. These people look like psychopaths. It's too dangerous. He grabbed her wrist and muttered, this is what a true mental patient looks like. Let's go home. The scene shifted to Lin Zichen's family home. The television news broadcast echoed through the living room. Last week, a young female teacher went missing after leaving school. Her whereabouts remain unknown, the reporter announced. His mother's face turned pale. Why is there another young woman missing? This is already the fourth case this month. His father corrected her in a grim tone. No, you're mistaken. This should be the fifth one. On screen, the report continued with a chilling tone. The 5 missing women this month were all young and beautiful. Authorities advise women not to go out alone at night. If necessary, travel in groups and avoid remote areas. Zichen's mother exhaled heavily, her expression worried. Chang, things outside are not safe these days. Don't let Han go out alone. Zichen reassured her calmly. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take good care of Chen and Han. The next day, inside the public security office of Shanghai City District, the atmosphere was tense. A doctor stood before the officers, shaking his head. We still can't be certain of his condition. The officer frowned. How did the elimination go? Is he just another mental patient? The doctor sighed, recalling the man captured the night before. His state is extremely unstable. I tried to communicate with him repeatedly, but he remained completely silent, almost like a mute. The officer's eyes narrowed. That's not possible. He's not mute. At the market, he wouldn't stop yelling and shouting. Before they could continue, a sudden, horrifying sound erupted from the interrogation room. Both the doctor and the officer whipped their heads around in alarm, their hearts pounding with dread. Inside, the patient convulsed violently. His body twisted, his eyes glowed red, and with a monstrous growl he transformed, his flesh expanding, sprouting rapidly until he became a towering rat monster. The officer's face turned ashen. Quick, contact headquarters. Tell them to send a cyborg for support immediately. Lin Zichen watched the live feed with a tightening in his chest as police officers opened fire at the giant rat man that roared savagely, bullets striking its flank while it pressed forward undeterred. A female inspector cried into her radio that the medical transform unit was already deployed, but reinforcements would take 10 minutes, and with ammunition running low, waiting was not an option. The director's face hardened as he ordered them to drive and lure it to the outskirts to buy time for the mechs, so men shoved into the van and sped away with sirens wailing, hands shaking pale as the rat man loomed like a living storm behind them. The van raced along mountain roads, but the monster accelerated with unnatural speed and suddenly slammed a massive paw into its side, sending the vehicle fishtailing, flipping, and crashing off the road with metal screaming as officers were hurled and bodies thudded violently to the ground. A female officer crawled from the wreck bleeding and whispered that they were too late as the rat man advanced with flaring nostrils and hunger in its motions. But then a new figure appeared, a woman moving like lightning, blasting forward with concentrated firepower that thundered into the beast and staggered it. For a moment it seemed the officers might hold their ground, but with a furious snarl the rat man dove into a drainage tunnel and vanished into the shadows, leaving the woman hovering above the wreckage with cold eyes and heaving chest as she vowed that she would find it, drag it out, and finish it. Early the next morning Lin Zichen leaned back in his chair rubbing his temples, muttering to himself that he had been writing for more than half a month with over 4,000 words daily and nearly 100,000 total. His paid income already passed 10,000, yet instead of comfort the thought only tightened his chest. He reminded himself there were survival recommendations still to come and that once those arrived and the book went on shelves his results could be far greater. But even after shutting the screen the numbers echoed restlessly in his head and excitement tangled with tension until sleep was impossible. So he slipped out into the dawn. The empty streets carried his footsteps as he sprinted down a narrow lane with body light and sharp, each strike of his feet like thunder propelling him forward. He measured aloud that he had run 100 meters in 3.43 seconds and jumped vertically at 7.22 meters, a faint smile curving his lips at the undeniable progress. Landing on a rooftop of an abandoned building he gazed at the horizon with determination burning in his eyes, thinking that if he kept improving sooner or later he would achieve his goal. But suddenly his expression stiffened as he noticed a figure crouched unnaturally in the middle of the deserted road. It was a man, or rather no longer human, his body twitching as bones cracked and fur spread across his skin. Bloodshot eyes lifting with a guttural voice begging his brother for forgiveness for eating him, promising yearly sacrifices born of hunger. Lin Zichen froze, realizing this might be the same rat man reported in the news as escaped, but the creature snapped its head toward him with a savage grin, declaring its love for human flesh and lunging with claws slicing the air at monstrous speed. At such close distance there was no way to dodge, yet Lin Zichen twisted at the last moment and drove a brutal kick into its side, the crack of impact stunning the rat man and hurling it against a wall. He set his stance coldly, asking if this was all its strength as the monster staggered to its knees staring in disbelief at an ordinary-looking student with such power. Before it could recover a stone slammed into its skull and it howled as another and another followed, Lin Zichen moving without hesitation and hurling debris with precise merciless force. He declared he could not give it a chance to resist and that he would end it now, and stone after stone battered the convulsing body until flesh and bones disintegrated, collapsing into a pile of ash at his feet. The ashes of the rat monster scattered across the ground, its body completely destroyed. Lin Zichen stood there when a sudden notification appeared before his eyes. You have devoured a trace of the giant rat's life essence. Evolution progress, giant rat, 7%. Zichen frowned slightly. So it's completely dead but only 2% essence. That's far too low. He recalled the last time with the penguins. Back then, I gained 5%. Could it be related to the difference in the amount of Red King genes they had ingested? The thought left him unsettled, but he quickly calmed down. Forget it, let's go back first. Staying here for too long isn't safe. He turned away from the ruin. Not long after he left, a female superhuman arrived at the same location. Her sharp eyes scanned the destroyed battlefield and the pile of ashes left behind. Who killed the rat man? She muttered, her expression tense. Before she could search further, a dark aura suddenly spread through the area. A terrifying presence emerged. The rat god had descended. The man standing by the ritual pattern immediately fell to his knees, trembling. Lord Rat God, please enjoy your meal. The rat monster's towering figure appeared, its aura suffocating. Its scarlet eyes swept across the woman. Just a woman, it growled in disdain. This isn't even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. The kneeling man lowered his head even more, panic flashing across his face. No, Lord Rat God, please listen to my explanation. These days, the young women outside are very vigilant. They don't go out at night, and even during the day they always move in groups. It has become difficult to catch them. The Rat God sneered coldly. Then next time, catch young men instead. Yes, Lord Rat God. I understand, the man replied quickly, his voice trembled. The stench of blood filled the air. The man picked up a piece of flesh, chewing on it greedily. It was human meat. The sight was revolting. The rat god turned his gaze to the woman and, with a sickening grin, devoured her whole. Blood spilled across the ritual site. Ordinary people are bitter and tasteless. I won't eat them. Only those of higher status are well fed. Their meat is tender and rich in flavor. The scene shifted to Lin Zichen, who was training with Shen Qinghang. He watched her closely and corrected her stance. The angle of your punch is too high. Lower it slightly. Only then can you exert more force. He adjusted her legs and continued. Your stance is too stiff. Spread your feet apart. Don't face the opponent directly. Turn at a tighter angle. Qinghang followed his words carefully. Zichen nodded in approval. Good. That's the right posture. Now, attack me with all your strength. She struck forward, and Zichen caught her fist with ease. Not bad. The angle is much better, and the power is stronger than before. Next, she attempted a sweeping kick, but Zichen stopped her mid-move. The posture is wrong. Don't keep your legs clamped together. Before you kick, loosen them and spread slightly. Try again. Under his guidance, Qinghang repeated the motion over and over. Sweat covered her forehead, and after a while, she collapsed onto the mat, panting. I'm exhausted, she admitted with a faint smile, but I can feel my martial skills improving. Zichen shook his head. 3 sessions a week are already enough. If you train every day, your body won't be able to endure it. Qinghang nodded. Alright, then 3 times a week will do. He observed her for a moment longer, noting every subtle movement. Even minor adjustments in posture, angle, and force could make a difference between success and injury. Outside the training hall, faint sounds of distant creatures echoed, but the focus here was absolute. Every strike, every step, every breath mattered. Zichen felt a trace of satisfaction, knowing her improvement was evident. But he also understood the path ahead would demand more patience and precision before any real breakthroughs could be achieved. Later, as Zichen scrolled through the news feed, a headline caught his attention. A genius from Kyoto University has successfully integrated the genes of the 1000 silk spider beast, breaking the school record as the youngest person to undergo a second gene fusion. His eyes narrowed. Second gene fusion? Before adulthood? He read carefully. Normally, most people can only attempt fusion after reaching maturity. If it's done too early, the body cannot endure the influence of alien beast genes, and the risk of failure is high. But this Kyoto prodigy, not even 18 years old, and already completed a second fusion? Zichen leaned back, deep in thought. Such terrifying talent. Could gene fusion truly be the best path forward? The scene shifted to Lin Zichen's family residence. Inside his room, he sat before his computer, carefully checking the details about rewards and university rankings. His fingers moved swiftly across the keyboard, and with a calm breath, he muttered, under the dual pressure of use and disuse, and with the wisdom of both heaven and man, I've practiced for a month straight. Now, I can type 10,000 words in just an hour. Typing had become second nature to him. Spending only 1 hour every day no longer interfered with his training, and he found the balance acceptable. Suddenly, his father entered, his eyes filled with pride. Zichen, your grades in this book are excellent. If you can consistently write 10,000 words a day without losing quality in the story, you'll easily earn about 5,000 yuan in royalties during the first month. And when your word count grows, making 100,000 yuan a month won't be impossible. Zichen froze for a moment, stunned. 5,000, even 100,000 yuan a month? With that much income, I won't have to worry about funding the exotic beast projects in the future. If the first 2 months go well, the royalties should be enough to support the brutal eagle project. His father nodded firmly, encouraging him to keep pushing forward. The scene changed to the martial arts class. Instructor Hang Yuan had organized an in-class assessment to test the students' progress. On the arena floor, Zichen stepped forward. One after another, opponents came at him, yet none could withstand even a single strike. With every punch and kick, students were thrown off balance, collapsing to the ground. I crushed the whole place as always, Zichen said, his voice steady as he launched another powerful kick, knocking his opponent out of the ring. The instructor looked on with approval. He's beating everyone so hard they have no chance to fight back. Later, Zichen handed him a small reward. For earning 888 yuan in prize money, you've also gained valuable experience. Consider it the survival of the fittest achievement. Zichen's eyes lit up as he accepted both the money and the experience points. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghang entered the arena for her own match. Though still at the bottom of the rankings, her progress had not gone unnoticed. This time, Instead of being thrown out in seconds, she managed to endure. Against Wen Yongtao, who was usually second to last, she lasted nearly 3 minutes before being forced out of the ring. The students whispered among themselves, Shen Qingheng is still weak, but she's not completely helpless anymore. She actually fought back this time, not just stood there. Teacher Han smiled, nodding at her determination. Qingheng, your progress is evident. Keep working hard. Encouraged, Qingheng clenched her fists and bowed in acknowledgement. 1 month from now, the instructor reminded the class, the strongest students of grade 12 will be reorganized into the elite E-class. Work hard if you want a place there. Yes, instructor, the students shouted in unison, their morale rising. Time passed quickly. More than a month had gone by since Zichen's novel was officially released. One evening, he entered a shop, glancing at the counter. I'd like to buy Violent Eagle meat. The young salesgirl smiled brightly. Dear customer, how much would you like? Right now, if you buy 100 kilograms at once, you'll get a 5%. Zichen paused, then shook his head. Not yet. I'll wait until I've saved enough to buy in bulk next month. The next day at school, Shen excitedly said, Zichen, I heard a new fried food stall opened in the cafeteria a few days ago. Everyone says the chef's cooking is amazing. Should we go try it together? Zichen smiled. Of course, let's go. They arrived early at the cafeteria, just as the fragrant aroma of freshly cooked dishes filled the air. The chef moved swiftly, preparing meals that looked mouth-wateringly delicious. Shen leaned closer, whispering, it's a good thing we came early, or we'd be stuck waiting in a long line. Zichen nodded with satisfaction. Yes, definitely. Noise rose in the cafeteria as 2 students argued over the queue. Why are you cutting in line? Go to the back, one boy snapped. I didn't cut, the other protested. My desk mate saved the spot for me. That's still cutting. Don't try to argue, the first boy shot back. There's no difference whether you cut in front of your desk mate or me. Lin Zichen glanced up from his tray and watched the tension escalate. The boy who'd been challenged glared and muttered to his friends. They moved forward, clearly ready for trouble. Nearby, Hang Yuan stepped into the dispute with the quiet confidence that usually stopped scenes like this before they turned ugly. Everyone calm down, he said, voice steady. There's no need to push. The challenger's friends closed ranks and shoved forward anyway. For a moment the confrontation hung on a knife edge. Lin Zichen rose and moved closer. Classmate, please take your place at the end of the line, he said calmly, slipping an arm lightly behind the neck of the nearest instigator to steer him aside. The boy scoffed and sneered at Lin Zichen. What can you do about it? He taunted. Zichen simply held up his phone. I'll report this, he replied. The challenge dissolved quicker than it began. The bullies hated attention and even more they hated paper. Muttering insults, they melted away. Hang Yuan watched them go, expression unreadable, and the line settled back into place. That evening, farther from the school, a very different kind of meeting took place inside a luxurious villa in a wealthy district. Red-hooded figures gathered in a dim room. One man announced grimly, Shen Guang is dead. He went mad, caused trouble in the market and they took him down. A few voices offered cruel relief. Good riddance, someone muttered. He would have dragged us all under sooner or later. The leader then introduced a newcomer. This young man will take over Shen Qingheng's position. Get to know him. He spoke with a practiced coldness about offerings and status. Ordinary people are bitter and tasty. In the future, when we make offerings to the Red God, we must not send the wrong kind. 2 cult members exchanged anxious glances. Capturing a superior is too risky, one whispered. If a powerful person disappears, the heat will come down on us. The leader smiled without warmth. Then catch the sons of wealthy but powerless businessmen. The risk falls, but the yield is still fine. He turned to the newcomer. You're new. Start small. Find an ordinary handsome young man. Make the sacrifice presentable to the Red. The newcomer's grin was unreadable as he bowed. Don't worry, master. I will bring the city its finest offering. After some time, Hang Yuan looked at his phone and said seriously that he checked the survival list and found something interesting. The guy who cut in line with him that day was actually from class 3, grade 12, the strongest key class in the second year of high school, the same one they were about to challenge. Lin Zichen listened quietly as Hang Yuan continued, his tone filled with irritation, that he could not believe the pupils from the key class were this uncultured and that he was really impressed. Zichen smiled faintly and replied that good grades did not always mean good character. Just then, Hang Yuan's expression changed. He stared at the screen in disbelief and muttered that this was the 5th case already, another rich second-generation student had gone missing. He frowned, thinking to himself that the purpose clearly was not money since no ransom had ever been demanded from any of the families, and he wondered if these disappearances could be connected to the Red God cult. The scene shifted to the training arena where Grade 1 class was preparing to challenge the strongest Grade 2 Class 3. The same bully who had provoked Hang Yuan earlier now stood confidently at the front with his team, glaring at the challengers. Hang Yuan met his eyes and smirked. The bully made a mocking gesture, but Hang Yuan simply raised his hand and showed his middle finger while coldly saying that he would destroy him. Lin Zichen, standing beside him, muttered that the match would be interesting. Soon after, both teams finished warming up and the competition began. The first match featured Qin Han, who stepped forward to face a senior girl with black hair. The senior launched a fierce kick, but Qin Han managed to block it completely, gritting her teeth as the impact shook her arms. She gasped that the senior sister from the key class was way too strong, struggling to keep her balance. Zichen observed quietly and said that even defensive play would not hold out for long against that kind of strength. Within moments, the senior sister shifted targets, defeating the next opponent, a girl with yellow hair, with a single strike. She continued her onslaught, taking down one challenger after another without losing momentum. Zichen narrowed his eyes, noting that not only Shen Qinghang but even Li Chuanxi and the others could not stop her, and she was overwhelming them completely. The tide only turned when a short-haired girl from Zichen's class stepped onto the stage. She radiated quiet confidence, and as soon as the match started, she dodged the senior's attack, spun sharply, and landed a clean, powerful kick. Her strike connected with precision. The senior sister's eyes widened in shock before her body hit the floor with a heavy thud. The entire arena went silent as with a single kick the short-haired girl had taken down the strongest opponent from the key class. After a while, Hang Yuan scrolled through the survival list again and said that he checked and the student who cut in line with him that day was from Class 3, Grade 12, the strongest key class in second year they were about to face. Silence did not last as another senior quickly restored order. In less than 10 minutes, an orange-haired senior wiped out 9 students in succession, 3 of them boys. Grade 1's challengers dwindled until only 4 remained: Lin Zichen, Wang, Lu Gang, and Hang Yuan. Lin Zichen stood with his teammates, resolve hardening as the bully's gang sneered and made insulting gestures, his eyes narrowing. Hang Yuan announced in a flat tone that in Class 3, Grade 12, only 5 were kicked out and 36 did not appear, and the 5 who lost were all girls as they had not even sent a single boy on stage. Instructor Hang tensed, glancing at the remaining challengers, and warned that the gap in strength was too large before asking Hang Yuan if he could take on 6 girls who were left on their side. Hang Yuan puffed up and tried to play it cool, thinking to himself that fighting 6 sisters was nothing and he would gladly face more, and then said aloud that he would do it. He stepped into the ring and one by one dispatched the 6 combatants with little difficulty. The instructor praised him, saying Hang Yuan lived up to expectations. Then a new opponent appeared, the first boy to take the stage for that key class. He wore an arrogant grin and moved with brutally efficient speed. Hang Yuan lunged, but the boy's fist slammed into his chest and sent him staggering. Before he could recover, a crushing kick finished him and Hang Yuan clutched his ribs, breath gone. The boy mocked him loudly that he was weak and should admit it, then challenged Lin Zichen next, asking if he had guts to come up. His attitude drew shouts from his friends, daring Lin Zichen to prove himself. Lin Zichen's teammates urged him on, his pulse quickening as this was the chance he had been waiting for. He strode into the arena with calm precision. When the bully rushed with a kick, Lin Zichen flicked it aside then countered with a strike that knocked the boy unconscious. The bully hit the floor and was tossed out of the ring. Whispers rippled through the crowd as someone said that his strength ranked among the top 5 in class, yet he collapsed in the second round, and others realized they had underestimated Lin Zichen. Hang Yuan, Wang, and Lu stared with mouths open, and Lu breathed in shock that Lin Zichen's strength was beyond them and he still had not shown everything. Lin Zichen scanned the remaining opponents and one by one dismantled them. In a short, brutal sweep, he eliminated 39 rivals. The arena counted the casualties as Class 3, Grade 12 was wiped out. He checked his status quietly and saw that survival of the fittest cumulative eliminations was 199. Flash gain was 1000, and a notification showed he had gained 119 points. He exhaled, surprised by the improvement, and thought sharply to himself that he could not keep ending up last when the class competed. His strength exceeded high school level, and he could not ignore that, so he would set his own rules from now on. The instructor walked toward him with a serious face and said to arrange a personal challenge with reward for him. Lin Zichen answered without hesitation that he wanted to challenge the whole school, and after hearing his words she was completely shocked. Sometime later, the principal looked at Lin Zichen with a mix of disbelief and exhaustion. "You're only in your first year of high school, and you want to challenge the entire school? Are you serious?" she asked, her voice edged with fatigue. Lin Zichen, unfazed, nodded firmly. "That's right. Please come with me to the gym, principal. I will prove that I have the strength to take on this challenge." She followed him reluctantly, curious. "Zichen, why did you bring me here so late?" she asked. With a calm expression, Lin Zichen pulled his jacket aside and said, "Of course, it's to show my strength." The principal's eyes widened in shock as he approached a massive dumbbell. With a single hand, Lin Zichen lifted the 700-kilogram weight effortlessly. She could hardly believe what she saw, murmuring under her breath, This is the strength he was talking about, even stronger than Wu Tianchen during his freshman year." Regaining her composure, she gave a thumbs up. "No problem. I will arrange a solo show for you that will let you challenge the entire school." Lin Zichen, already thinking ahead, added carefully, "Principal, please remember to set up rewards. Without rewards, no one will be motivated. It's best to have two types, one for participation, to encourage everyone to step on stage, and another cumulative reward." His eyes gleamed. "The cumulative reward will be based on how many challenges are completed. If no one beats me within a certain period, the prize remains mine." The principal smiled, impressed. "Don't worry, I will leave it to you and follow your plan." Lin Zichen continued, "Also, please keep my strength a secret for now. Otherwise, no one will be motivated to challenge me." Calmly, she replied, "All right, no worries. I'll follow your instructions." She handed him a paper. "Zichen, how about we hold the challenge according to this plan?" "Absolutely," he said confidently. "Thank you for your hard work, principal." "It's no trouble at all," she replied with a smile. Just then, another teacher arrived, blinking in disbelief. "What's going on? Reverse Tian gang?" he muttered. A second teacher whispered, "The female devil who usually has a swollen face is smiling like a dog in front of Lin Zichen." By the time the arena was fully prepared, the principal began the introduction, explaining the personal background, achievements, the rules of the challenge, and the prize detail. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Some students whispered in doubt. "Principal, are you really serious?" Others gossiped. "He's a freshman, setting up a ring and letting the entire school challenge him. Where does he get this confidence?" "Unworthy challenge," muttered another. "But he just broke through the strongest key class in the second year of high school," someone added. "If you didn't know, you'd think he beat the top class in the third year." Another boy scoffed. "That guy is totally arrogant. He doesn't know his limits. Wu Tiancheng is the strongest student in our history, and he's already thinking he can beat everyone." Lin Zichen raised his hand, silencing the murmurs. "Starting tomorrow, I will guard the ring in the gym for 2 hours during lunch break. Every day, anyone is welcome to come and take on the challenge." The crowd stared in stunned anticipation, realizing that a new era of high school challenges was about to begin. Lin Zichen observed quietly, thinking to himself, "Excellent. It looks like there are a lot of people eager to challenge me. Perhaps natural selection will complete itself early." That evening, a young boy was wandering suspiciously through the streets, trying to keep an eye on other pupils. Suddenly, 2 girls appeared. One teased, "Are you alone, handsome boy?" The other added with a sly grin, "Interested in going to a bar for a couple of drinks?" The boy's expression remained cold as he replied, slipping his drink aside, "Not interested." "Get out of here." The girls scoffed. "Not interested at all? Destiny to be single, huh?" he muttered under his breath, unimpressed. "I am convinced. Is this how Shanghai works? I've been searching for days, yet I haven't found a single man pleasing to the eye." His thoughts drifted to the Red Guard mission. "If I fail this sacrificial mission, what will the leader think? Will I become an obstacle in the church in the future?" He clenched his fists, remembering that he had originally intended to arrest a male celebrity, but they were always surrounded by bodyguards. "I'm just a newbie in the rat god cult. I don't have the strength for this." Tension rose as he glanced at the mission deadline. "It's almost here. What should I do?" At that moment, Zichen appeared in his path, and his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed Cheng's striking appearance. He couldn't hide his admiration. "Wow, He's really damn handsome, the suspicious rat cult man muttered to himself. After searching so long, I finally find him without any effort. Zichen didn't notice the man's gaze. He continued practicing his running speed. The man's face twisted into a dark, evil expression. So now, that is my target. He scanned the area, noticing the empty road. There's almost no traffic. Perfect. With a sudden, monstrous transformation, he turned into a rat-like creature. His intent clear. It's time to act, he hissed, but before he could strike, a piece of wood shot from nowhere and smashed into his head, severely injuring the monstrous figure. At that moment, rat monster writhing in pain, its claws clutching its head as it screamed. What's going on? A calm voice echoed nearby. Lin Zichen stood there, eyes cold and steady. I didn't expect to pick up a rat man during my morning exercise, he murmured. His gaze sharpened as he sensed the strange energy within the creature. So this thing can actually increase my unlock progress. The rat monster, trembling and on the verge of collapse, stared at Lin Zichen in fear. This person, he's terrifying. Why am I so unlucky, he thought, falling to his knees. Lin Zichen frowned slightly. I just threw a stone and it died like this, he muttered in disbelief. The monster was supposed to be powerful, yet it looked utterly fragile. His expression darkened. So these are the so-called followers of the rat god cult. Pathetic. He crouched beside the monster's corpse, pressing 2 fingers against it. Forget it, better absorb the life essence quickly before someone shows up. A faint glow surrounded his hand as he absorbed the creature's essence. A system notification appeared in his mind. You have absorbed all life essence. Life essence of giant rat. Plus 8%, Lin Zichen sighed. Only 8% from one rat. No wonder these cult members are so worthless. For safety reasons, he decided to avoid late-night runs. As he examined the corpse again, his thoughts deepened. The believers might be weak, but some monsters are far stronger. High-level rat cult followers can even evolve tough enough to resist fire. Later that night, Lin Zichen returned home and turned on the television. Breaking news. At 3 a.m., the city security headquarters, alongside Evolution College instructors from Shanghai University, successfully destroyed a rat god cult stronghold. Lin Zichen leaned forward, eyes widening. Wu Tiancheng from Shanghai University actually did it on screen. The footage showed a massive rat king, towering like a building, facing a man soaring through the sky with wings made of light. The instructor launched several energy blasts, tearing through the monster and reducing it to ashes within seconds. The reporter's voice continued. The battle lasted less than 30 seconds. Instructor Wu Tiancheng achieved a complete and overwhelming victory. Experts confirm he has reached the advanced biological gene fusion stage. Lin Zichen watched silently. So this is the power of an advanced creature, truly terrifying. Scene shifts again. Inside the city security headquarters, a man asked, Tiancheng, still no contact with the teacher? A young man with orange hair, sipping tea, replied calmly, no. The entire squad that went to suppress the rats at Source 36 is still missing. His companion sighed. Even the headquarters is helpless against these monsters. Tiancheng gave a faint smile. In front of a genius and an advanced creature like me, I'm still just a small The other man chuckled, leaning forward. Since you're already here, why not visit your alma mater and give a lecture? Tiancheng frowned, clearly irritated. I'm not some motivational speaker. I've got real work to do. Tiancheng's companion teased him with a playful grin. Come on, brother Tiancheng, you always refuse, but your way of doing ideological work for those sweet junior students is already a joke. So why reject it this time? Tiancheng sighed in irritation, setting his teacup down. You really don't know when to stop, do you? Scene shifts, deep inside a dark, damp cave, illuminated only by faint crimson light. The air is thick with the stench of blood and decay. A hoarse, monstrous voice echoed from the shadows. At first, I only ate beggars and the homeless, the voice rumbled. Then I started eating young, tender people, and now, I crave those who live lives of luxury. The cavern trembled as a massive red monster kneeled, trembling, before a much larger being emerging from the depths, a giant monster, its presence radiating sheer terror. The giant spoke in a low, thunderous tone. I went through so much trouble bringing you here to help you expand your kind, to dig deep beneath the earth and strengthen our race. And yet, he suddenly raised his foot and crushed the red monster's head against the ground, snarling, you go around eating humans and drawing attention to us. Tell me, do you think you deserve to live? The red monster, shaking uncontrollably, stammered in fear. Sir, Please give me another chance. The giant monster's eyes glowed like burning coals. He leaned closer, his tone dark and mocking. Of course, I'll give you a chance then. Without warning, his massive clawed hand seized the red monster's skull. But first, you'll pay the price. With a sickening crack, he crushed its head completely, splattering the cave walls with red. The sound of dripping blood echoed eerily in the silence that followed. The monster boss growled. The eye of Diglett smells awful. He clenched his teeth, then smirked. But it tastes delicious. A moment later, he grabbed another small, trembling rat-type monster. You're quite clever, aren't you, hiding behind the scenes and letting your brother pretend to be the Rat King and die in your place. But if you don't dig tunnels for me honestly, you'll still end up dead. The little monster begged for mercy. But before it could finish, the boss crushed it mercilessly. The scene shifted to Lin Zichen, now surrounded by a curious crowd. That's Lin Zichen, one of the boys whispered. He's the one challenging the whole school. Another added. He's only a first-year student. Does he really not understand how high the sky is or how deep the earth goes? Someone asked. Is he actually going to the gym to start a fight? Another replied. Let's go watch, it'll be fun. Just then, Chang's phone vibrated. He glanced down at the message. An announcement about the latest competition and its prize. 9 remnants of the rat god cult have escaped. A reward ranging from 5,000 to 500,000 yuan is offered for information. He read carefully, eyes lighting up. A walking 500,000. That's insane, he muttered. Still, he knew better. If I ever run into them, I'll focus on protecting myself before thinking about the bounty. The scene shifted to the arena. The crowd filled every seat, buzzing with excitement. In the center, Lin Zichen stood ready for his match. He scanned the area. So many students came just to fight me. He spotted Chang Han nearby, announcing that there were prizes for both challengers and winners elsewhere. Shen Qingheng stood behind a raffle table, selling tickets with a bright smile. The prizes are generous. First come, first served. She called out. The boys in line could hardly look away. She's so cute, one of them whispered. I heard one of the prizes is the newest game console and even a fruit mobile, another said eagerly. Someone joked. Maybe I'll get to touch Shen Qingheng's hand when I buy my ticket. The crowd laughed and pushed forward, but before the chaos grew, the focus shifted back to the arena. A confident senior girl jumped into the ring. I'm next, I'll fight you, she shouted. She charged in. But within seconds, Lin Zichen countered and knocked her down effortlessly. Another girl stepped forward. Junior Lin, I want to fight too soon. Several girls had surrounded him, eager to challenge him one after another. Suddenly, one bold girl grabbed his hand. You're strong, she murmured, pressing closer. Her fingers brushed his face, and she smiled teasingly. You really are handsome. You deserve special treatment. Lin Zichen froze, clearly uncomfortable. The crowd roared with laughter. He could feel the tension rising as the girls crowded closer. This is getting out of hand, he thought. They're going to tear me apart if this continues. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. Even though I don't want to hit a girl, he said quietly, for my own sake, I'll have to fight seriously. At that moment, Lin Zichen released his energy and charged at the first girl. One by one, the girl fell before his simple yet precise moves. With each victory, Chang's understanding of natural selection grew, from 100 slashes to 309, and he absorbed the power easily. A determined girl stepped forward. Brother Chang, I still want to challenge you. Lin Zichen shook his head calmly. The defeated cannot challenge again. The girls were surprised. How can he refuse more challenge? One whispered, yet the girl insisted, eager to continue. Meanwhile, a boy clenched his fist. Chang, I've had enough of you. It's my turn to teach you a lesson. Little kid. Before he could act, a single punch from Chang sent him flying through the air like a paper plane. The boy landed hard. Completely defeated, Lin Zichen gained another 419 slashes, totaling 1,000 in natural selection. One by one, Lin Zichen continued to defeat his opponents effortlessly. Time passed, and the crowd watched in awe as he dispatched every student with ease. Finally, a boy stepped forward, surrounded by a group of students blocking the arena. I'm the last one, and I'll defeat you, he declared, leaping into the ring. Yang Xiao, someone whispered, he's the top student of the second-year class. Do you think he can match Lin Zichen? Another added, even top students aren't on the same level as the upper-class elites. But Yang Xiao once defeated an entire class by himself. In the end, he was still taught a lesson by Chang Wuji, who was 1 year higher than him. The yellow-haired boy recalled his own past. I was once as reckless as you, Junior. I only realized my mistakes after being humbled by others. Lin Zichen thought briefly. There are always people stronger than you. But he ignored the words. Yang Xiao stepped forward, speaking seriously. Today, I'll teach you your first lesson. How to be talented without arrogance or impatience. I've taken many detours to reach where I am. I can't bear to see you repeat my mistakes. I'll sacrifice myself to teach you. Now, let the duel begin. You'll understand my efforts. Chang ignored him entirely. Teacher, can I start this duel? Before Yang Xiao could react, Lin Zichen delivered a powerful kick to his face. He flew off the arena as if nothing had happened. The crowd gasped. Chang narrowed his eyes. Finally. It's quiet. The students watched in shock. Gan Xiao was defeated instantly. Incredible applause broke out from teachers and students alike. Chang Wuzi arrived at the scene. He must be helping Gan Xiao recover. Someone said. The school buzzed with excitement. The top students are challenging him. This will be a good show. Yang Xiao, still determined, charged forward, releasing powerful energy at Chang. But Lin Zichen met him with a single punch. Their fists collided, suppressing each other with immense force. I'm really sorry, Lin Zichen said quietly, pushing even harder. Yang Xiao was sent floating into the sky. Panic spread across his face. How is this possible? He shouted. The students' eyes widened in disbelief. They had never seen such power. Chang called out calmly. Stop daydreaming. Come up and fight me. He pointed at another boy. The boy approached hesitantly. You must hit me gently later, he warned. Lin Zichen smiled. Now that you're here, if you don't challenge me, you'll miss your chance. Don't worry, I won't hit brutally. But before the boy could react, Lin Zichen's punch landed, knocking Heng Yuan down instantly. Students trembled in awe. Lin Zichen is unbelievable. It's no shame to lose to him, one said. Another added, I want to witness that. Maybe even get a fruit mobile. One by one, Lin Zichen defeated every student. His progress climbed steadily, opponent after opponent falling to his strikes. The arena became a display of his power, a pure test of survival and natural selection. By the end, 1,000 competitors had been eliminated. Lin Zichen finally reached a new level and fully absorbed the biological attribute of natural selection. Excitement surged within him. The reward he had earned was real, tangible, and deserved. At that moment, Lin Zichen realized that his simple and rough attacks had actually increased his overall attribute, making his damage output more practical and effective. However, he noticed that the system didn't specify the exact percentage of the damage increase. He jumped down from the arena stage and said calmly, the challenge is over. Everyone can go home now. The girls watching were surprised. Why did it end so fast? One of them asked, disappointment in her voice. I wanted to fight with Cheng. Another girl added eagerly, yeah, I really wanted to have a proper match with brother Cheng. Ignoring their chatter, Zichen grabbed Cheng's hand and quickly headed toward the principal's office. When they entered, the principal laughed lightly. Congratulations, Lin Zichen. You actually won the entire school competition. The title of first place now belongs to you. She looked especially gorgeous when she smiled, but soon her gaze turned toward Cheng. You could even defeat Cheng Wuzi instantly. You must have been hiding your strength, right? Zichen replied modestly. Fortunately, it was just a little effort. The principal's eyes widened slightly. I can't stop thinking about it. Cheng Wuzi recently passed the special admission exam for Kyoto University. He can lift a 690-kilogram barbell. But your data shows you should be capable of at least 800 kilograms. Zichen smiled faintly. The principal is quite my actual record is 795 kilograms. Of course, he thought to himself, I can't let her know my true strength. She laughed again. I knew it. You really are the most outstanding student in our university. Cheng suddenly raised his hand, excitement all over his face. Principal, when will the 8,810 yuan bonus be transferred to my account? She chuckled. Ah, right. I'll send it now. You really have money in your eyes, don't you? She took out her phone and began transferring the amount. After that, she turned to Zichen. From now on, you'll represent our school. Is there anything you'd like to request? Zichen thought for a moment, then pointed toward Shen Qinghang and said, we both love swimming. Can we use the gymnasium's swimming pool? The principal looked surprised, but Zichen quickly added, we'll use it privately. It shouldn't be open to the public during that time. She nodded. Got it. I'll grant you that permission. But Zichen wasn't done. Thank you, principal. However, I don't feel comfortable being watched while wearing swimming trunks. So, when we use it, I'd like to cover the cameras there. The principal paused, her mind wandering into mischievous thought. Not only a man and a woman alone in the same place, she thought, but also covering the camera. This kid isn't planning to do anything inappropriate, right? Still, she smiled, checked the keys on her desk, and said, since you insist, I'll grant all your requests. She handed Zichen the pool key. From now on, this will be your exclusive swimming pool. Leaning closer, she whispered teasingly in his ear, just be careful not to kill anyone there. Zichen froze, confused. Kill? What would I kill there? The thought made him uneasy, but he said nothing. In the end, both he and Shen Qingheng left the principal's office together. At that moment, he looked the keys and thought, next we can explore what Shanghan abilities are. But suddenly, she come in front the Cheng path and say, I have something to ask you. She make a cute face and say, I sign up for a singing competition. I am already pretty good at the songs, but I still want someone to help me practice the chords. So, can you give me permission and help me? She come close and say, Cheng, can you practice with me tonight? He smile and reply, of course, I will do it. She excitedly go and say, I am prepared for this. Cheng look and say, she cares so much about this game. He thought, I hope she can find confidence in the competition. Scene Chenga, at night, Cheng house. There is Cheng and Shanghan inside the room. At there, Cheng father say, wife, our 2 children are grown up now. Would not it be inappropriate for a man and woman to stay in the same room together? She look angry and shout, they were childhood sweethearts playing together and you an old man have that right to object? She shout on her and say, Mr. Cheng, I advise you to stop middling in other people's business. Cheng father feared of his wife and say, okay, goddess, please forgive me. I will not do anything in middle and I won't say anything anymore. Scene Chenga, Ji Cheng, he asked Shanghan, we have been practicing for half an hour, it almost time to go study. Because tomorrow after school, we will go to the school swimming pool to practice swim. Remember to bring your suit. He just say bye-bye and he left Cheng room alone. After he left, she looked and feels so nervous about next day swimming pool. She going to choose select good dress for impress his childhood best friend for more than boyfriend. She think which swimming suit should I wear to impress. She imagined some dirty cloth in her mind and next moment his face completely red because she blushed to taking 2-piece bra in his hand and say it is too revealing. But that is really good for Ji Cheng. She again imagined that situation. She wear this 2-piece and enjoying Ji Cheng company. She completely fused and embarrassed, but she take that 2-piece cloth with going to wear the area and say anyway, Ji Cheng is only mine and is the only one in the swimming pool, so I can do it for him. Currently, all are you thoughts when girls do this to me that thing. But bros, I know you also are single like me. Next scene Chengha University area. Inside the swimming pool, Cheng is stand and waiting for Cheng Han. But suddenly he turn and he completely freeze his place to see Cheng Han what she is looking. She completely wear revealing cloth 2-piece like bra and panty. She wave his hand and she make a sexy pose and say I will keep you waiting for so long. I am so sorry for delay. At this moment, Cheng feel like his heart completely out of his chest and say wow it's so cute and gorgeous. And he reply go slowly and be careful not to slip the any area. She smile and say you will always take care of me. But Ji Cheng completely embarrassed and blushed say let's go into the water for training. And next moment view Chengha inside in the water of pool where Cheng grabbed Cheng Han hand smoothly. She feels so good with Cheng. She come to close with her and say go up. She point out upper area. At next moment she come to close and tightly grab Cheng body like she desperately over him. And next moment both are come out the pool area and she grab Cheng neck and he ask what's wrong with you Cheng Han. Are you alright? But she reply water can pass through my body it's really weird. She show his hand and say look that something is weird. That water it went through my palm again. It's look like that water completely passed out from his body. Shen tried to explain. The water feels so strange. It's leaking from my body. Lin Zichen frowned slightly. Could this be Shen's superpower? He thought. He examined his own hand carefully and muttered. Apart from the fact that water can pass through, there's nothing unusual. Let's go up there, Zichen said calmly. I'll check your body to see if there are other places where water can penetrate. Hearing his words, Shen blushed deeply. She lay down on the floor, looking breathtakingly beautiful. Her face flushed, her expression both shy and alluring, while drops of water slid down her skin one by one. Zichen splashed a little water on his stomach and asked, how long will this take to fade? With her eyes closed, Shen replied softly, it's taking too long, when will it be over? Zichen thought for a moment and said, I've tried 3 times, but there's still no abnormality in my body. Suddenly, Shen stood up and grabbed Zichen's shoulder. It seems, she said, that your hands are the only part with this ability right now. Both of them sat by the pool, dipping their legs into the cool water. Nervously, Shen said, Zichen, you once mentioned that I could never hold my urine properly since I was a child. Could it be that water can actually pass through some part of my body? Zichen was stunned. Next time you feel like you can't hold it anymore, he said seriously, remember to tell me immediately. He blushed slightly and added awkwardly, also, try to feel it yourself. See if there's any part of your body that feels the same as, in your pants. Shen froze, wide-eyed at his words. Zichen quickly turned his face away, his ears burning. Why did I even say that? He thought, feeling completely embarrassed. Shen, on the other hand, began to think deeply. So, I'm not a useless girl after all. I have a water-related superpower. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Maybe one day, my ability will fully awaken. Then I can stand beside Zichen as his perfect partner. For my chance. She held on to that thought, her heart filled with warmth and determination. As night fell, Chang arrived at a quiet marketplace, looking for quality material. The shopkeeper greeted him casually, welcome. Chang showed his card and said calmly, I want 100 pounds of furious eagle meat. The shopkeeper, a stunningly beautiful woman, nodded and began processing his order. For a brief moment, she paused and thought to herself in surprise, which young master is this, spending so generously? A while later, she returned with the packaged meat and smiled politely. Please give me a good review for my service. Chang noted down the details and replied, got it. He then explained to himself, I just received 120,000 yuan in royalties this morning. That brings my total to about 21,000,000 yuan. He glanced at the material in front of him and said quietly, that should be enough to buy 100 kilograms of furious eagle meat. Holding the package, he whispered, let's see what surprises I'll get when I open this album. He struck his palm against the meat. Instantly, a translucent screen appeared before his eye. You have devoured the life source of the Violet Eagle album. 100% absorption rate initiated. In an instant, Chang's consciousness was pulled deep into his own mind. There, within his subconscious, a massive violet eagle appeared, its sharp talons grasping at his heart. Then, a notification echoed in his mind. You have successfully opened the Violet Eagle album and obtained the biological attribute Eye of the Sky. A surge of purple and blue energy enveloped his body. Chang opened his eyes, now glowing faintly, and muttered, System, your field of view and motion capture vision have been greatly enhanced. He immediately tested his new ability. His sight expanded outward, scanning the entire city. His perception grew so sharp that he could distinguish even the smallest pupil movements of individuals far away. After checking his stats and system stream, Chang decided to head home. When he arrived, he saw his parents quietly watching TV in the living room. But something about the scene felt strange. On the television, an old man was giving a lecture. Gene fusion has always been a misguided path, the man said solemnly. Throughout history, only monsters have sought to become human. But no human has ever wished to become a monster. If we can discover the right method to unlock human potential, we too can evolve into advanced beings. Chang listened silently, his mind filled with deep thoughts about evolution, power, and destiny. On the screen, a fierce debate continued. But in this digital and scientific age, all of that is just fantasy, one man argued. If we abandon gene fusion, are we supposed to rely on traditional warriors, people who can't even stop a single bullet, to fight against alien? He pointed at an elderly scholar who stood on the opposite side of the argument. Chang's father watched the broadcast intently and sighed. To be honest, gene fusion really is like an uncontrollable bomb. Once a fusion turns alienated, it becomes a disaster. Chang's mother, surprised by his concern, said calmly, you're worrying too much. The government has very strict control over these experiments. The probability of an accident happening is extremely small. Just then, Chang appeared behind them. His father turned around in surprise. Son, you're back. Come on, let's eat first. His mother smiled warmly. Yes, let's go. Dinner's ready. A short while later, the family gathered around the dining table. As they ate, Chang said casually, our school will hold a campus singing competition tomorrow. Shen Qingheng has also signed up to participate. His father chuckled. Really? Then our whole family will definitely come to cheer for her. His mother nodded with a fond smile. Of course. Qingheng is just like my daughter. Chang smiled faintly, continuing his meal quietly. The next day, the long-awaited singing competition began. Chang arrived early, carrying a sign that read, You're the best, Qingheng. His parents stood beside him, excitedly cheering for the girl they already considered part of their family. Backstage, Ji Chang was helping Shen Qingheng get ready. As he carefully applied makeup, Qingheng blushed and whispered, Chang, why are you staring at me? I don't look that pretty. At that moment, her reflection in the mirror told a different story. She looked stunning, her eyes bright and lips soft with color. Ji Chang smiled gently. Because you look so good, he said softly. That's why I can't look away. Her cheeks turned crimson red, her heart fluttering uncontrollably as she looked at him. Suddenly, another girl entered the room. Are you two done with your little affection show? She teased, raising an eyebrow. Flustered, Ching quickly turned her face away. I only asked Ji-chang for help because he's good at makeup. It's not what you think. The girl smirked playfully. Sure, I understand. Such pure love between an old couple, huh? Ji-chang ignored her teasing and continued focusing on the makeup tools in his hand. He looked like a professional artist, multiple brushes twirling skillfully between his fingers. It's always good to have many skills, Ching said softly, trying to ease her embarrassment. The girl laughed light. Alright, I won't interrupt your romance any longer. Just reminding you, it'll be your turn after 2 more performances. Be ready. I got it, Ching replied nervously. Ji-chang stood up and said, alright, I'll take you to the stage. Get ready. Ching rose from her seat, holding the elegant dress that hugged her figure perfectly. A high slit along her thigh revealed smooth, porcelain skin. She looked absolutely breathtaking. Her face turned completely red as she adjusted the dress. When she moved closer, her hand brushed against Ji-chang's, sending a shiver through both of them. She grabbed his hand nervously and then suddenly froze. Tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry, Ji-chang, she whispered, trembling. I can't hold it anymore. Ji-chang stood there, completely stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Shin-han began to cry softly, her voice trembling. What should I do, Ji-chun? It's almost Chushin's turn to sing. We've practiced for so long, and if I ruin everything because I wet my pants, she's going to kill me. Ji-chun leaned closer, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Don't cry, he said softly. Your makeup will be ruined. He looked at her with care, the kind of care only someone who truly cherished her could show. Then, after a brief moment of thought, an idea struck him. His eyes shifted toward the white curtain nearby. Without hesitation, he grabbed a pair of scissors and began cutting it carefully, shaping it with precise movements as if he were crafting a piece of art. Shin-han wiped her tears and watched in confusion. What are you doing, Ji-chun? She asked, her voice still shaky. A few minutes later, Ji-chun held up a makeshift dress he had sewn together from the curtain fabric. Here, he said calmly, handing it to her. That's enough. Go to the bathroom and change into this. Her cheeks flushed red. No need, she whispered shyly. I'll just change here. Ji-chun froze for a moment, then quickly turned around, face burning. Fine, he muttered, but do it quickly. Behind him, Shin-han undressed gracefully, her movements smooth and unhurried. Though he kept his back turned, Ji-chun could feel his heart racing. He could almost picture her beauty, like a goddess descending into mortal light. Moments later, Shin-han tied the back of the new white dress he'd made for her. The fabric hugged her form perfectly, making her look effortlessly elegant and stunning. You can turn around now, she said softly, her voice filled with quiet confidence. Ji-chun's face turned crimson. He was completely flustered. Shin-han looked so gorgeous and radiant that his heart skipped a beat. Thank you so much, my cute fellow, she said softly, a shy smile on her lips. Maybe it's because I cried so much earlier, but now, I'm not nervous anymore. Her words made him even more stunned. He stepped closer and gently patted her head. Go ahead, he said with encouragement. I hope the performance goes well. Shin-han smiled warmly, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The scene shifted to the singing contestant area. The host's voice rang through the auditorium. Next contestant, number 20, Shin-han and Lin Hui. Both girls began singing gracefully, their voices harmonizing beautifully. The audience erupted in cheers, completely captivated by the performance. Every note, every gesture drew admiration. The crowd shouted their names, praising the champion of the campus singing competition. Shin-han and her fellow performer were the center of attention, shining brightly under the spotlight. On the sidelines, Ji-chun clapped proudly for his future wife. Pride swelled in his chest as he watched her perform flawlessly. Ji-chang tidied the room, thinking to himself, consider this an apology for cutting the curtain. The task of cleaning all the glass was exhausting, but he accepted it silently. Suddenly, a screen lit up before him. It displayed a message. Under the premise of multiple pupils' cooperation, the task has been completed 1,000 times. Buddha Animal Witness. Rage combat power increases with the number of its own kind around. Ji-chang blinked in surprise, then smiled wryly. A windfall, I suppose. Meanwhile, a group of girls chatted excitedly. Chang-han, you sing so beautifully. Do you want to go grab something with us after school? They asked, gushing over her performance. You're amazing. Can you teach me too? Chang-han felt her heart swell with happiness. I will definitely teach you, she replied, her confidence shining brightly. The singing competition had truly helped her regain her self-assurance. The scene shifted smoothly again. Chang Han was training, her confidence fully restored. She moved gracefully, her posture and technique reflecting her regained composure. Ji Chang watched proudly as she progressed steadily in martial arts. After some time, Chang Chin Han won the championship prize, while Ji Chang claimed the top medal in the school's martial arts competition. 5 years later, their middle school in Shanghai had finally won the championship trophy again. Ji Chang reflected, "I've won many martial arts competitions myself." Soon after, he signed a contract with the Hijua Martial Arts Hall to serve as its official spokesperson. The shopkeeper smiled warmly. "Oh, handsome guy, you're here again. What will you choose this time?" She showed him something. The stale dragon, a lizard known for its stealth. Chang grabbed the dragon elixir and placed his hand on the meat piece. Instantly, his body surged with blue energy, enveloping him completely. A notification popped up. "You have devoured a large amount of the life essence of the hidden breathed dragon. Progress 100%. Hidden dragon unlocked successfully." Chang blinked in surprise. "Natural chemo flag," he murmured. "It lowers your presence by reducing vitality, concealing your biological level." He reflected further. The biological attribute has dual effects. It can reduce presence to avoid enemy detection, and it can hide a creature's level, allowing one to appear weak while remaining strong. Pretend to be a pig, eat the tiger. Satisfied, he began walking down the street. "The business is done, but the cake my mother asked me to buy isn't. Let's get that first." He ignored the crowd of students surrounding him, but then froze. Someone called out, "Be honest, I'm with you." He turned to see a red-haired girl surrounded by giant men, being completely restrained. What a coincidence. What's happening here? Suddenly, a young man stepped forward. "Why are you here?" Chang thought, "How is this possible?" He really came. The young man explained, "I didn't get into high school, so I worked as a ghost boy for a while. I broke my leg in a motorcycle accident and even lost part of it. Fortunately, I underwent 2 medical transformation experiments by the Micah group. I was transformed from a disabled person into a medical human." Chang asked, "Who is that girl you're protecting?" The young man replied, "She's a remnant of the Red God cult, the only female among the 9 remnants." Chang stared in disbelief. This is really strange. Suddenly, the 2 men holding the red-haired girl ordered, "Hey, young man, why are you stopping? Come with us." The young man waved at Chang. "Come on. Bye for now. Next time, we'll definitely talk." Chang watched, surprised. The public security department has been trying to capture the Red God cult remnants for years, yet the Micah group makes it look easy. He shook his head and called, "I'll buy it and be back once I'm done." Then, he added, "Be safe on the road." The scene shifted to Ji Chang's home. 2 ladies clapped happily for his nephew. "I was born just a day apart," Chang said, smiling. "Every year, both families celebrate our birthdays together." He was surprised to see the birthday cake. 18 already. Xing Han handed over a gift. "This is for you." Chang accepted it. "And this is for you as well." Suddenly, a shockwave boomed through the room. Xing Han trembled in disbelief. Ji Chang's gaze hardened. He turned and saw more creatures. The red-haired girl was among them. His eyes glowed with red, cold energy. What will happen next? Chang thought. These red-cord monsters are really going to attack Ji Chang University. After some time, reports echoed across the city. The 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Shanghai was just a minor tremor. Shanghai isn't located at a tectonic plate junction, so the chance of a major quake is very low. Citizens, please remain calm. Zhejiang listened quietly to the news, relief flashing across his face. "Mom, Dad, I've finished eating. I'm heading to school," he said, standing up from the table. His mother looked worried. "The current situation isn't very stable. Please take care of yourself." He nodded lightly and stepped outside. Waiting for him was Shen Qingheng, her usual cheerful smile brightening the street. "Zhejiang, let's go to school together," she said. That he gave a small nod. "All right." As they walked side by side, Qingheng giggled softly. "We've finally turned 18. We're officially adults now." Zhejiang smiled faintly. "Yeah, the college entrance exam is coming soon. Just thinking about it makes me so nervous," she admitted, pressing her hands together. "It'll be fine," Zhejiang replied calmly. His eyes, however, held a distant gleam. After all this time, I've finally gathered enough energy to open the void. He remembered the countless days of training, consuming rare meats to enhance his body and absorbing the life essence of the void creatures. The process was brutal, but he had succeeded, devouring enough essence to reach full synchronization. On his virtual screen, the image of a terrifying aquatic monster appeared, massive, wild, and awe-inspiring. He could still feel its energy coursing through him. Checking his stats, Zhejiang muttered with satisfaction, "At last, I've opened the void and obtained the biological attribute, Danger Essence." He analyzed the new ability carefully. Within a certain range, he could now sense the hostility of nearby creatures. He was more sensitive to the pressure they released, allowing him to judge their biological level instantly. A faint smile crossed his lips. With this, no one will ever catch me off guard again. Meanwhile, Cheng arrived at the mall. It was packed with people, the entire area bustling with life. The glass walls sparkled under the sunlight, making the place look elegant and modern. He sat down on a chair near the main floor, scanning the crowd thoughtfully. As expected, he mused, there are still more ordinary people in real life than awakened ones. Turning his focus back to the screen before him, he murmured, "All right, let's open the next atlas." The display shifted, revealing another monster. Chang's eyes lit up. "Maybe I can acquire the self-healing ability of the living dead slunk," he whispered. But the moment the price appeared, his expression stiffened. 100 million yuan. "That's way too expensive," he sighed. "Even with my current royalties of 100,000 per month, it's still not enough. Looks like I'll need to find another way to earn more after the college entrance exam." His gaze turned distant, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Nianjian Provincial Department of Education, the atmosphere was entirely different. Inside the ministry office, a clear and confident female voice filled the room. This year, the overall education performance across Jiangnan province remains similar to last year, she said. Guangxi City continues to lead the rankings, followed closely by Jiangzhou, Nanyang, Shanghai, and others. Finally, there's Hanyun City, which requires special attention. The speaker was Yuan Daozi, a striking woman whose elegance commanded respect. She served as the president of Shanghai University and director of the Nianjian Provincial Technical Headquarters. Her beauty, however, was more than surface-deep, mysterious and sharp, almost dangerous. Like a dragon in disguise, people often said, and they weren't wrong. On the other side of the city, inside a high-level meeting room, a man stood before the desk, his expression respectful yet firm. He was presenting a complex report. "Principal Yuan," he began, "this is the current education situation across various cities in the province this year." Yuan Daozi listened silently, her calm demeanor unwavering. When he finished, she picked up a porcelain cup, gently taking a sip of tea. The subtle movement of her lips carried a quiet grace. "Well," she said softly, "thank you for your hard work." Her tone was gentle, yet authoritative. But then, the man hesitated before asking, "Principal Yuan, what's the current situation at Resource 36? Her eyes flickered slightly with surprise before she replied evenly, "It has basically stabilized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to oversee the provincial college entrance examination this year." The man exhaled in relief. "That's good to hear. Otherwise, the entire Ninjiang province might have been in serious danger." Yuan Daozi stood, adjusting her sleeves with quiet poise. "I don't have anything else for you. You may return to your duties." He nodded respectfully. "Understood, ma'am. You're always so calm. Please contact me anytime if you need assistance." Once he left the office, Yuan Daozi exhaled softly, her gaze drifting toward the panoramic glass window. "Before I knew it," she murmured to herself, "it's been many years since I last accepted a disciple." The ocean stretched endlessly beyond the horizon, a breathtaking sight that shimmered beneath the sunlight. The gentle waves reflected the sky, serene yet mysterious. Her eyes softened as she looked out across the sea. "The martial arts college entrance examination in this world," she whispered, "lasts for a total of 9 days. The scene shifted to the examination hall. On the first day, the morning began with a written test to evaluate the students' theoretical knowledge. In the afternoon, the focus turned to physical assessments, a test of endurance, speed, and strength. Dozens of students ran across the track, pushing their limits to prove their physical abilities. From the 2nd to the 8th day, the examinations would continue with a week-long practical survival assessment. All martial arts students across the province were to be sent into the wilderness, where they would have to rely on their skills, instincts, and teamwork to survive. The 9th day would mark the most crucial stage, the genetic capability test, where participants would undergo gene fusion and mechanical transformation trials. And now, the day had arrived, June 7th, the first day of the college entrance examination. Chang and Xin Han walked toward the entrance of the examination grounds, surrounded by hundreds of students. The air was filled with tension, excitement, and nervous anticipation. Xin Han's hands trembled slightly as she reached for Chang's sleeve, gently clutching it between her thumb and fingers. Her voice came out soft and anxious. "I'm so nervous, Chang. What if I mess up the exam?" she said, her eyes glistening. Chang smiled reassuringly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, relax," he said warmly. "Everything will be fine." But Xin Han's cheeks flushed pink as she muttered in embarrassment. "What if I end up, doing that again during the exam?" Chang couldn't help but chuckle softly. He pulled her into a gentle embrace, his tone calm yet affectionate. "Don't worry," he said with a quiet smile. "I'm right here with you. You've studied hard and mastered your theory perfectly. Just focus and do your best." Then, leaning close to her ear, he whispered teasingly, "And, are you wearing your little safety measure today?" Her face turned bright red as she lightly hit his arm, half flustered, half comforted. "You're impossible," she murmured. Chang smiled again, brushing her hair affectionately. "Just keep working hard. You've got this." The announcement bell rang through the air, signaling the start of the exam. The crowd began to move, and the two of them exchanged one last reassuring glance before stepping forward together. Xin Han's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she looked up at Chang. Her voice trembled slightly, yet carried a trace of determination. "I'll do my best," she said softly. "You should do your best too." Chang smiled, his tone warm and reassuring. "Of course, let's work hard together." Moments later, the examination began. The atmosphere inside the hall was tense, pens scratching rapidly against paper. Chang, however, appeared calm. His mind moved with precision, and within just 2 hours, he had already completed the entire exam. He glanced at the clock, a faint smile curving his lips. "Still early, maybe I'll think about the next slot of the novel later." Our main character, fast, sharp, and impossibly gifted, had done it again. Finishing 2 hours early was something few would dare, yet for Chang, it was nothing unusual. After submitting his paper, he stepped out of the examination room and stretched lightly. Just outside, Xin Han stood nervously near the corridor, fidgeting with her fingers. Chang walked toward her, concern flickering in his eyes. "What's wrong, Xin Han? Didn't you do well on the exam?" He placed a hand gently on her shoulder. "We're martial arts students. Passing the written test is enough for us. There's no need to chase high scores." Xin Han looked up quickly, shaking her head. "No, it's not that. I performed well. You don't have to comfort me." Chang frowned slightly, studying her expression. "Then why do you look so pale?" Her cheeks turned red again. She stammered, eyes darting away. "Wait here for me. I'll be right back. I just need to go to the bathroom." Chang blinked, a bit surprised. Then he laughed lightly. "All right, but hurry up. The physical examination's about to begin." She gave a quick nod and rushed off, leaving Chang watching her retreating figure with an amused smile. The physical examination had begun, and excitement filled the air. When Chang's turn arrived, the entire crowd watched closely. He stood before the massive steel barbell, his expression calm and confident. Then, with one effortless motion, he lifted the 950-kilogram barbell with a single hand. Gasps spread through the hall, followed by thunderous cheers. "Did he just one hand?" someone shouted. "That's insane," another senior exclaimed. "He's a monster." Even the juniors watching from the sidelines were speechless. "His 100-meter sprint was 5.12 seconds, one of them murmured. "And his vertical jump, 4.91 meters. That's beyond human." All around him, admiration and disbelief blended into one roaring crowd. Behind the scene, Xin Han approached, gently wiping the sweat from Chang's forehead with a towel. Chang smiled and asked softly, "How did you do? Everything all right?" In a dimly lit room far from the city, two men sat facing each other. One of them wore a black cap and a steel-gray mask, hiding his features. His presence carried a chilling aura. "The practical assessment begins tomorrow," the masked man said slowly, his tone sharp and deliberate. The other man, clearly nervous, nodded quickly. The masked figure leaned forward. "When the time comes, you'll use your status as a security officer to interfere. Make sure you can control and monitor the 10 chosen geniuses." The subordinate lowered his head respectfully. "Of course, Senior, I'll do exactly as you say. That's good." The masked man reached into his coat and pulled out a small metal box, sliding it across the table. Here, 10 demon seeds. Each one carries a dangerous energy. Handle them carefully. The man accepted the box, eyes widening as he felt the dark pulse emanating from within. What exactly are they planning to do with them during the entrance examination? He whispered. The masked man smirked beneath his hood. You'll see soon enough. Just follow orders. If this mission succeeds, I'll personally recommend you to the higher-ups and you'll become a formal member of the organization. At that moment, realization struck. The man was dealing with a secretive dark cult, a group that operated beyond law and reason. He gave a low laugh. I'm not in a hurry to become an official member. What I want is an exotic fruit. The masked senior raised a glass of wine, shaking his head. Young man, you're too short-sighted. An exotic fruit can only evolve your body to an ordinary level 7 at best. But if you join a true evolution beyond human limits, it becomes possible. The young man froze, his breath catching. The words hit like thunder. For a long moment, silence filled the air. Finally, he nodded. You're right, senior. It's more cost-effective to join the organization first and become stronger from the inside. The masked figure smiled coldly. Good. Then let's begin. A shadow flickered across the dim room, a sign that something dark and powerful was about to unfold. As the practical assessment begins, unseen forces stir in the shadows. What terrifying plot awaits the students in the wilderness? Meanwhile, Ji Chong and his university team were heading to their next practice match. Chong looked ahead and said calmly, we're about to arrive at the testing venue for this practical assessment. Inside the bus, he gently held Xingqin Han's hand. She gripped his tightly, leaning close and resting her head on his shoulder. Chong smiled softly, his eyes warm as he whispered, cadets are advised to prepare to disembark in advance. Moments later, he said, Chong Han, we've arrived at the exam hall. Time to wake up. She lifted her head, blinking adorably. Are we really here? The instructor's voice echoed through the bus. Everyone, please get off and proceed to the assembly point. One by one, the cadets and entrants stepped out. The forest ahead was vast and filled with scoreboards, each marked with a number representing their potential points. Chong and Xingqin Han stood side by side, ready to face the challenge. Chong explained quietly. These scoring cards are placed in tricky locations. They could appear on trees, cliffs, even on wild beasts or strange creatures. Each furious beast or exotic animal is guarded by a safety officer. You can ask for help in an emergency, but the price is immediate elimination. The air was thick with tension as all cadets gathered at the forest's edge, listening to final instruction. The instructor raised his voice. The strange beasts deep within this forest are designed to test the true genius. Ordinary participants should proceed with caution. In addition to your individual scores, your performance will also be evaluated through real-time video assessment, and so, the forest awaited, where every step could mean glory or defeat. Chong quietly observed the field as cadets prepared for the practical assessment. He thought to himself, there are 100,000 scorecards in this test, but only 5,000 will appear on the scoreboard. That means more than half of the cadets won't earn any points. He glanced around, his expression serious. The rules were clear. The assessment encouraged both cooperation and competition. Participants could team up to share scorecards or steal them from others. The instructor's voice broke through the chatter. Everyone, be ready. You'll enter the examination field in 1 hour. Before he could finish, a chubby boy raised his hand with a confident grin. Instructor, my dad is a senior executive at the Jishang Group. Is there anyone here who can mentor me? I'll be extremely grateful. A muscular student immediately replied. I'll take you. I'm a top student from Changzhou No. 1 High School's gifted class. Stick with me. I'll make sure you pass easily. Before anyone could react further, the instructor suddenly stepped forward and landed a sharp punch on the fatty boy's head. The class froze as he barked. One warning. No forming private teams without permission. The boy clutched his head, terrified. I'm sorry, instructor. Please forgive me. Nearby, Chong sat calmly beside Xing Han, watching the chaos. A few girls approached her with smiles. You're amazing, Xing Han. Can we team up with you? But she shook her head politely. Sorry, I already have a partner. Another girl tried to insist, but Chong completely ignored their pleas, his focus unwavering. Just then, a thin boy walked up hesitantly and said to Chong, Hey there, I'm kind of hungry. Could you sell me some of your food? Chong turned his gaze toward him, expression calm. but eyes sharp, as if silently measuring what kind of person this boy really was. Chang casually flicked his wrist, tossing a small pack of food toward the boy. His tone was calm, almost effortless. "No need for money. You can just take it, eat and regain your strength." The boy caught the food, a bit stunned by the gesture. He hesitated, then smiled politely. "I can't just accept this for free. How about I join you? That way, we can look out for each other. My name's Hong Jiangping, from the elite class." Chang glanced at him once, his expression unreadable. "Thank you for the offer," he said flatly, "but I don't need a team." He then opened his own ration and began eating quietly as if the conversation had already ended. Hong Jiangping froze for a moment, disbelief flashing across his face. No one had ever refused him so bluntly before. His hand clenched around the unopened food packet, and he thought furiously, did he just reject me? How dare he? But Chang didn't even look back. He continued eating in silence, his calm confidence making the rejection feel heavier than any insult. But the boy calmly smirked and turned his back, saying smiley, "Okay then, thank you, Ji-chan, for the bread and cookies. On the time, he's just making a sweet guy and did not show his true color." But suddenly, Shang Han asked, "This person is so strange. There are so many food stalls here, yet they still come and ask for our food. And why did you give her that person? It's not going well." But Ji-chang looked closely, Shang Han, and whispered, "The old real purpose of visit is not the wine, but after rather the presence of a beautiful woman here. That's why he just try to stay you. That's why he come here." And that moment, Shang Han completely shy of his word. Then Ji-chang said, "It's almost time we should get going." Then sometime later, were students ready to going inside the forest. Ji-chang say, "Allow to Shang Han to get used to the place first." We did not immediately head deeper into the forest, but first, in the forest, instead, first look for scoreboard on the outskirt of the forest. Ji-chang looked to surrounded area and thought. Then suddenly he used his eye skills and golden glow flicker on his eyes and his head. And he start to searching whole area with his skill. Ji-chang say, "There is a scoreboard at the top of that tree. Go get it." Then Shang Han immediately responds and jump forward. And then she grabbed the token board. Ji-chang say, "I really got it. And your assumption, it's really at peak of the point. What a success you have and what kind of ability you done." But Ji-chang used more his sensing and searching ability say and show the location say, "Go check that side and another side." One by one, he tricked out locations using with his ability. And she collect multiple card score and she excitedly wave his hand. Say, "Ji-chang, you are amazing. How did you even see that all token with his bare eye?" Got it. Sheng Heng, overjoyed by their success, leapt onto Lin Zichen's lap, laughing as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'll definitely earn even more points next," she said brightly. Lin Zichen froze, slightly embarrassed by her sudden close, unsure how to react to her bold excitement. But before he could say anything, a familiar voice interrupted them. "Well, what a coincidence." Mug tone cut through the air. They both turned to see Hong Jiangping, the same boy from earlier, the one who had tried to join their team. A sly grin spread across his face as he held up his scorecard. "Do you remember me? I've already scored 28 points, he said proudly, his dark aura faintly leaking out from behind him. "I am the kind of person who always repays kindness tenfold." His gaze slid toward Sheng Heng, eyes gleaming with arrogance. "She's cute. I absolutely have to get to know her today. How about it? The three of us form a team. We'll split the scoreboards evenly." It was obvious what he really wanted. Lin Zichen's jaw tightened. This fool wasn't just arrogant, he was trying to worm his way between them. Lin Zichen's voice dropped, calm yet sharp. "No need to team up. If you really want to repay kindness," he said coldly, "then hand over all your scorecards." Hong Jiangping's expression twisted, fury flashing across his face. "You've chosen the wrong path, idiot," he snarled, his aura bursting outward in dark wave. He charged forward, fist crackling with violent energy. Lin Zichen didn't flinch. A faint smirk curved on his lips. "Then I'll narrow it for you." With one motion, he struck. His punch landed squarely on Hong Jiangping's chest with bone-shattering force. The impact echoed through the trees. A single hit. Hong Jiangping's body folded as blood sprayed from his mouth. His skin paled, his body trembling like a broken puppet before collapsing to the ground. Coughing violently, he stared at Lin Zichen in disbelief, his face contorted like a crumpled mass. Lin Zichen looked down at him, emotionless. "Thanks for the points," he said coolly, collecting the scorecards from the ground. Sheng Heng stepped beside him, smiling sweetly as she grabbed his hand. "That guy was a total scoundrel," she said, glancing at the fallen boy still clutching his stomach. Hong Jiangping glared up at them through bloodshot eyes. "I won't forget this, Lin Zichen," he hissed, his voice shaking with rage. Lin Zichen turned away without a word, his expression calm as ever, while Xingheng followed closely behind, hand in hand, stepping deeper into the forest where far greater dangers await. Xingheng frowned, glancing back over her shoulder. "Hey, wait. Is that idiot really trying to stop us again?" Lin Zichen shook his head calmly. "It's fine," he said. "I didn't use my full strength before. He won't dare cross my path again." She bent down, picking up a small rock, and muttered under her breath, "Next time, I'll be the one to deal with him." Lin Zichen chuckled softly and pointed ahead. "Come on, focus on finding the next scoreboard. And remember what I taught you. Speed and awareness first." He guided her step by step through the forest, demonstrating how to use the nearby bamboo as a makeshift weapon. "If you sharpen the end," he explained, "you can pierce smaller beasts easily." Right then, a wild boar burst from the underbrush, roaring as it charged. Lin Zichen reacted instantly, steady and precise. Within seconds, they struck together. His bamboo spear drove deep into the creature's side while Xingheng followed up from behind. They caught their breath as the beast fell motionless. Xingheng wiped the sweat from her forehead, laughing. "We even hunted and ate together. Now this feels like real training." A little later, she climbed up a slope, reaching for a glowing fruit hanging from a tree. "I got it," she called proudly. Lin Zichen looked up, smiling faintly. "Good work. Now let's deal with the ones trying to sneak up on us." Just then, a few students appeared from the shadows, whispering among themselves. "Let's teach that bastard Lin Zichen a lesson." They rushed forward, brandishing wooden weapons. But before they could even react, Lin Zichen moved like lightning, every strike swift, calculated, and brutal. Within moments, the group was flat on the ground, groaning in defeat. Xingheng stood frozen, astonished by his power. "So that's the gap between us. Incredible," she thought. Afterward, they found a quiet spot beneath the trees and built a small shelter of grass and bamboo. Raindrops began to fall softly from the sky, the air cool and gentle. The atmosphere turned peaceful, almost romantic. Then turned his gaze toward the path ahead. "We've reached the next area." Before them lay the beast zone, the heart of the forest. The soil was dark red, soaked in dried blood. Xingheng's expression tightened as she stepped forward. "Zichen, it looks like we're late. The beasts are already gone." Lin Zichen crouched, touching the ground. "The marks were fresh. Someone came here before us," he murmured. "And they slaughtered everything." The two exchanged a wary glance. Whatever had passed through this place wasn't ordinary, and the real trial was only beginning. Meanwhile, Xinghan looked tense and said to Zichen, "What a pity. If we had arrived earlier, you would have definitely been awarded the title of a genius for slaying the alien beast." Her face suddenly turned crimson with shyness as her chest accidentally pressed against Zichen's body. Feeling distressed and embarrassed, she quickly tried to move away. Zichen gently placed his hand on her head and said calmly, "There's nothing to regret. That title doesn't hold much significance." His words were steady, meant to comfort and relax. Both of them continued walking through the forest. Zichen firmly held her hand and said, "All right, we should head back now." As they moved deeper into the wood, he explained, "There are cameras and personnel from the association everywhere. Even if you kill an alien beast, you can't devour it. It's better to focus on wilderness survival training. It's more cost-effective." While walking, Zichen thought to himself, after this practical assessment, the next stage will be the gene fusion capability test. A few moments later, at the Iceland Gene Research Institute, the instructors guided the cadets and instructed them to line up at the testing window. All the students stood in disciplined rows in front of the bus, waiting for their turn. One by one, their blood samples were taken for tests. As Xinghan watched the process, she curiously asked Zichen, "Are those reagents used to test gene fusion fitness?" Zichen glanced at the test tubes and nodded. "Yes, those are jellyfish gene reagents," he explained. "The jellyfish gene comes from a mythical creature that has a high affinity with humans. It reacts easily with human blood through a special chemical process. That's why it's used to test gene fusion fitness." Zichen looked ahead at the students and explained, "The testing method involves drawing fresh blood from each test taker and injecting it into the jellyfish reagent for reaction." He watched as the instructor carefully handled the test tube, gently dropping the substance in. "This process triggers a chemical reaction within the jellyfish reagent," he continued. "Based on the degree of that reaction, it's determined whether the candidate is suitable for gene fusion. After explaining everything in detail, Zichen muttered softly, I hope I can pass this test. I really don't want to go through the medical modification capability test again. Beside him, Hang Yuan clenched his fists tightly, clearly anxious about his own gene fusion results. On the other side, Qin Xian also appeared tense, sweat forming on her forehead. Yeah, I heard the medical modification test involves implanting special alloy materials into the body, she said nervously. The pain is said to be comparable to childbirth. Fear spread between them, and the two awkwardly clasped their hands together, praying to the heavens like desperate children. One of the cadets turned to Zichen and said, Hey bro, please give us your blessing so we both pass the genetic test on the first try. Their strange behavior made Zichen sigh inwardly. What on earth are these two doing? He thought, clearly baffled. Xing Han, watching nearby, was equally confused as she observed Hang Yuan and his friend's odd action. Soon, it was her turn to take the test. She stepped forward nervously while Zichen calmly sat nearby and said, the results should be out in about an hour. Then, with quiet confidence, he added, 80% of my gene fusion capability is already astonishing. If it rises just 4% more, I'll definitely become a certified gene fusion user. At that moment, another student shouted excitedly, 60%. That's just right, I've passed. Hearing that, the other students immediately turned to check their own results, murmuring nervously, wondering if they would pass too. Zichen watched them and thought carefully, my physical fitness is far better than his, maybe by 20%. But what about my gene fusion compatibility? Just then, Xing Han suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. Her face was pale, and her voice trembled. Zichen, I can't take it anymore. I'm so damn nervous. He held her hand gently and tried to calm her. It's okay, it's normal to be nervous. Whatever the result is, don't worry too much. But deep inside, a quiet thought crossed his mind. If Xing Han doesn't pass this test, she won't be able to continue studying with me, and our relationship might not stay the same. The idea made him uneasy. Suddenly, a loud shout broke his thoughts. 10%. Oh my god, I actually got into 2 top universities, cried Qin Xian, jumping in disbelief. I never expected I'd even get 10%. How did I do that? On the other side, Hang Yuan frowned at his own result. What? Only 11%? It should have been at least 12 or 13. What kind of rubbish genes do I have? He complained loudly. Zichen turned toward the noise, slightly stunned to hear their voice. They're right behind us, he said, glancing at Xing Han. They got their results just now, so ours must be out too. Let's check quickly. But Xing Han shook her head nervously. I don't dare to look. You check yours first, then tell me mine after you're done. Zichen smiled softly. Alright, I'll check first, and then I'll check yours. He opened his phone, and the notification popped up. His eyes widened in surprise. Name, Zichen. Gene fusion compatibility, 50%. Before he could even react, Xing Han threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Zichen, with this score, you're definitely one of the top students in the province, she said joyfully, her voice full of pride. But inside, Zichen's expression grew serious. Only 50%. That's still not as high as Kyoto Gene's standard. So physical strength alone isn't the deciding factor, he thought. There must be another reason why my capability is only 43 out of 77. He looked at Xing Han and said gently, it's your turn now. Let's check yours. Xing Han hesitated, clearly nervous. Zichen tried to reassure her. Don't worry, even I, who barely expected to pass, managed to get 50%. You'll definitely do well. When her result finally appeared, Zichen was stunned. Xing Han's gene fusion compatibility was 21%, an exceptionally rare and remarkable result for someone at her level. Meanwhile, at the Nanjing Provincial Teaching Headquarters, inside the principal's office, the atmosphere was buzzing. The principal sat before a large screen, reviewing the results as they came in. The gene fusion test results for students from various schools have been released. Principal Bai announced with a smile. Please take a look. She brought up Zichen's file on the display. Exam number, belonging to Shanghai Junior High School. Result, 50%. This year's provincial top scorer comes from Shanghai Middle School. The teachers burst into applause. One of them said cheerfully, Principal Bai, congratulations. You've produced the province's champion. Principal Bai smiled proudly. Yes, it's quite an achievement. But then, her expression shifted as another result appeared on the screen. However, she said, her tone suddenly serious. Just when everyone thought Zichen was the top scorer, another result shocked us all. The teachers leaned forward, curious. The screen displayed a new name, Xinghan, 21% gene fusion compatibility, a result far beyond what ordinary humans could achieve. One of the teachers gasped. Xinghan, isn't she Zichen's childhood sweetheart? She's usually such an ordinary girl. Principal Bai leaned back confident, crossing her arms with a proud smile. Let's see what kind of student Xinghan really is, she said with a commanding tone. At that moment, the teachers inside the headquarters began to panic. One of them spoke nervously. Principal Bai, Xinghan usually behaves completely normal. Could there be an error in her result? It's unbelievable that she scored 21%. Principal Bai exhaled deeply, her expression calm but serious. There's no mistake, she said quietly before turning toward the door. It seems I'll have to go there myself and confirm it in person. Meanwhile, in the testing area, whispers spread rapidly among the students. What the heck? She really got 21%? One said in disbelief. Could it be a measurement error? Another muttered. Xinghan stood frozen, her hands trembling. Zichen, how could it be 21%? There must be some kind of mistake, she whispered anxiously. But Lin Zichen gently took her hand, holding it tightly. I don't think the test is wrong, he said softly. He leaned closer, resting his shoulder against hers, his calm presence easing her tension. Xinghan blushed deeply, her heart racing. Zichen continued, his tone thoughtful. You have a natural affinity for water. The jellyfish used in the gene fusion test is a mythical creature with a strong water attribute. That explains why your compatibility is so high. It means your body carries the potential of a mythical water-type beast. Xinghan's eyes lit up with excitement. So my physique perfectly matches a water attribute beast gene, she said eagerly. That means I have the talent of a mythical creature. Her voice trembled with joy as realization struck her. I'm finally strong enough to stand beside Zichen, to become someone worthy of him. Zichen looked at her with genuine admiration. That's amazing, he said with a faint smile. You've truly become powerful. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Waves of water surged through the testing area, flooding the ground under a blinding reflection of light. Both Zichen and Xinghan turned toward the scene, their expressions filled with shock. What's going on? A student shouted. Everyone's eyes widened as a tall, graceful figure appeared amidst the swirling water. Principal Bai stood there, her presence commanding and radiant, surrounded by waves like a goddess descending from the sky. She's walking on the water, a senior student gasped. That's the dragon lady. No one really knows who she is, but she's unbelievably powerful, and gorgeous. As the water rippled beneath Principal Bai's feet, her sharp gaze scanned the crowd, the atmosphere growing tense under her overwhelming aura. The crowd stood speechless, the air thick with awe and fear. Some students backed away, whispering nervously. Is this her power? Will this place flood completely? Meanwhile, the Dragon Lady Principal entered the academy hall with graceful confidence. The senior teachers immediately stood to greet her. Principal Yuan, one of them said respectfully. Could she be the vice principal of Shanghai University? Everyone bowed slightly as she passed, her presence commanding the entire room. Among the students, whispers spread quickly. That lady is so powerful, one murmured. Isn't she from the Yuan family, the 1,000-year-old martial arts clan? I heard the Yuan family once slew a dragon and absorbed its gene, another whispered in awe. They say she's a water attribute gene fusion user. No wonder she can manipulate ocean waves. Their eyes followed her with curiosity and admiration. Principal Yuan looked both elegant and intimidating, her beauty sharp as her aura. She stopped in front of a young girl and asked, Are you Shen Qinghang? Shen Qinghang stood nervously, completely stunned by the woman's overwhelming presence. Principal Yuan's tone remained calm as she gave an order to her subordinate. Perform 3 blood draws and follow up with another test. A while later, Ji Chang and Shen Qinghang sat together. Ji Chang whispered in disbelief, Oh my god. They drew 3 more vials of blood. Are you okay, Qinghang? Shen Qinghang's hands trembled slightly. My hand feels a little numb, she replied softly. Just then, a doctor entered the room. Shen Qinghang, please come with me, he said. She nodded and followed his instructions. Soon, she stood once again before Principal Yuan, who now sat gracefully behind her desk. The results are out, Principal Yuan said, her lips curling into a faint smile. Unbelievable. Your gene fusion rate remained 21% all 3 times. That's extraordinary. Your super gene ability ranks among the highest in all of Shanghai City. Shen Qinghang froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Then Principal Yuan continued, her voice turning serious. I'll get straight to the point. I want to take you as my swordsman. No, I want you to become my direct disciple. For a moment, Shen Qingheng stood there, completely thunderstruck. Her mind went blank. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her heart. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. Principal Yuan smiled faintly, her voice calm yet filled with pride. When my apprentice rides the waves, she said, gesturing gracefully, she'll be able to do this effortlessly in the future too. As she spoke, water around her hand rippled like living silk, forming shapes that danced in the air. It was like witnessing a miracle. Shen Qingheng's heart raced. The display of control left her stunned. This is so sudden, she stammered. Can I think about it first? Maybe I should go back and ask. Principal Yuan interrupted gently but firmly. There's nothing to consider, she said. Becoming my apprentice can only bring benefits, never harm. She moved her fingers, and the water in a nearby glass rose and twisted smoothly, floating like a jellyfish. Your ability is naturally suited for water fusion, she added. It flows as smoothly as mine. Then, with an elegant smile, she introduced herself fully. I am both the director of the provincial teaching headquarters and the vice president of Shanghai University. Since you're now my disciple, you'll attend Shanghai University under my guidance. Principal Yuan leaned closer, her face only inches away from Qingheng. Do you have anything to say to me? She asked softly. The sudden closeness made Shen Qingheng freeze. Her mind went blank, and she let out a startled gasp. The powerful aura of the Dragon Lady Principal made it impossible to think clearly. Principal Yuan straightened back, as calm as ever. That's good, she said casually. Come on, let's add each other on WeChat. She handed over her personal contact, and the two exchanged WeChat IDs. Qingheng's thoughts were a whirlwind. I can't believe this. She's completely leading me by the nose, she thought, feeling both nervous and overwhelmed. As they finished, Principal Yuan added with a faint smile. Oh, by the way, besides you, I have another disciple. She started her training 10 years earlier than you, but she's about your age. You may consider her your senior. Principal Yuan glanced at her phone and said calmly, I've already sent you her photo. I'll introduce you to her when I get the chance. Qingheng froze, surprised by the mention of his senior sister. His eyes widened as he looked at the image. She looked eerily similar to someone from his past. She really looks like my childhood senior, he thought in disbelief. That girl was powerful, Principal Yuan's first disciple. The resemblance left Qingheng lost in thought, his mind clouded with confusion. Finally, he gathered his courage and asked, Master, may I know my senior sister's name? He hesitated, his tone uncertain. Could it really be her? He wondered. Principal Yuan looked slightly surprised by his question. Her name is Luo Jiangzi, she replied. Why? Do you know her? Qingheng's heart skipped a beat. When I was in elementary school, I had a good friend named Bai Shui, he said quietly. She looked so much like my senior sister, but she transferred schools and left soon after. I wonder if my senior sister could be Bai Shui. Principal Yuan frowned slightly, shaking her head. That's impossible, she said firmly. They are not the same person. Then her expression softened as she studied him carefully. Qingheng, your gene fusion ability is even higher than I expected, she said. I'll conduct a full-body examination right now to see if there's anything unusual about your physique. Before Qingheng could react, Principal Yuan reached out and gently pulled his hand toward her, her gaze focused with precision. Qingheng's pulse quickened. He shut his eyes nervously as she examined him. But then, Principal Yuan suddenly froze, her expression shifting to pure disbelief. How is that possible? She murmured. Qingheng's heart sank. Is something wrong with my body? He asked anxiously, gripping her hand tightly. Principal Yuan shook her head. No, quite the opposite. Everything about your body is too normal. That's what feels strange to me. She looked him straight in the eyes. You have a 21% gene fusion rate. That's far beyond what most can achieve. To protect you, I'll officially record your score as 16% when the results are published. That way, no malicious individuals will try to target you. Qingheng stood silently, his chest tight with mixed emotions. If outsiders found out about my real 21% rate, I could be in serious danger, he thought. But at the same time, gratitude filled his heart. Master truly wants to protect me. Principal Yuan glanced at her phone and sighed softly. It's getting quite late, she said, her tone calm but final. I've already said everything I needed to. You can go back now. Qingheng nodded respectfully. Understood, Master. Goodbye. He turned and left the room quietly, still processing everything that had happened that day. A while later, the scene shifted smoothly to the office area. Principal Yuan sat firmly in her chair, her expression serious as she spoke on a secure call. How did things go, Tasha? She asked in a low voice. On the other end of the line was her father. Father, she continued, I've taken in the person I told you about earlier, the one whose gene infusion rate reached 21%. Her father's voice was steady. Good. Well done. You must personally mentor this apprentice. Yes, I've already investigated his background. Principal Yuan replied confidently. It's completely clean. No suspicious activity at all. Her father sounded pleased. Excellent. And what about the second place candidate? She smiled faintly. The runner-up was Ling Zichen, my childhood sweetheart. That's impressive, her father said. Your apprentice is destined for greatness. The rewards we'll gain in the future will be unimaginable. But remember, never let anyone else know about your disciple's terrifying talents. Keep both Zichen and Xing Han's true fusion rates hidden from the outside world. Principal Yuan's expression hardened. I understand, father. That's why I've already decided to conceal their abilities completely. The scene shifted again to the quiet streets of the evening. Under the soft glow of the setting sun, Ling Zichen and Xing Han rode side by side on bicycles, their laughter echoing faintly through the breeze. Zichen turned to him, his tone light but curious. It's really strange, he said. How did you end up becoming the disciple of the strongest dragon lady in Xinghan City? Xing Han smiled awkwardly. Honestly, I still find it strange myself. Everything happened so suddenly. Zichen slowed his bicycle and finally stopped. Well, he said, looking thoughtful, let's see how things go. If your master truly has no malicious intent, then I'll accept her as your teacher. But if she turns out to be someone dangerous, then you'll have to end that master-disciple bond when you're strong enough. Xing Han nodded silently, taking his friend's words to heart. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Xing Han's mother and Zichen's mother arrived home almost at the same time. Both smiled warmly when they saw their sons. You're finally back, Xing Han's mother said joyfully. Let's celebrate properly tonight. How about we all go to a restaurant? The evening air filled with a sense of comfort and family warmth, a perfect contrast to the secrets quietly buried beneath the surface. Meanwhile, inside the car, both friend, family, Jichang mother say, I heard, Xing Han, you got the top score in the province this time. That is fantastic. Xing Han mother say she will be able to same university as Ling Jichang again. That is so great. Inside the restaurant, whole family going to celebrate his achievement. Both child and all parents are feel so proud. Then, Jichang father going complete the party and say, let's getting late. Drive carefully on your way back. And both are going to goodbye each other. Then, mid of the night gloom, and suddenly, Jichang mother surprisingly opened the door, where the Xing Han stood in front of, wearing so much cute and sexy dress. She completely blushed, because in front of mother-in-law opened the door. Then, she asked with his blushing face, aren't our here to sleep with Jichang again? So, meanwhile, Xing Han completely stunned to see his future mother-in-law, and she tried to explain, no, it's just there are some very important things I want to talk to Ji Cheng about in personal, that's why I came here. But she mocked her, and teased Xing Han, looking his face. But Xing Han ignored his teasing, but his face going to red, crimson, like she is really something naughty to doing with Ji Cheng, and she just enter the room and say Aunt, I am going to find Ling Ji Cheng now. His mother smirk and say important matter should be discussed in personal. Is he about to confess his feeling? Then she knock the door of Ji Cheng and say, I have something very important to tell you. Inside, Cheng surprisingly open the door and say what's up with you. She going inside the room, and Cheng say your master, anything you really want to say me. She tightly hold pillow, and she sit the Ji Cheng room, say my master give me a full body checkup today, and the results showed that there was nothing special about my body. I am no different from ordinary person, but she could not detect that my body was leaking water. Then Ji Cheng thought about his master able to control huge wave at sea. Could it be the Yuan Dao? Ji, who can control giant wave at sea, could not see through Xing Han physical secret. He completely surprised and thought in mind, say it seems Xing Han body is even more amazing than I imagined. Then suddenly he grabbing shoulder Xing Han and say, it's really good thing about that. Then, Shenheng says, when we are strong and more knowledgeable in the future, we can study it slowly. There is no need to rush. Cutely, Xing Han says, okay, I will do whatever you say. She holding pillow and she just sitting calmly say, oh, there one more thing I say, back at the base, my master, me and other master collected something. And when I was at the base, my master told me that I had a senior sister. She just say, I looked at the senior photo and realized she looking just like a Bai Shui. She show the phone inside the senior photo. Xing surprisingly looked and say, they do look somewhat alike, but their overall vibe are completely different. He completely surprised and say, do you know where the background of this photo is? He tried to ask Xing Han, but she say, I don't know. Let me ask my master. She just say, try to asking his master of resource, but she say, you will know when you become the stronger. She could not reply clear. Xing Han say, all I know is its origin, but I can't get other information from them. Then Xing Han say, let's talk about it later. Then she leaned to the bed beside of Jichang, but Jichang checked his phone and she closely looked, making a kitten face. She say, Jichang, do all men like women who wear kyanzum? She just asking himself that question from Jichang. He surprisingly thought about his master and thought, could it be she was influenced by her master? He just thought about when Xing Han wear this, so how she will look then. Jichang face going to red crimson and say, look at the pupil, it would look really good on Xing Han. He completely blushed and thoughting inside about, with dress covered with full Xing Han, when she will wear for him. But suddenly, Xing Han leaned close to Jichang's chest and he surprisingly share what she tried to do with her. But suddenly, Xing Han seducingly asked, so do you really like it, if I will wear this? But she making a sexy pose and his face going so much blush. She say, what about stockings, black stockings, white stockings or flash color stock? But suddenly, Jichang feels so blush and nervously say, why ask you from me such a strange question if I had to choose black or white stocking? Then, Xing Han check his phone and say, I will place the order for both the kunzo and stocking. Jichang looked her and say, what's happened suddenly with Xing Han? Suddenly door knocks and Jichang mother appears. She say, Xing Han, your mom just brought over some toilet tidies so you can sleep here tonight. She hold the bag and say, I did not ask her to send these things. How could she act on her own initiative? Then Jichang mother says, okay, you are all adults now. Staying up late and sleep in his fine tomb. Then door completely shut and she looked Jichang face and both are feel so nervous. Then she go to pull out his bag and say, well, I guess I will just go change a diaper and go to sleep. Then she completely stunned and surprised to see some weird thing and shockingly say, what is that? She holding a ultra-large condom packet on his hand. She shout with nervous and say, what the hell mom put in there? Why she give me? She just rumble and running full of nervous and say, I'm going to change my diaper now. And she so much nervously open the wardrobe. But on other side, Jichang sigh awkwardly and a making idiot face like he completely confused, did not know what Xing Han doing really here and why she is acting like that. The next morning, Lin Zichen woke up brimming with excitement. Today, I'm finally going to ride, he said eagerly. Xing Han smiled, holding on tightly as she climbed on behind him. Her eyes shimmered with curiosity and admiration as she looked at him. Inwardly, Zichen thought, Xing Han and I were both admitted to the School of Evolution at Shanghai University. Xing Han wrapped her arms around his waist and said brightly, let's go, I'm ready. Zichen nodded. She even signed a contract with Heiyue Martial Arts School, just like me, he thought. We're heading there today to take part in their promotional event, he said aloud. But just as they started moving, a deep voice echoed from ahead. A man stepped forward, blocking their path completely. Hello, the man said, his tone heavy. We hadn't been out long when we ran into quite a strange group, didn't we? Zichen's gaze sharpened as he studied the man and his companion. Who's trying to stop me now? He wondered. The towering man asked coldly, are you Lin Zichen? He stood with several others behind him, each exuding a faint sense of pressure. Zichen paused, unsure of their intent. I don't know who you are, he said cautiously. The man's expression darkened, his face twisting slightly as he replied, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Chuanghua, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. The man standing before them carried an air of authority. His expression was calm but proud as he spoke. I am here today on behalf of Tyren Pavilion, he declared. Chang's eyes widened in surprise. Tyren Pavilion, he muttered. He had read about them before, an organization known for its conservative ideal. They strongly opposed gene fusion and mechanical modification, claiming to preserve the purity of human evolution. He recalled how the university's forums often discussed their incredibly popular online, Chang thought. But at the same time, many accused them of misleading students and corrupting young minds with extreme views. Dean Lu's deep voice cut through his thoughts. On behalf of the Celestial Pavilion, he said, slightly bowing, I've come to invite you to join us. Lin Zichen didn't even look at him directly. His tone remained calm but cold. Please step aside. The man froze, clearly not expecting to be dismissed so bluntly. His face darkened. Would it be convenient for you to spare a little time to talk? He asked, his voice tightening. Zichen's gaze narrowed slightly, showing his growing impatience. Trying to regain control, Lu Chuanghua smiled awkwardly and pulled out a small box. Perhaps this might interest you, he said, revealing a brand new phone. It's the latest model, an iPhone. Surely someone like you would appreciate it. You know how valuable this brand is. For a moment Zichen just stared at him, completely taken aback. What kind of person tries to bribe me with a phone? He finally spoke, his voice steady. Dean Lu, there's no need for that. I don't want your phone. Please move aside. I have to get to my university. Lu's expression stiffened, but he forced a smile. At least allow me to treat you to a meal, then. There's a restaurant nearby. A few moments later, Lin Zichen and Xing Han sat across from him at a quiet table. Dean Lu continued speaking, his tone calm yet persuasive. Our Tyran Pavilion, he began, is dedicated to studying how to develop the potential of pure-blood human without relying on gene infusion or mechanical modification. We believe the true power of evolution lies within the human body itself. Then Dean Luo continued speaking, his voice filled with pride as he described his university's achievement. At Tyran Pavilion, our goal is to break free from the limits of ordinary humans, he said. 2. Evolve into advanced beings, rare species, or even legendary lifeforms. As he spoke, he tapped on his tablet and played a video. We've already achieved remarkable results, he added confidently. You'll understand once you watch this. Lin Zichen, however, showed little interest. His expression remained calm, clearly unimpressed by the man's boasting. But Luo wasn't ready to give up. He leaned forward eagerly. My current biological level is ordinary rank 9, he said with pride. In this video, you'll see me defeating a high-level gene fusion user, someone ranked far above me. The screen flickered to life. The footage showed a fierce battle inside an arena. Lin Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. That's Wu Tangchen, he murmured. He's the one who single-handedly wiped out the rat god cult, 27 of their 47 members. That's insane. In the video, Wu Tangchen's back burst open with massive feathered wings shimmering like blades of light. He launched himself into the air, wings slicing downward in a devastating barrage. The feathers struck his opponent like a meteor shower, shaking the entire arena. The next moment, Wu Tangchen landed with incredible force, dust scattering around him as he glared at his opponent. The other man roared, charging forward with a brutal punch aimed straight at Wu Tangchen's face. The clash was explosive, raw power colliding with raw will. The crowd in the video went wild. Every strike, every movement felt overwhelmingly real. As the footage ended, Luo spoke again with conviction. Pure-blooded humans who cultivate body-tempering techniques are the future of humanity, he said. They are proof that evolution doesn't require mechanical aid or genetic fusion. Lin Zichen sat frozen, his mind spinning. Is this real? He thought. Could a pure-blood human really possess such power? Has this video been edited, or is it genuine? Even as he questioned it, disbelief clouded his expression. He simply couldn't accept what he had just witnessed. At that moment, Dean Luo turned to Lin Zichen and spoke firmly. This video hasn't undergone any post-production or editing, he clarified. Everything you saw is real. I plan to continue challenging other advanced gene fusion users in the future. You're welcome to watch anytime. Lin Zichen frowned slightly. Then why not post this video online? He asked. Wouldn't that help promote your Tyran Pavilion? Dean Luo sighed deeply. We want to, he said, but the current authorities won't allow it. Why? Zichen asked, puzzled. What kind of reason could they have? Luo's expression darkened. Because those in power believe that the biological level of pure humans can't improve any further. They think it's meaningless, not worth supporting or promoting. His frustration suddenly boiled over. He slammed his fist onto the table, his voice rising with emotion. Without public promotion, we can't attract new students or researchers. Without new minds, there will be no breakthrough. After all, qualitative change only comes after quantitative accumulation. Zichen looked at him in surprise. The old man's passion was undeniable, and perhaps a little tragic. But Luo continued, his tone softening. If a genius like you joins us, you won't end up like me, stuck at ordinary rank 9 even after 50 years of exhausting training. You have the potential to go far beyond that, to evolve into a higher form of life. Lin Zichen blinked, astonished. 50 years? He thought. He doesn't even look that old. As if reading his thoughts, Luo gave a faint smile. Don't be fooled by my appearance, he said quietly. I may look like I'm in my 50s or 60s, but in truth, I'm almost 100 years old. The only reason I still look young is because of the body tempering method. Lin Zichen fell silent, his curiosity suddenly stirred. A method that can keep a person youthful for decades and strengthen them beyond their limits? Perhaps this so-called body tempering technique wasn't just talk. Ji Chang went through the details on his screen carefully. Mr. Luo sighed and said, if you still don't believe me, you can search my information on Baidu. Ji Chang did exactly that. The moment the page loaded, he froze in shock. So it really was true. The body tampering method could prolong life. A quiet thought rose in his mind. If this works, could my parents also? He steadied his breath and continued reading, gripping the phone tightly as he scrolled through the Luo family's martial arts history. In his youth, Luo Chuanwu had been the eldest son of one of Nanjian province's strongest martial arts family. Their lineage was built entirely on martial cultivation, a legacy that once dominated the region. But when the era of gene fusion arrived, everything changed. Those who rejected fusion were left behind. The Luo family's decline had begun with that resistance, and Luo Chuanwu, holding on to his old path, eventually faced the collapse of everything he once protected. His wife and children had accepted gene fusion, leaving him isolated on his traditional path. As Ji Chang read, he subconsciously thought of Sheng Han. If it were her, she would never abandon me. That's the bond of childhood sweetheart. But his thoughts broke abruptly. He stopped scrolling and looked up, stunned. Yuan Dongzi. He had just seen the relationship chart. The same Yuan Dongzi who served as the principal of Ji Chang and Sheng Han's university. And there, clearly written, was the connection he never expected. The so-called Dragon Lady was actually Luo Chuanwu's wife. Ji Chang sat speechless, unable to process how that fearsome woman could be part of the Luo family. Ji Chang tilted his head and studied the profile picture on the screen. Interesting, he muttered. He frowned as he read the relationship chart. Both figures were listed as the eldest son's children and the woman as his wife, but their entries were grayed out, no clear dates or detail. Are they really dead? He whispered, disbelief tightening his voice. He glanced up at Luo. The man's presence struck him. There was a grave, undeniable aura about him. Ji Chang couldn't help thinking Luo was not someone to be underestimated. Dean Luo met his gaze and explained calmly, the fact that I can maintain this appearance at nearly 100 years old shows what can be achieved. That is precisely why the Crystal Pavilion was founded. He continued, outlining his belief step by step. Humanity's attempt to conquer nature is a misguided concept. Gene fusion that borrows from exotic beasts will never truly surpass the original creatures. Mechanical modification often relies on parts derived from those same beasts, and so remains dependent on them. Invasions by alien beasts cannot be resisted forever if we only copy them. Extinction is the eventual outcome. Dean Luo's voice grew firmer. We at the Crystal Pavilion are not opposed to gene fusion or mechanical modification in principle. What we reject is the arrogance of thinking these methods let us transcend nature and dominate everything. Our aim is different, to seek approaches that respect limits rather than pretend to break them. Luo's expression hardened. He struck the table with a clenched fist, his voice rising with fierce conviction. The early stages of human development must rely on gene fusion and medical modification. These methods support survival. But during that period, other paths must be explored to prepare for the stages that come after. His intensity surged, and he suddenly called out, Lin Zichen, I sincerely invite you to join the Crystal Pavilion. Work with us for the future of humanity. His tone carried rage, determination, and unwavering belief. Ji Chang, still processing everything, looked up in shock, almost dazzled by the man's conviction. Shen Qingheng, however, seemed completely lost, failing to grasp the full meaning behind Luo's words, staring back as if confused by the sudden outburst. Luo didn't waver. I firmly believe you will become the first pure-blooded human to break through the limits of the ordinary level. Gathering his courage, Ji Chang finally raised a question. You've talked about the body tempering method for so long, but what exactly is it? Mr. Luo stroked his beard and spoke in a calm, almost casual tone. The body tempering method used by the Tyrant Pavilion is actually the blood tempering technique. It originated from ancient ruins. As its name suggests, it uses one's qi and blood to forge the body, strengthen physical endurance, and increase combat capability. He continued explaining carefully. The records state that when this technique is cultivated to its highest level, the practitioner gains a nearly immortal body. They can soar through the air, move underground, shatter mountains and rivers with a single strike, and tear steel bamboo apart with their bare hands. But the explanation soon turned serious. However, the blood tempering technique can only be practiced by pure-blooded human. Those with hybrid genes carry impurities in their blood and cannot cultivate it. Mechanical modifications create incomplete bodies, blocking the proper circulation of qi and blood. That is why we believe the future belongs to pure-blooded human. Genetic hybrids and cyborgs will never surpass that path. He gestured toward Ji Chang. That is why I'm giving you this opportunity. Ji Chang didn't immediately accept. Instead, he answered steadily, I still know too little about this idea of pure-blooded human. I need to understand it clearly first. Luo's expression stiffened with rising irritation. Understanding can come with time, he said sharply. But with your physical talent, Lin Ji Chang, it would be a tragedy if you didn't pursue the path meant for pure-blooded human. Luo locked his gaze on Ji Chang, his tone deepening into a growl. In the eyes of the Tyrant Pavilion, that provincial champion with a 16% gene fusion capability is insignificant when compared to you. Ji Chang choked on his coffee and burst out, she isn't even worth a single hair on my head. Luo continued without hesitation. We believe the student who ranked first in the physical fitness test is the real champion of Nanjian province. But Ji Chang only stared back in frustration, clearly unable to understand how the conversation had taken this direction. Luo pressed on, if you choose the pure blood route, you will surpass her with ease in the future. Ji Chang's face twisted in irritation. I didn't say anything. Why am I being dragged into this? He raised a hand. She earned the provincial championship. 16% gene fusion suits her. Beside him, Sheng Han also waved her hand dismissively. Holding the phone, Ji Chang stood. It's getting late. We still have things to do. Thank you for the phone, and for the milk tea. We'll be leaving now. He started toward the door with Sheng Han. But Luo suddenly shouted behind them, wait. 6 months. Just join us for 6 months, see the results. Neither of them stopped. They kept walking. Luo's voice grew more desperate. Please, Ji Chang, listen. Whatever benefits Evolution Academy offers you, Tyrant Pavilion will double them. He hesitated, then pushed even harder. Double isn't enough. The Crystal Pavilion will give you triple. Ji Chang froze. Triple? He slowly turned his head, stunned. Then, without a second thought, he hurried back and sat right in front of Luo, as if the money had pulled him like a magnet. He really was money-minded. Putting on a dignified expression, Ji Chang declared, as you know, I have always respected the philosophy of the Tyrant Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talent to the Crystal Pavilion and contribute to the cause of pure-blooded human. Luo's eyes watered, not from emotion, but from the realization that he had truly spent triple the amount on this one student. He forced a shaky smile. I'm glad you understand. But inside, he was screaming, triple. How much will this kid cost us in the long run? Ji Chang leaned forward again. By the way, I have a question. Luo stiffened. How does this kid know about the source already? Ji Chang asked. You mentioned the origin. What exactly is it? Luo exhaled and answered carefully. It's a place believed to be the origin of life itself. Every mythical beast that exists can trace its existence back to that source. Ji Chang slowly stood up. He considered the idea that the strange beasts originated from the land that held the essence of life. The thought unsettled him. If humans understood these creatures well enough to step into their source ground, then the truth was far deeper than he expected. A moment later, he raised his head and asked, Mr. Luo, then where does the exotic animal meat sold in the mall actually come from? Mr. Luo answered without hesitation. According to him, the supply was natural. Otherwise, the higher-ups would never have enough to distribute, let alone allow ordinary people to purchase it. Ji Chang refused to drop the matter. He asked again, hoping for clearer proof. Do you have any videos from the source? The dean responded with a calm expression. He explained that no electronic device could function there. Malfunctions were inevitable, and the only method to record anything was through direct realism. At that moment, Zheng felt a brief sense of pride as his thoughts drifted to Xin Han's friend, Bai Xinyu. He realized that what he had seen earlier wasn't a photograph at all but a painting of. For a second, he wondered if he had imagined the entire scene. Before he could think further, his phone vibrated sharply. He answered immediately. A loud, excited voice came from the other side. Hey, handsome guy and beautiful girl. The martial arts gym promotional event is about to start. When are you two getting here? Zheng responded without hesitation. He said he would leave right away. The voice urged him again, sounding even more anxious, telling them both to hurry. Xin Han looked at Zheng, already prepared to go. Zheng stood still for a moment, then informed Mr. Luo calmly, "I have to leave now. We can continue our conversation another time." Mr. Luo nodded and handed him an important card. He explained that it contained the translated version of the blood tempering technique. It wasn't a simple manual but a secret scripture, and the dean emphasized that its training method would be extremely beneficial. However, the blood tempering technique required a biological level of at least rank 4. Along with strong blood and qi reserves. Mr. Luo assured him that all these conditions were already present in his body and that the technique would be essential for his future growth. Mr. Luo gently straightened his beard before speaking. Based on Zheng's physical test result, he explained that Zheng was already very close to the standard of an average level 4. He suggested that during the summer vacation, Zheng could review the technique, and once he evolved to a stable 4th tier before the school reopened, he could begin cultivating immediately. Zheng thanked him, taken aback by the assessment. He asked with genuine surprise if he had really already reached the 6th level of the ordinary realm. After receiving confirmation, he decided he would return and continue training as soon as possible. The scene shifted smoothly to the Tyrant Pavilion. Inside the gym room, a girl was striking a heavy punching bag. Her movements were sharp, fluid, and powerful. Each punch landed with precision, and her kicks followed with elegant control. Her flexibility was astonishing, almost like that of a professional gymnast, giving her a graceful, effortless presence. Suddenly, she noticed Mr. Luo standing at the entrance. She paused and turned toward him, surprised. "Dean Luo, what has you in such a good mood today?" She looked stunning, confident, poised, and striking like a model in motion. Mr. Luo laughed proudly. He said that with his unmatched personal charm, the student who earned the second highest score in the Nanjian Province College entrance examination, and also ranked first in the province's physical fitness test, had officially joined the Tyrant Pavilion. He reminded her that the Tyrant Pavilion held significant importance for Zhejiang, making this new addition even more meaningful. The girl was completely shocked and raised her voice, asking if it was real or fake. She wondered if he was truly talking about her. In the next moment, Mr. Luo showed her his phone with Jichang's details and said he had already added him on WeChat. Her expression tightened, and she asked in disbelief how he managed to do that. Mr. Luo answered confidently, saying she only needed to rely on his charisma. She looked overwhelmed and taunted him, demanding an honest explanation. Mr. Luo's confidence wavered, and he replied with a hint of nervousness. He explained that they had simply told Jichang the Evolution Academy could offer him 3 times the benefits that the Crystal Pavilion could provide. A thunderous shock ran through her mind. She stared at him, completely stunned, and shouted that offering triple benefits made no sense when they were already drowning in debt. Mr. Luo tried to calm her, saying he had already booked an appointment with 3 wealthy women and that the triple benefits would be enough. He gently pressed her shoulder, attempting to ease her emotion. Despite his effort, she was drenched in sweat and replied quietly, asking him not to make such reckless decisions again. She then looked up and recalled what had happened 10 years earlier, remembering that it had taken about a week. Mr. Luo continued the conversation and asked, "Yen, when you were practicing the blood tempering technique, how long did it take for you to sense your qi and blood?" Yen, looking stunning and composed, answered him. When he asked about her blood control, she replied that it had taken her 2 months. Dean Luo explained that it was no surprise. Jichang had once earned the second highest score in the Kyoto College entrance examination. His talent was extraordinary. Even though Dean Luo considered himself a genius, it had still taken him 2 weeks to sense his own qi and blood back then. Yen grew tense and told him not to bring up Kyoto's second-place finisher again. She said that ever since that student abandoned Team Fusion and joined the Crystal Pavilion, he had failed to evolve into a higher form. For years, people mocked him, dismissing him as nothing more than an ordinary individual. Dean Luo laughed softly and told her to ignore the mockery. A few years later, when she evolved into a higher being, she would be the one overwhelming all of them. He tried to reassure her, but Yen lowered her voice and admitted she had already completed 2 body tempering sessions without opening a single acupoint. She then asked if he was referring to Lin Jicheng, wanting to know how long it would take him to sense the flow of qi and blood. In that moment, Mr. Luo paused, his expression turning thoughtful as he recalled Jicheng's performance. He said that Jicheng's physical test results had been astonishing, only slightly lower than Yan's results back then. Based on that comparison, he estimated it would take the boy around 10 days. Yen was stunned. She said it was incredible and added that she would have to teach this genius junior a proper lesson. The scene shifted to nighttime at Jichang's house. Inside, he sat quietly, reading the manual while beginning to sense his qi and blood. He murmured that the process was simple. It only took him 3 seconds. The next step was to control the flow of qi and blood and begin body tempering. He studied the manual carefully, then sat cross-legged in a meditative posture. As he focused, he repeated the instructions about tempering his right arm. In that moment, the system notified him that he was using blood tempering to refine his skin, increasing his skin strength by 1 point and raising his blood tempering proficiency as well. Half an hour later, Ji-chang picked up a knife to test the results. After tempering his right arm once, he said he needed to test its toughness with a blade. He struck the knife against his arm repeatedly, commenting that he had cut himself multiple times, yet the results were impressive. It was no wonder, he thought, that Luo Chuan, who had undergone 3 rounds of body tempering, could withstand Wu Tiancheng's feather shots after completing only a single tempering. Ji-chang continued cultivating, guiding the flow of qi and blood through his body. He wondered how strong he would become after completing 5 tempering sessions. 3 hours passed. He calculated that at his current pace, his entire skin layer would be fully tempered in less than a week. Exhausted, he noted that the skin on his arm was already tempered and that about 1/3 of his blood and energy had been consumed. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He checked the message from Xinghan. She asked what he was doing, and the two exchanged a few casual replies. Then she told him she had prepared an incredible surprise for him and asked if he could come to her room to see it. Ji-chang was confused but agreed, saying he would come immediately. He wondered what kind of surprise would make her call him over at midnight. He stepped out of his room, and just as he reached the hallway, Xinghan's mother opened her door. She asked whether he was looking for Xinghan. Ji-chang explained that Xinghan had sent him a message saying she had prepared a surprise and wanted him to come see it. Her mother teased him with a playful smile, telling him to hurry before Xinghan grew impatient. Moments later, Ji-chang reached Xinghan's room and knocked, saying he had arrived. She answered softly, asking him to come inside. He stepped into the room and froze. Xinghan sat on the bed, fully wrapped in a blanket, her face flushed crimson. Ji-chang was startled and couldn't understand what she was trying to do. Xinghan looked even more embarrassed, unable to explain herself. On that moment, Zichen idiotly thought, imagine Xinghan without cloth, like so much dirty and sexy, he thought inside his dirty dark mind. Xinghan, could it be really that does make surprise that she give offering himself to me? That dude really have twisted mind. But really Xinghan, she is really going to fucked by me? And suddenly his face going red. At that time, he just closed his door tightly and say, you can't expect me to look at a glow in the dark web watch, can you? Xinghan reply, come and see for yourself. She completely wrapped whole blanket his full body and she blushingly say, just open it and take a look what I made for your surprise. That he just try to insist to see Xinghan body without cloth and she just wearing like a nothing bikini? And what about that? She is really wear bikini for him or nothing, even she is really without cloth. Xinghan going so much tense and his face going red with excitement. Then he just snap his blanket from Xinghan body. Meanwhile, when Ji-chang grabbing the blanket and opened to see Xinghan, he completely surprised because Xinghan wore sexy hot dress and she looking so gorgeous. Damn pretty, and his face going to blush and red. Xinghan holding his leg in nervousness and say, does this outfit look good on me? But another side, Ji-chang cutely gnawed his head like a cute puppy and he going so much embarrassed and blushed to look to Xinghan wearing that dress. But Xinghan seductively say, I am looking really good, I also bought black stocking, would you like to see me wear them? Ji-chang excitedly say, come wear it, I really want to see you with black stocking. Then Xinghan start to wear black stocking and she looks so damn sexy and gorgeous hot. And Ji-chang sweat appear to his face. Then Xinghan say, does it really look good on my leg? She show his leg to Ji-chang. Then, she embarrassingly says, it's really suit on me. This stockings feel really nice. Do you want to touch them? She just try to provoke Ji-chang with his words and showing his legs. Then, Ji-chang go closed and grabbing Xinghan left to his hand. And his ears are so much red with excitement and shyness. He say, yes, it does feel very comfort to touch it. He carries his Xinghan whole leg with his fingers. Xinghan make a pout and say, so, which feels better, stockings or my legs? She try to tease Ji-chang and ask, my leg is better than this outfit. Then, Ji-chang reply, that must mean your leg feels better to touch compared to stocking. Xinghan say boldly, I also think too. But before he could say anything more, Jae-chan suddenly paused. A faint noise came from outside the door. A second later, Xing-han's mother called out loudly, saying that Jae-chan's mother had delivered some daily necessities and hung them on the doorknob. She told him to pick them up later. Jae-chan froze on the spot. Panic surged through him so quickly that it felt like his heart dropped straight to the floor in that single instant. The entire atmosphere around him collapsed into pure shock. Ji-chang stepped toward the door with nervous footsteps, trying to steady his voice. He told Xing-han's mother that he understood and would collect the items later. When the hallway fell quiet, he exhaled and reached for the bag hanging on the knob. The moment he opened it, he froze. Inside was a small protection box, and the label made his entire face heat up. His mind spun. He wondered why his mother would give him something like that. They had not even held hands properly, let alone anything else. He felt as if embarrassment alone might knock him over. Still flustered, he carried the bag back inside. Xing-han, unaware of his inner panic, mentioned that it was getting late and suggested he stay for the night. She sounded genuinely worried as she explained that she needed to wear a medical diaper because of her condition, asking him to turn away so she could change without feeling self-conscious. Ji-chang quickly faced the other direction, his ears burning in embarrassment. Behind him, Xing-han quietly prepared the diaper, trying to manage it without letting the situation feel too awkward. The room fell into a strange mix of tension and innocence, the kind that made both of them unusually aware of every small sound. A few moments later, Xing-han shifted closer and whispered softly that she had finished changing and that it was time to turn off the lights and rest. Ji-chang quietly agreed. They lay side by side in the dim room, the soft darkness wrapping around them. As they settled under the blanket, Ji-chang suddenly noticed a gentle fragrance. He turned slightly toward her and asked why her bed smelled so pleasant, wondering if she had used something new. Xing-han shook her head lightly and said it was simply her natural scent, telling him he could check for himself if he didn't believe her. Ji-chang blinked in surprise, unable to understand how that could be possible. Xing-han explained with a small smile that he had known her since childhood. Maybe that familiarity made him more aware of her presence. Her words stirred something warm inside him. Ji-chang found himself looking straight into her eyes. There was a softness in her gaze, the kind that made old memories resurface. His own eyes grew warmer, touched by a mixture of affection and nervous excitement. He exhaled quietly, unable to look away. Without realizing it, his gaze drifted from her eyes to her face, then paused at her lips. Something about the moment felt new yet familiar. Slowly, almost hesitantly, he reached out, his hand hovering near her neck as he leaned closer. He pressed a gentle, uncertain kiss to her lips. But in the next moment, Xing-han stiffened slightly. Her eyes widened as if something suddenly felt off. Before Ji-chang could understand what happened, she quickly pulled back, slipped out of the bed, and hurried to put on her slipper. Ji-chang sat up in confusion and asked what was wrong. Xing-han paused for a moment, then lowered her head and admitted in a small, embarrassed voice that she had accidentally lost control, like a startled kitten. Ji-chang froze, unable to process what she meant at first. His mind went blank. He asked carefully where she had felt the sudden change. He wanted to understand whether it happened when her emotions fluctuated. Xing-han clutched her dress tightly, her cheeks burning. She explained that her heart had started racing and a strange fluttering sensation had spread through her chest. Her body suddenly felt unusually warm, and that was when she lost control. She confessed it with genuine embarrassment, saying that her emotions had been unstable at that exact moment. Ji-chang listened closely, and a thought formed in his mind. He considered the possibility that her mysterious ability might be tied to emotional shifts, especially since he suspected her talent was similar to certain mythical creatures linked to water-type power. It matched what he had observed so far. He explained gently that her superpower might be directly connected to her physical and emotional reaction. If it was governed by mental strength, then gaining better control over her emotions might help her fully develop the ability. Xing-han widened her eyes, shocked by how accurately he described the situation. Before she could respond, Ji-chang suddenly took her hand. His grip was steady, his expression serious but warm. He suggested that they continue his kissing from where they stopped, not out of impulse, but to observe whether her emotional fluctuations truly affected her ability. He promised that if anything happened again, he would help her through it. Xing-han stared at him in surprise, unable to believe how calmly he handled everything. At that moment, Xing-han whisperly said, "Wait a minute, let me change my diaper first. Anyway, we will wet ourselves soon. So, let's then continue." But, Ji-chang could not leave Xing-han, and he continuously grabbing Xing-han to his waist and grabbing his neck tightly and kissing deeply and hard continue. And suddenly, he held Xing-han's face on his hand, where she completely breast out and blushed. She looked up Xichang, and she tried to stop her and his face so much red crimson. She feels so much nervous and say, as before, I experience significant emotional fluctuation, and then I urinate. But, Xichang tightly hold his cheek and lean so close tight like air completely locked without space. He say, I have tried a few times, and now I am pretty sure that your superpower are activated by mental energy. But suddenly, Xing Han sweat and say, I am so much sweating and I am going to take a shower. And she quickly show his whole body, she going to sweat up. Ji Chang look up, Xing Han that's looking so much gorgeous, like a beautiful lady. But few moment later, Xing Han when she is going to taking a bath she whisper inside the bathroom. Say Ji Chang, I completely forget to bring my cloth. Could you bring me at a set of pajama? He reply calmly, I get it. Then he go open the almirah, check his wardrobe, his undergarments and cloth. He look up. Then suddenly he grabbed Xing Han panty on his hand. His face so much embarrassing with blush and he thought Xing Han should wear diaper to sleep. But I need to take this set and he just quickly grabbing cloths and give to Xing Han. Few moment later, both are lying to the bed and Ji Chang look up and thought, while he looking Xing Han, she leak saliva to his mouth, like a cute little chubby girl. And Ji Chang go to clean his saliva with his smile, like he did not feel any disgust from Xing Han. Then he just closed the door, because the morning is arrived and Ji Chang going to outside. Xing Han mother quickly ask, Chang breakfast is almost ready, why don't you eat breakfast before going back? At that moment, Ji Chang looked at his future mother-in-law and nodded politely. He replied that they should eat before he returned home to sleep. Everyone sat together at the dinner table, and while they ate, Ji Chang asked with a calm expression, why don't we let Xing Han sleep a little longer? Her father sighed and said she would probably wake up in a while. Then he added helplessly, if only Xing Han were as self-disciplined as you, that would be great. Ji Chang responded softly, Uncle Yi, Xing Han already brought home the top score in the provincial exam for you. She deserves to rest a little during the holidays. It's not unreasonable. Uncle Yi nodded happily. That's true. After they finished eating and their light conversation ended, Ji Chang stood up and said goodbye. Aunt, no need to see me off. I can go by myself. His future mother-in-law waved him off gently, quietly wishing him goodbye. When she closed the door, she couldn't help smiling teasingly, remembering the way Ji Chang and Xing Han looked together. Her husband was also lost in thought. Then she suddenly said, last night, I got up to use the bathroom, and I heard the shower running in the upstairs bathroom. Do you think our daughter was taking a shower at that time? Her husband blinked in surprise. Now that you mention it, it must be that. Their casual reaction to the situation between Ji Chang and Xing Han was almost unbelievable. Then, out of nowhere, Xing Han's mother grabbed her phone excitedly. This is a big breakthrough. I have to tell Wang Xian about this, she said, referring to Ji Chang's mother. The scene shifted back to Ji Chang as he reached home. He entered his room, opened his wardrobe, and began changing his clothes. While removing his shirt, he muttered to himself that he needed to wash the clothes he wore yesterday. Suddenly, his mother rushed into the room with a huge smile, giving him a big thumbs up. You really are amazing, my son. Ji Chang froze, completely stunned. Why is mother acting like this? The scene shifted to another area, a rough, dangerous place. A giant thug stood there, broad-shouldered and intimidating, and beside him was his leader, an even larger man wearing a thick gold chain around his neck. The leader slammed his hand on the table and shouted furiously, Ji Chang, you owe me an explanation for this. His rage filled the entire room. Without waiting, he stormed straight to the location of Luo Din. Inside the training hall, Dean Luo Din was calmly practicing martial art. When he noticed the furious visitor, he didn't break his stand. He simply turned his head slightly and replied in a calm tone, I don't understand what Ling Ji Chang has to do with you. But the thug leader couldn't hold back. He got right into Luodin's face, shouting so loudly that the air vibrated. Ling Ji Chang already enrolled in my Evolution Academy, you bastard. And you still dare to use underhanded tricks to approach him? You have no shame. You're trying to steal my student and then acting like it's nothing. The men around them knew immediately. This thug wasn't just anyone. He was a master from the Evolution Academy, and losing a talented student like Ji Chang was a serious blow to his status. But Luo Din wasn't the type to be intimidated. He stepped forward, his voice rising with equal force, shouting directly back at him. What do you mean by underhanded tactics? So only your Evolution Academy has the right to recruit students? My martial arts academy isn't allowed to? I approached him fairly. You were simply too incompetent to recruit Ling Ji Chang. Who's the real bastard here? The tension crackled between them, two powerful figures clashing with raw authority. At that moment, both masters leaned forward aggressively, their foreheads almost colliding as their tempers exploded. The Evolution Academy master shouted in fury. Everything follows the first come, first served principle. You've lived long enough, don't tell me you still don't understand such a basic rule. Dean Luo's expression hardened. He shouted back without hesitation. I don't care about your first come, first served nonsense. All I know is this, if the school year hasn't started yet, Ji Chang is not your student. I can recruit him whenever I want, and I am not violating a single official rule. The Evolution Master gritted his teeth and snapped harshly. Maybe not the written rules, but you violated the customary rules followed among the dean. Dean Luo let out a short, mocking laugh. Customary rules? That's nothing more than the Evolution Academy's wishful thinking. Your so-called established practice. What does that have to do with me? He crossed his arms tightly over his chest, his posture confident and unshaken. His voice dropped into a calm but decisive tone. In short, my admission process was reasonable and fair. Every student was recruited through proper competition. If you're so unhappy, go to Lingjia Chen and convince him to return to your Evolution Academy. The air between them grew tense. Two powerful leaders locked in a fierce standoff. At that moment, the Evolution Academy master gritted his teeth and snapped in anger. He shouted that a despicable scoundrel like Dean Lu had no right to talk about fair competition. If Dean Lu truly had the guts, he should come up on stage and fight him. That, he said, was what real fairness looked like. But Dean Lu clearly held the upper hand. He ignored the provocation completely, answering in a casual and dismissive tone. He said that only an idiot would step on stage just because someone else yelled. Did the Evolution Academy master really think he was that stupid? The Evolution Academy master roared again, accusing Dean Lu of being shameless. He said that a high-level 5th-tier cultivator challenging a 9th-tier cultivator was pure bullying, and yet Dean Lu dared speak about fairness. He reminded him that he himself was only 48 years old while Dean Lu was already 95. How was he the one bullying someone younger? But Dean Lu brushed him aside again. He responded that if he, an elder at 95, didn't challenge someone younger, then the Evolution Master must be bullying his elders instead. He said the man was mean, uneducated, and disgusting in every way. Unable to take it anymore, the Evolution Academy Master swung his face away, snapped in fury, and stormed off. But just before leaving the area, he turned back and shouted one last insult. He warned Dean Lu that as long as he refused to undergo gene fusion, he would forever remain an ordinary 9th-tier weakling. He told him not to forget his limits. No amount of arrogance would change what he was. Then he stomped off with a final outburst, calling Dean Lu nothing more than an insignificant creature, weaker than an ant. He told him to continue clinging to his so-called pure-blood human ideals and keep wallowing in his delusions as he disappeared from the area in rage. The scene shifted to the Evolution Academy's principal office. The Dragon Lady principal sat in her chair, her expression calm yet sharp. She spoke lightly, telling Dinma not to worry. Once school started and some time passed, Lin Jichen would eventually realize that the peers who were once below him would surpass him through gene fusion or mechanical augmentation. When that happened, he would naturally regret his choices. She added that the Evolution Academy's own dean would complain about Lin Jichen and Luo Chuan for the trouble they had caused. But Dean Ma shook his head. He said that wasn't the real issue. His concern was that Luo Chuan had broken rules and needed to be punished. Principal Yuan lifted her cup of tea with a graceful motion, her gaze turning cold. She replied that if he was so unhappy about it, then he should give them a taste of their own medicine. He should go and bring back the second-place scorer from the college entrance exam. At that moment, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Dean Ma's forehead. His voice trembled as he muttered that he had dug a hole for himself. Tense and helpless, he forced himself to reply, agreeing to follow Principal Yuan's instruction. After that, he quickly left the office. Once he was gone, Principal Yuan lifted her eyes slightly. She murmured that Dinma always appeared calm and composed, yet he lost his temper and became completely unreasonable whenever dealing with that man surnamed Luo. She looked at her cup of tea, took a small sip, and her thoughts drifted to her ex-husband, Luo. She whispered that despite all the years that had passed, that man had never changed. His mouth was still as sharp as ever. If only her own strength back then had matched her sharp personality, she would not have gone astray when she was young. Otherwise, she coldly added, that man surnamed Luo would already be a school principal by now. At that moment, the scene shifted to where Ji Chang and Xing Han were running along the roadside. Again, Xing Han was covered in sweat, breathing hard as she complained that she was completely exhausted. Ji Chang held out a water bottle and told her gently, "Here's some water, Tofu. Let's stop training for today and relax our muscles on that bench. As he watched her, he felt surprised. Xing Han looked like a tired little baby while drinking water. After a few sips, she suddenly lay down on the long bench and ordered Ji Chang to massage her leg. She looked so graceful and relaxed that Ji Chang quietly sat down and held her leg, gently pressing and kneading to ease her soreness. Xing Han's cheeks turned bright crimson. She whispered that she was very thankful, but Ji Chang smiled and replied happily that between them, saying "thank you" felt too formal. There was no need for such distance. Hearing that, Xing Han made a cute, curious expression and softly asked, "So, Ji Chang, what kind of relationship do we have now?" In that moment, Zichen glanced at Xing Han and replied about the topic of family. She pouted and asked, "If we're talking about family, what kind of family are we referring to? And what kind of family do you want? Do you want a fiancé?" Suddenly, she grew excited. "Are you really going to become my future fiancé?" Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer. She lifted her little finger and whispered, "How about we get married after we graduate from university?" Zichen looked at his future wife and smiled softly. He raised his little finger as well. "Good idea." Their fingers locked together as they said, almost in unison, "Pinky promise. 100 years, never to be broken." The scene shifted to Zichen's home. The doorbell rang, and his father went to check. When he opened the door, he froze in shock. "Dean Ma, what brings you here?" Dean Ma greeted him casually. "Hello. I'm sorry to bother you so late. I came to speak with Zichen about choosing a college." His father stared at him in confusion. Choosing a college? Wasn't that already decided? Why bring this up in the middle of the night? But Dean Ma persisted. He held up 2 crystal fish. "These are for you. Please try them, they're incredibly delicious. A former student gifted me a lot, so I brought 2 for you." "You're far too kind, Dean Ma," Zichen's father said, accepting them before closing the door. He turned and called out, "Zichen, Dean Ma is here." Zichen was waiting in the living room when Dean Ma stepped inside, full of excitement. "Your gene fusion compatibility is as high as 15%, Dean Ma said. "Your future prospects on the path of gene fusion are extraordinary. There's no need for you to follow the pure-blood human route. That would waste your talent." Zichen and his father exchanged a glance. Dean Ma continued, "The Crystal Pavilion's intentions are good, but their theory focuses only on pure-blood humans. There hasn't been any real progress. It's a huge pitfall, and entering it will only harm him." Dean Ma continued speaking. "Ji Chang, listen to my advice. Don't take the path of pure-blood humans. That will only make you disappear into the crowd. You should return to the Evolution Academy." Ji Chang watched him closely, trying to understand his intention. Before he could respond, his mother suddenly spoke in confusion. "Dean Ma, I don't understand. Hasn't Xiao Chang already enrolled in the Evolution Academy?" Ji Chang hesitated, then said, "Mom, Dad. I forgot to tell you. I joined the Crystal Pavilion a few days ago." Both of his parents froze, completely puzzled by his sudden decision. Ji Chang added calmly, "I've transferred to the Martial Arts Academy. I'm going to follow the path of pure-blood humans." His mother grew tense. "Chang, what happened to you?" Ji Chang explained, "I agree with the philosophy of the Tyrant Pavilion. And the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy offered triple the benefits. Still, I only agreed to join Crystal Pavilion for 6 months. I want to try the pure-blood human path first." His parents exhaled slightly, relieved that it wasn't permanent. "If there's no progress in 6 months, I'll return to the Evolution Academy and continue with gene fusion." They finally relaxed, thinking he wasn't walking into complete ruin. But Dean Ma's anger flared instantly. The moment he imagined Dean Luo, he nearly exploded. "That old man? Can he even afford triple the benefits?" he snapped. Then he took a deep breath and faced Ji Chang. "Young man, let me give you one more piece of advice." His tone grew urgent. "Triple benefits sound impressive, but in the long run they're nothing. Not worth risking everything. Even if it's only a 6-month trial and even if you can return afterward, those 6 months will still cost you a huge amount of valuable knowledge. You'll lose far more than those benefits can ever compensate for." He stepped closer. "I've worked at Shanghai University for many years. I've seen this situation too many times. Trust me, you won't regret staying on the gene fusion path. There's no need to waste those 6 months." Inside, Ji Chang's thoughts churned. "Thank you for the reminder, Dean Ma, but I agree strongly with the Tyrant Pavilion's philosophy. If I don't try it myself, the question will keep bothering me. It might even turn into a mental obsession. He exhaled silently. Besides, they offered a 3-month trial and triple benefits. That's more than enough. Dean Ma let out a long sigh. Since you insist, there's nothing more for me to say. Ji Chang remained silent. Dean Ma stood up, clearly disappointed, and headed toward the door. Ji Chang's parents followed to see him off. Before leaving, Dean Ma added, I have other matters to handle, so I'll take my leave. But if you don't gain anything at the Martial Arts Academy, come back to Gene Fusion Academy immediately. He left quickly. Later that night, Ji Chang sat alone, finishing his nutrient meal. He picked up his phone. Let's see what's in the news today. The moment the page loaded, he froze. A new official announcement flashed across the screen. The Heavenly Pavilion has misled and brainwashed the second-rank scholar Nan Jian, causing him to abandon the path of gene fusion and choose pure-blood humanity. His gene fusion potential has been ruined, turning him into another ordinary person. The news was spreading everywhere. Ji Chang rubbed his forehead, exhausted. Another top student from the second high school college entrance exam. What is this nonsense? Why is this being blown up everywhere? He scrolled down, reading the comments. Every single one was negative, clearly from paid trolls. Great, he thought bitterly. If my personal information is exposed, I'll end up being cyberbullied too. And if this catches the attention of heretics, it'll become a real problem. His grip tightened around his phone. Did Dean Ma leak the information? Or, is some other force trying to smear the Heavenly Human Pavilion? Right away, Ji Chang made a call. Hello. I want to file a complaint about a news report that leaked a test taker's personal information. He stated the issue clearly, then ended the call. 2 hours later, he checked again and breathed in relief. Fortunately, it's been deleted. But before he could relax, his phone vibrated again. He opened the notification and froze. The comments about the Crystal Pavilion and Ling Jichang were still spreading. Groups of people were mocking him openly. His expression darkened. The photo, it's been leaked too. This is even more troublesome for me. Around midnight, Xing Han quietly opened Ji Chang's door. She slipped inside with a bright smile. Chang, I'm here. I'm sleeping with you tonight. She leaned closer, only to notice that Ji Chang's attention was fixed on his phone. Are you reading the news about yourself? She asked. Those people are awful. They're using an innocent test taker as a weapon while pretending they care about morals. Ji Chang replied calmly, that's how these struggles work. If you stick to principles, you get disadvantaged. If you abandon them, you gain an advantage. Xing Han fell silent for a moment, thinking of Master Yuan. Chang, my master is very influential. If you asked her for help, maybe she could resolve this for you? But Ji Chang shook his head. This conflict is clearly the Gene Fusion faction suppressing the pure-blood human faction. Your master supports Gene Fusion. There's no reason she would help me with this. Xing Han made a cute puppy face as she checked Ji Chang's phone. There's no harm in trying, she said, and before he could stop her, she typed a message to her teacher. Let me ask her. To her surprise, the reply came almost instantly. Chang, she exclaimed. She answered so fast. It hasn't even been half an hour. Ji Chang stared at her in disbelief. Half an hour? They actually resolved my problem that quickly? Xing Han held the phone out for him. Look, it's gone. I can't find any news about you anymore. He grabbed the phone, stunned. She really helped me. His mind raced. Principal Yuan, are you spoiling your apprentice, or is this because of her past connection with Luo Yuan? Either way, I benefited. Xing Han's face flushed a deep red. She glanced at Ji Chang shyly. He said, please thank your master for me. I'm truly grateful for the help. Her blush deepened. Don't say that, I already thanked her, she murmured. Ji Chang tilted his head. What would you like me to thank you for? She leaned in, both hands gripping his face gently. If you really want to thank me, then give me a beautiful kiss. Her voice softened. I thanked Master on your behalf, so I deserve one first. Ji Chang froze, his face turning crimson. A moment later, they kissed, the world going quiet for a brief, warm moment. After some time, Ji Chang focused again and sat down to cultivate. Sweat gathered across his body as he pushed through the barrier. His breath hitched. Biological level, up. Ordinary to level 7. Heat radiated from his skin as he exhaled. Finally, my entire body has been fully tempered. Ji Sheng checked his stats carefully. As he examined the changes, he muttered to himself, my biological attributes. I've gotten used to them. Or maybe I've simply unlocked more. He listed them one by one in his mind: initiate wisdom and understanding, survival of the fittest, blessing of water, natural selection, eye of the sky, body tempering, flesh tempering. A smile formed on his face. 9 biological attributes already. That basically equals 10 levels of gene fusion. His excitement grew. Even a gene genius from Peking University who completed 4 gene fusions is completely outclassed. Just then, a notification popped up on his phone. Ji Xing glanced at it. Xing Han had sent a message. He leaned back, thinking, Xing Han will definitely need to undergo gene fusion. That causes infertility. So retrieving and preserving her eggs now is important, then she can use in vitro fertilization later. Her message read, I'm going to pick up something tomorrow. Can you come with me? Ji Xing replied immediately, alright, I'll come with you. Scene shifted to Monday. Xing Han lay back on the examination bed, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she awaited her checkup. The nurse finished adjusting her clean medical uniform and looked elegant, confident, and charming. The ovulation induction injections have already been administered, the nurse said with a warm smile. Please return tomorrow for egg retrieval. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble, Xing Han replied politely. When she stepped out with Qin Li, her friend let out a helpless sigh. This is so troublesome. I thought you could just get it done today, but now we have to wait until tomorrow. Xing Han smiled lightly. I had a feeling it wouldn't be that simple. Qin Li suddenly leaned close and grabbed her arm with excitement. In that case, since we finally managed to get out of the house, let's go shopping. It'll help you relax. Xing Han nodded. Alright. Qin Li turned to her again. Are you sure you don't want to come with us later? Xing Han shook her head gently. No. I have something to take care of at home. At that time, Qin waved excitedly and said to Cheng, bye. Today it's just the 2 of us. Xing Han and I are going to enjoy ourselves. The scene shifted to Ji Cheng's home. He sat down in a cultivation posture and muttered, it's time to build my muscles. His status window appeared. His skin tightened, muscles strengthened, and the body tempering process started. Ji Cheng gritted his teeth as heat surged through him. The burning sensation of tempering the flesh is more intense than tempering the skin, but it's still bearable. After a long session, he collapsed onto the bed, completely drained. After spending an hour training my entire right arm, my head started getting dizzy, he said tiredly. He dragged himself up and went to eat. I need to replenish my qi and blood. After finishing his meal, he checked his stats again and widened his eyes. My strength increased by 50%. Just from tempering my right arm. This blood tempering technique really suits my physique. He gripped his strength testing tool tightly, when suddenly, his door was knocked. A voice came from outside. Ji Cheng, I need to talk to you about something. You can come in, he replied. The door's already open. Xing Han stepped into the room. Today, Chu Qin said we should go out and have fun before school starts. He Yuan will be coming too. So, I agreed on your behalf. Ji Cheng leaned in close, gently taking Xing Han's soft hand like a husband calming his wife. In a low, steady voice, he said, if you're going, I will definitely go with you. Xing Han bit her lip, but Chu Qin said she wants to go to the beach. I didn't want to spoil her excitement, but I also didn't know how to refuse after promising her. At that moment, Xing Han imagined herself deep beneath the sea. She shivered and said softly, you know, I once heard a terrifying sound down there. When it echoed through the water, I was really scared. I don't want to go near the sea again, not with them, not alone. Before her fear grew, Ji Cheng gently took her hand. His grip was firm, reassuring. It's okay, he said quietly, I'm here with you. And if it's too much, we simply won't go into the water. Don't worry. I'll always protect you, because you're my wife. Xing Han's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Hearing Ji Cheng call her my wife made her heart race and she lowered her gaze, trying to hide her smile. Just then, the scene shifted to a mysterious cave glowing with lava. Heat rippled through the air. From the darkness, a grotesque creature crawled forward and bowed. My lord, the monster rasped. I've had those stinking rats dig through all 108 tunnels in total. A man stepped forward, wearing a strange crow-shaped mask, radiating a disturbing, twisted aura. His presence alone felt criminal. Next, the masked man said coldly. The giant creature continued, "Sir, please set the creature's coordinate here." The masked man exhaled slowly, as if irritated. Then, in one sharp motion, he raised his arm, revealing a blood-red spear, and hurled it into the ground with brutal force. The spear glowed a violent crimson. He sliced his own ankle without hesitation. Blood poured down, running along the spear's shaft. The weapon drank it eagerly, bursting with demonic energy. Ritual enchantments ignited across the cave floor, red sigils flickering to life. The entire chamber pulsed with unstable, sinister power. "I've set the coordinates for the creature here," the masked man declared. "Now I must locate the matching boundary point in the source zone and set the same coordinates there." He raised his hand toward the blinding red glow. "Once both points react to each other, the tunnel and the source will be linked." A chilling wave spread across the cave, signaling the beginning of a disaster yet to unfold. The group was on their way to the beach, driving along a scenic coastal road. Inside the car, Chu Rui asked Hei when he had gotten his driver's license. Hei explained that his father had pulled some strings to get him into a crash course right after summer break began. When he offered to help the others join the same program, they agreed immediately, which made Hugh cheer loudly. Before long, they reached the beach parking lot. The moment Hugh stepped out, he bolted toward the sand, shouting about how much he loved the sea breeze, the ocean, and, above all, the women in bikinis playing in the water. Irritated by his inappropriate remark, Chui smacked him on the back of the head. She then took Shening Han's arm and announced that they were going to change, completely ignoring Hei's complaint. Left behind, Hugh slung his arm around Lin Zichen and suggested they should get changed as well, saying he couldn't wait to go diving. As the two walked toward the changing area, a group of guys on the beach noticed Lin Zichen. One of them recognized him as the runner-up in Nanjiang Province's Gaokao exam. They began whispering among themselves, mentioning that he was the one who joined Tianra. Their tone quickly turned mocking as they speculated that he must have been brainwashed or was already brain damaged, concluding that he had completely destroyed his future. Hugh overheard every word. His expression darkened, and anger surged through him. He stormed toward the group and confronted them, demanding to know who they thought they were to judge the provincial runner-up. He shouted at them to keep talking, daring them to say more. The group froze, speechless and terrified by his sudden fury. Just as Hugh was about to push the confrontation further, Lin Zichen calmly grabbed his arm, telling him to drop it and not waste his time on people like that. Hugh clenched his teeth and muttered that Lin Zichen had far too much patience, adding that he would have punched them if it were up to him. Lin Zichen replied that he simply didn't care about their opinion, but if they had targeted something he truly cared about, he wouldn't have held back. When Hugh asked what that something was, Lin Zichen shot him a look and glanced to the side, as if the answer was obvious. Just then, Chu Rui and Shening Han returned, now dressed in their beach outfits. With a teasing grin, Chu Rui pointed out that the person Lin Zichen cared about the most was obviously Shening Han, who happened to be holding a tube of sunscreen. Hugh scratched the back of his head, admitting it had been a pointless question. Chu Rui waved her hand and told the boys to hurry up and get changed. A short while later, Lin Zichen and Hugh came back wearing their swim trunks, revealing their well-defined physique. Lin Zichen casually offered to help Shening Han apply sunscreen. From her lounge chair, she agreed with a bright smile. As Lin Zichen slowly spread sunscreen across her back, she relaxed and praised him for doing a good job. Hugh watched the scene with a jealous blush, thinking that Lin Zichen clearly had impressive charm. Motivated, he tried using the same line on Chu Rui, who immediately told him to get lost. Lin Zichen continued applying sunscreen, this time along Shening Han's lower back and the curve of her hip. She felt warmth rise to her face, quietly thinking about how incredible he was. Suddenly, a mysterious and powerful voice echoed in her mind. Shening Han's eyes flew open in shock, and she quickly sat up, whispering about a revival and the source of the sea. She turned toward the ocean with fear tightening her expression, exclaiming that she could hear that voice again. Her sudden reaction instantly caught Lin Zichen's attention. Lin Zichen gently held the trembling Shening Han and asked what was wrong. With a terrified look, she explained that the same eerie voice had spoken again, mentioning a great god's revival and the source of the sea. Lin Zichen listened carefully, his expression turning serious. He wondered if the voice was connected to the origin land source site. After a moment, he admitted that they didn't know enough to understand the situation and needed more information. He suggested that once they started university, she should try asking her master indirectly about it. Shening Han nodded, agreeing to the idea. Sometime later, Lin Zichen was back in his room, continuing his training. After completing his muscle tempering, Lin Zichen began the far more difficult stage, bone tempering. The process pushed him to his limit. Unlike muscle training, which was already painful, bone tempering felt like his entire skeleton was being crushed and reforged. He directed his energy with precision, forcing it through every bone in his body. When the session finally ended, he collapsed onto his bed, completely drained. His skin was coated in a strange residue, a sign that the impurities had been forced out. Despite the agony, he felt victorious. He had successfully tempered all 206 bone. A moment later, a system notification appeared, congratulating him on evolving to ordinary creature rank 9, placing him only one step away from becoming an advanced creature. Still lying on his bed, he opened the blood tempering art manual. He knew his next task was to open the apertures within his body to reach the next stage of evolution. However, the instructions were vague, leaving him unsure of the precise method. With a determined expression, Lin Zichen closed the manual, deciding he would have to figure out the aperture opening method on his own. The scene shifted to the impressive campus of Shanghai University, where Lin Zichen and Shening Han had finally arrived to begin their college life. As their car pulled up, one of their parents called out, announcing that they had reached the campus. Walking through the grounds with Lin Zichen's parents, Shening Han, now dressed in a stylish new outfit, excitedly pointed to an old ice cream shop that was still open. As they wandered through the lively university town, Lin Zichen smiled and confirmed her nostalgic memory. It was indeed the same shop they used to visit as children. His mother, Zhang Wang, suggested stopping for a treat since they still had time. Shening Han happily agreed. Inside the shop, she enjoyed a large bowl of strawberry milk-flavored ice cream, savoring every bite. Then she sweetly offered a spoonful to Lin Zichen. He leaned forward to taste it while his parents watched the gentle, affectionate moment with warm smile. Their peaceful outing was suddenly disturbed by noise coming from a nearby bar. The commotion drew Lin Zichen's attention. He glanced through the window and overheard a man complaining to a woman named Jason that her skirt was too long, making it difficult for him to grope her. Inside the bar, Brother Yong had Jason sitting flirtatiously on his lap. She giggled and told him he could simply slide his hand under her skirt, insisting she didn't mind. Another man at the table urged Brother Yong to stop messing around with the woman and focus on their. Outside the ice cream shop, two men were talking about a girl named Huang Jiaxin. One of them said that she acted like a goddess at the art academy, yet here she was letting men from the Evolution Academy get close to her. The other man replied that students from the Evolution Academy had bright futures, so it was natural for women to be interested in them. Their conversation made Lin Zichen think about the structure of Shanghai University. The campus was divided into two separate zones. The outer campus was for students studying arts and culture, while the inner campus housed the Evolution Department, Mechanical Modification Department, and Martial Arts Department. The inner campus was heavily guarded due to the sensitive nature of gene fusion and mechanical modification research. It was closed to the public, and even students from the outer campus were not allowed inside. Armed guards and surveillance drones constantly patrolled the area. Back at the table, Zhang Wangxin, Lin Zichen's mother, reminded him and Shen Qingheng that although university life offered more freedom, they had to stay focused and avoid unnecessary distraction. Her husband, Lin Yening, gently reassured her that their children were responsible enough to manage themselves. Lin Yening checked the time and told Lin Zichen and Shen Qingheng that they should head to the inner campus, since parents were not allowed to enter the restricted zone. Before they left, he reminded his son to take good care of Shen Qingheng. Lin Zichen nodded, promising he would. At the heavily guarded entrance of the inner campus, a security officer asked them to present their admission notices. Lin Zichen handed his over immediately. Shen Qingheng began searching her bag, but the guard suddenly paused. He recognized Lin Zichen as the top provincial exam student who had recently made headlines for joining Tianren. With that recognition, he waved them through without further inspection. Inside the inner campus, the atmosphere was completely different from the outside. Gene fusers and cyborgs walked everywhere, a normal sight in this specialized zone. After completing their registration paperwork, it was time for them to go to their separate dormitory. Shen Qingheng waved goodbye, promising to meet him that evening, then headed toward her dorm in the Evolution Academy. When Lin Zichen arrived at the Budo Academy, he was immediately surrounded by a group of enthusiastic female upper-class. They complimented his looks, offered to carry his luggage, and eagerly asked for his contact information. A confident blonde senior stepped forward, telling the other girls to move aside. She offered to personally escort Lin Zichen to his dormitory, and he accepted with a polite nod. As they walked, she asked if he wanted to see the Academy's combat power rankings. She then led him to a large display panel that showcased two lists: the peak ranking for the top 500 students in the entire school, and the new student ranking for the top 100 freshmen. She pointed to the peak ranking and explained that the top 3 students were all powerful 4th years from the Evolution Academy and the Mechanical Modification Academy. In comparison, only 3 students from the Budo Academy appeared on the list, and all of them were ranked much lower. The senior began telling him about a former star student from their academy, a student who, like him, had been the top scorer in the entrance exam. She had even reached 6th place on the peak ranking. However, because she was a pure-blooded human, her progress eventually stalled, and she was surpassed by gene fusers and cyborgs. She revealed that the student's name was Song Yuan. Song Yuan was now an instructor at the academy and a key researcher for Tianren, working directly as an assistant to Dean Lu Chuanwu. They soon reached Lin Zichen's assigned room. The senior opened the door, revealing a spacious private apartment rather than a typical dormitory. She let out a breath, fanning herself, and remarked enviously that being the top scorer really came with incredible perks. She mentioned how hot it had been walking outside and casually asked if she could use his shower. But Lin Zichen completely missed the hint. Instead of understanding her suggestion, he simply thanked her for guiding him and said, "Senior, I'll treat you to a milk tea from the shop across the street." The senior froze for a moment, utterly confused by his reaction. Still, she nodded and accepted, wondering to herself why he didn't understand something so obvious. After she left, Lin Zichen stood alone in his new single room. In his mind, treating her to a drink was enough to repay the favor of her showing him the way. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Shen Qinghang. She asked him to send pictures of his dormitory. She had already sent him photos of her own place, an incredibly spacious apartment with luxurious furnishings and even a private gym. Comparing her comfort-filled living space to his own simple single-room dorm, Lin Zichen felt a sharp pang of envy. The difference in resources between the academies was overwhelming. Even so, he reluctantly took a few pictures of his small, plain room and sent them to her. When Shen Qingheng saw them, she was stunned by how cramped his dormitory was. Without hesitation, she told him to move in with her, adding that her bed was even larger than the one she had at home. Lin Zichen didn't even think twice. He grabbed his suitcase and phone. "I'm on my way," he said immediately. Leaving the Budo Academy dorms, he couldn't help but grumble internally about the huge gap in funding. His room, supposedly one of the academy's best, was nothing compared to the housing at the Evolution Academy. As he walked toward Shen Qinghang's residence, he let out a long sigh, wondering if Dean Lu Chuanwu would truly be able to keep his promise of tripled benefits in the future. When the elevator doors opened on her floor, Shen Qinghang was already waiting, greeting him with a bright smile. She happily welcomed him into her spacious, air-conditioned apartment. Lin Zichen looked around the clean, luxurious space and couldn't help saying that her master, Ma Dongji, must care for her a lot to provide such a place. Shen Qinghang nodded, agreeing that her master treated her very well. Stretching her arms wide, she cheerfully declared that this was now their little home, a place where they could live freely without their parents watching over them. Lin Zichen's face turned red, and he quickly told her not to get carried away. Saying she was sweaty from the move, she announced that she would shower first. Without hesitation, she began undressing right there, leaving her clothes scattered on the floor. Lin Zichen could only stand there, flustered, asking her not to make a mess. While she showered, he gathered her clothes and picked them up. With a bit of free time, he opened the university's new campus app he had downloaded. Inside the app, he discovered a special store where students could spend school credits to buy materials for gene fusion and mechanical modification. He also learned there were 3 ways to earn these credits: placing on the school's power rankings, completing official tasks, and achieving outstanding results in competition. Realizing this might actually be easier for him than earning normal money, he continued browsing until Shen Qinghang's voice called out from the bathroom, asking him to bring her clothes. He walked into the bathroom to hand them over, only to find her relaxing in the large bathtub. Her cheeks slightly pink from the heat, she sighed comfortably and asked, almost teasingly, if he wanted to join her. A blush spread across Lin Zichen's face as he hesitated for a moment, then decided it would be a waste of so much hot water for just one person. He agreed to join Shen Qinghang and began removing his clothes. In the tub, he offered to wash her back. She smiled and accepted, promising that it would be her turn to wash his back afterward. Later, after their bath and a meal, Lin Zichen lay on the bed in meditation while Shen Qinghang rested beside him. He began the second stage of tempering his skin using the blood tempering art. The process was grueling, far more difficult than the first time. Tempering his right hand alone took him 2 full hours. Curious to test his progress, he asked Shen Qinghang for a sewing needle. She handed it over, watching in amazement as he pressed the sharp needle against the back of his hand. It didn't pierce his skin. A system notification confirmed that his skin's toughness was increasing. When he applied even more pressure, the needle shattered against his hand. Shen Qingheng's eyes widened in awe. "The blood-tempering art is incredible," she exclaimed. "It makes me want to pursue the pure blood path too." Lin Zichen then turned to her, announcing the next test, heat resistance. Lin Zichen calmly held his hand over a lit stovetop flame. A system notification confirmed that his heat resistance was increasing. He noted that it had taken over a minute before he felt even a slight burning sensation. Reflecting on his progress, he concluded that with the blood-tempering art and his system's attributes, he was steadily moving toward achieving a saintly body. Just as he was relaxing, his phone buzzed with a new message from Lu Chuanwu, the dean of the Budo Academy. The dean asked if he had settled in and invited him to visit the Tianren headquarters to familiarize himself with the environment and meet the other members. Lin Zichen agreed. The dean instructed him to wait downstairs for someone to pick him up. Since he was not at his own dorm, Lin Zichen sent a reply with Shen Qingheng's address. After receiving confirmation, he let out a sigh and prepared to head downstairs. He informed Shen Qingheng that he had to step out for a while, explaining that the dean had invited him to the organization's headquarters. She smiled and encouraged him to go ahead. Outside, Lin Zichen found a shady spot under a cluster of trees and leaned against one, enjoying the brief moment of quiet. A young man with spiky orange-brown hair noticed him and approached. Recognizing him immediately, he said, "You're Lin Zichen, the top provincial exam scorer who joined Tianren." Lin Zichen nodded politely, thinking to himself how well-known he had become. The young man continued, expressing admiration for Lin Zichen's choice to forego gene fusion and pursue the pure blood path. He explained that he, too, was a freshman and had grown up near Kyoto, where a research institute for pure-blooded humans had once existed, but it had been shut down after 20 years of little progress. He spoke passionately about his hope that the research at Shanghai University would succeed. Lin Zichen found the young man a bit too talkative, but he smiled politely. The student gave him a thumbs up and an encouraging, "Good luck," before walking away. Moments later, the roar of a motorcycle engine caught his attention. He turned to see a woman wearing a helmet pulling up on a sleek red motorcycle. "Are you Lin Zichen?" she asked. After he confirmed, she dismounted and removed her helmet. "I'm Song Yuan," she introduced herself, an instructor at the Budo Academy and a researcher for Tianren. "I'm here to take you to our headquarters." As they shook hands, Lin Zichen recalled her story as the former top student who had also chosen the pure blood path. He climbed onto the back of her motorcycle and she playfully advised him to hold on tighter. As they sped along, Song Yuan asked with a teasing tone if he was happy that a beautiful senior had come to pick him up. Lin Zichen blushed slightly but replied calmly, "It's an honor." Curious, she then asked why a student from the Budo Academy would be waiting outside the luxurious dorms of the Evolution Academy. Lin Zichen explained casually, "My girlfriend lives there, and I've moved in with her." Hearing this, Song Yuan let out a sigh and lamented her own love life. "I've never even lived with a boy," she complained. Soon, they arrived at a large, modern building. Song Yuan led him to a sign that read Pure Human Research Institute and beckoned him inside. Lin Zichen asked if it was an abbreviation for the Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute, and she nodded. She showed him a common area where researchers could relax and offered him drinks from a well-stocked refrigerator. Walking through an empty hallway, Lin Zichen asked why no one else was around. Song Yuan explained with a small sigh that Tianren was not well regarded by the university, so their funding was limited and they could not afford a large staff. She revealed that the entire organization consisted only of Dean Lu Chuanwu, herself, Lin Zichen, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Lin Zichen was shocked. He now realized that the large group of men in karate uniforms with the dean when they first met had been nothing more than hired actors. Feeling slightly let down, he reminded himself that as long as he received the promised triple benefits, nothing else mattered. Song Yuan then called out to the dean, announcing that she had brought Lin Zichen. A disheveled and exhausted Lu Chuanwu appeared, inviting them into his cluttered office. Lin Zichen couldn't help but comment on the dean's haggard appearance. The dean explained that he had been there for almost half a month, struggling to make a breakthrough in his research on the aperture opening chapter of the blood-tempering art, but had made no progress. Despite his struggles, he gave Lin Zichen an encouraging thumbs up, confident that Lin Zichen's involvement would lead to significant progress for the pure blood path. He then playfully boasted that his senior, Song Yuan, had once been the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, and that his own physical test scores from his youth had been even higher. Song Yuan casually chided him to stop bragging. The dean's tone soon turned serious. He explained that with Song Yuan's help, he had finally broken through a decades-long plateau and completed his third body temper. This breakthrough gave him, an ordinary Tier 9 human, the power to defeat a high-level gene fuser. Placing his hands on both of their shoulders, he assured Lin Zichen that with time, he had the potential to surpass even Yu Yan. Changing the subject, Lu Chuanwu asked about Lin Zichen's progress with the blood-tempering art. He questioned whether Lin Zichen had managed to learn blood control and reach the required ordinary Tier 4 to begin skin tempering. Lin Zichen calmly confirmed that he had. Pleased, the dean assigned Song Yuan as his mentor, explaining that with her guidance he should be able to complete his first skin tempering by the end of the semester. He noted that she herself had accomplished this in just 3 months. Song Yuan confidently accepted the role. However, Lin Zichen interrupted plainly, stating that a mentor would not be necessary. He revealed that he had already completed the first round of skin tempering during his summer vacation. The shocking announcement left both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuan completely stunned and speechless, wondering if they had heard him correctly. Song Yuan found it hard to believe that Lin Zichen could have mastered the complex art of skin tempering entirely on his own over the summer. Lin Zichen explained casually that the book contained detailed instructions and that he had studied it for a few days. Internally, he admitted to himself that it had only taken him half an hour. Still skeptical, Dean Lu Chuanwu asked to examine his hand to verify his claim. Before presenting his arm, Lin Zichen discreetly activated his natural camouflage ability, deciding to mask his true power. He adjusted his visible biological level to ordinary Tier 5, just enough to be consistent with completing 1 round of skin tempering. Satisfied, he then allowed the dean to inspect his arm. The dean confirmed in amazement that Lin Zichen had indeed completed a full skin tempering. Still shocked, Lu Chuanwu asked about his current biological level. Feigning nervousness, Lin Zichen replied that it was ordinary Tier 5. This revelation sent the dean into pure ecstasy. He threw his hands into the air, shouting that Lin Zichen was a peerless genius and that the future of the pureblood path was secure. Overjoyed, he pulled a surprised Lin Zichen into a tight hug, declaring that with such a talent, they would surely break through the limits of ordinary beings. Watching the scene, Song Yuan reflected that there was always someone more talented. She smiled, thinking it was reassuring to have such a capable person leading their cause. Filled with renewed hope, she excitedly suggested to the dean that they should immediately publicize Lin Zichen's potential to attract more talented individuals and secure additional funding. However, Lu Chuanwu immediately rejected the idea. He explained sternly that Lin Zichen's abilities must be kept secret for now, as suddenly revealing his progress on the pure blood path could put him in danger. The dean elaborated that their strategy should focus on quality, not quantity. Now that they had a prodigy like Lin Zichen, they needed to concentrate all their resources on helping him break through the ordinary biological barrier. When Song Yuan expressed concern about finances, the dean reassured her. He promised to use all his connections to gather the necessary evolution resources. His plan was to wait until Lin Zichen's power became undeniable, find him a powerful backer, and only then promote the ideals of Tien Run. Song Yuan praised the dean's thoughtful planning, and he accepted the compliment with pride. Lin Zichen listened quietly, thinking how shocked they would be if they knew his true power, that he was already at ordinary Tier 9, had completed tempering his flesh and bones, and was in the middle of his second tempering cycle. The dean then informed Lin Zichen that he no longer needed to attend basic classes at the Budo Academy. Instead, he would work directly at the Research Institute with Song Yuan as his assistant. An annoyed Song Yuan clenched her fist, protesting that being made an assistant to a junior was an insult. The dean dismissed her concerns, telling her pride was worthless in their research. Changing the subject, he announced that the following afternoon, the university would hold a freshman trial to determine the new king, the strongest first-year student. The dean confidently told Lin Zichen that with his abilities, the title of freshman king was practically his. He encouraged him to participate to bring honor to the Budo Academy, offering a reward of 10 chi and blood pills. When this failed to elicit a reaction, he added that the winner would also receive 10 school credits. The mention of credits immediately captured Lin Zichen's full attention. Soon, the day of the freshman assembly arrived. A large crowd of students gathered in the university auditorium. As Lin Zichen and Shen Qingheng sat together, they became the focus of gossip among other students who recognized Lin Zichen as the top scorer who had joined Tian Run. Many whispered, speculating about his relationship with their goddess, Shen Qingheng. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar face, the talkative, spiky-haired freshman from before. He approached and asked if Lin Zichen remembered him. Lin Zichen confirmed that he did. Leaning in, the freshman pointed at both of them and bluntly asked what their relationship was. Holding a blushing Shen Qingheng's hand, Lin Zichen replied plainly, "We are engaged childhood sweethearts and plan to marry after graduation." The news seemed to disappoint the other freshmen, who could only manage forced smiles. As the assembly continued, the auditorium gradually filled with first-year students. In the crowd, a girl with dark hair tipped in purple and cat-like ears sat quietly. She turned her gaze toward Lin Zichen, her stare intense and somber. Lin Zichen noticed her eyes, feeling a slight sense of unease. Meanwhile, the talkative freshman had returned to his seat, chatting animatedly with his neighbors. Soon, a man at the podium announced the start of the ceremony and called for the freshman representative to come to the stage. To everyone's surprise, it was the talkative, spiky-haired freshman who stood up. As he confidently walked toward the stage, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Students questioned why he, with his dyed hair and chatty personality, had been chosen as the representative, a role they assumed would go to the strongest student, likely a gene fuser. The freshman, however, was pleased by their reaction. He thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to make a big impression. Taking the microphone, the freshman began his speech by asking the crowd if they had heard of Lai Yi-jin. Lin Zichen internally scoffed, thinking that everyone already knew about the famous genius from Kyoto. Continuing, the freshman revealed that the renowned prodigy had an equally talented younger brother. He explained that this brother had been the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, boasting a 16% gene fusion compatibility and the highest national physical test scores, tying with the top scorer from Nanjing province. With a confident smile, he dramatically announced that he himself was that younger brother, Lai Moyu. He declared that he and his older brother had made a pact to dominate the records at both Shanghai and Kyoto universities. To demonstrate his power, Lai Moyu unleashed the full force of his biological pressure, announcing that it was the power of an ordinary Tier 5 being. The entire auditorium was overwhelmed by the immense aura, and the other students gasped in shock, realizing the vast gap between their own abilities and those of a true genius. Back in the audience, Shen Qingheng whispered to Lin Zichen, mocking Lai Moyu's arrogance and commenting that he had no idea Lin Zichen could defeat him with a single finger. Lin Zichen simply told her to keep a low profile, and she playfully agreed. After Lai Moyu's speech, the announcer invited the next speaker to the stage, Zhou Hong, the president of the student council. A young man with dark blue hair, he walked to the podium where the announcer handed him a script. Addressing the crowd, Zhou Hong introduced himself and stated he had 3 important points to share. First, student discipline was managed by the student council, which held significant authority. Second, the student council would recruit 10 new members from the freshman class next semester, with the sole requirement being strength. He advised them to use the next few months to prove their abilities. Finally, he issued a stark warning. Shanghai University's inner campus was a ruthless environment where strength was everything, and bullying of lower years by upper years was common. He told everyone to be mentally prepared. After delivering his main points, Zhou Hong's expression darkened. He declared that before leaving the stage, he wanted to demonstrate the power of an advanced being. He then unleashed an overwhelming wave of biological pressure that flooded the entire auditorium. The freshmen were immediately crushed by the force, gasping for air and crying out in pain under the immense pressure. Sitting beside Shen Qingheng, Lin Zichen remained calm as the oppressive pressure faded. From his perspective, although the power of an advanced being was formidable, it posed no threat to him at this distance, as he had already reached ordinary Tier 9. The other freshmen gradually recovered, relieved that the pressure had lasted only 5 seconds, while openly marveling at how terrifying the strength of an advanced being truly was. After Zhou Hong left the stage, Mengji stepped forward to address the students. She announced that the freshman trial would begin after the assembly. The rules were simple. In the center of the gym stood a large stage, and the first student to remain on it alone for more than 1 minute would be crowned this year's new king. The reward was 100 school credits, 10 times higher than last year. In the stands, several upperclassmen spoke with open arrogance, claiming that the top 10 spots were always monopolized by the genius classes and that this year would be no exception. Their words stirred discontent among the ordinary class freshmen, and quiet murmurs spread through the crowd. Soon after, a special rule was announced. If even one student from outside the genius classes entered the top 10, every non-genius freshman would receive 1 school credit. The atmosphere instantly changed. As the students calculated the value, excitement surged. 1 credit was worth 10,000 yuan. Many quickly realized that if they cooperated, everyone stood to gain. Seizing the moment, Hang Yuan stepped onto the stage and took the microphone. He introduced himself and reminded everyone that his classmate, Lin Zichen, was the provincial top scorer and the strongest among the ordinary students. He proposed that all ordinary freshmen unite and target the genius class together, clearing a path to help Lin Zichen secure a place in the top 10. All eyes turned toward Lin Zichen. He remained seated, calm and unreadable. Even so, his composure ignited the fighting spirit of the ordinary students. One after another, they stood up, shouting their support and vowing to clear the way for him. From a distance, several faculty members observed the scene, including Lu Chuanwu, Mo Dongji, and Ma Zhenhe. Lu Chuanwu remarked to Zhou Hong that his earlier display of pressure had been overly petty. Ma Zhenhe immediately cut in, asking whether it was really necessary to vent his anger on Lai Moyu simply because Wu Tiancheng had defeated him. With clear sarcasm, he added that when it came to pettiness, no one in the university could rival Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu replied calmly that his pettiness was always directed at the person involved, never their family. He then turned the conversation around, teasing Dean Ma Zhenhe by asking whether he had heard that his daughter had performed exceptionally well in the entrance examinations. Ma Zhenhe answered that she had placed 3rd in Kyoto. Standing beside them, Zhou Hong suggested that Ma Zhenhe's daughter join the student council, promising to personally groom her as a future leader. Ma Zhenhe agreed and asked Zhou Hong to look after her, to which Zhou Hong responded that he took care of any student with true genius potential. Meanwhile, down in the arena, the students speculated about who would become this year's new king. Most believed the 2 top freshmen, Lai Moyu and Miwei, were the strongest contenders. One student argued that Lai Moyu held a clear advantage since his biological level had already reached ordinary tier 5. Another countered that although Miwei's scores were slightly lower, she had successfully fused with Shadow Cat genes during the summer, meaning her real combat strength might not be inferior. A third dismissed the idea, insisting her fusion was incomplete and the boost to her power was limited. Their debate was abruptly interrupted when Lu Chuanwu's voice rang out across the arena. He declared that neither Lai Moyu nor Miwei would become the new king. Shock rippled through the crowd. With a confident grin, Lu Chuanwu continued, stating that the true new king would come from his Tianren group, Lin Zichen. Ma Zhenhe reacted instantly, his expression darkening as he questioned how such a thing was possible. He pointed out that Lin Zichen's physical test results had not even placed him in the top 10. Scoffing, he accused Lu Chuanwu of making empty boasts without any basis. Lu Chuanwu calmly asked whether Ma Zhenhe truly did not believe him and proposed a wager. Enraged, Ma Zhenhe accepted at once, declaring that he was not afraid. They agreed on a bet of 100 school credits, with Ma Zhenhe warning Lu Chuanwu not to go back on his word. Hearing this, Lu Chuanwu casually invited the other faculty members to place bets as well. A powerful-looking gene fuser turned to the senior professor and school director, Qin, asking whether he dared to wager 1,000 credits. The director agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Ma Zhenhe grew suspicious. He wondered how the old man could be so confident and briefly speculated whether some arrangement was being made behind the scenes. He quickly dismissed the idea, remembering that his own daughter was also participating. His expression darkened as he tried to decipher Lu Chuanwu's plan. A disturbing thought crossed his mind: could Lin Zichen truly become the new king? He rejected the idea immediately, convinced it was impossible. At that moment, the dean of the Mechanical Academy approached Ma Zhenhe. Clad in a sleek red and black cyborg suit, she remarked that the provincial top scorer, Lin Zichen, had originally been a student of the Evolution Academy and asked whether Ma Zhenhe felt displeased that Lu Chuanwu had taken him. Ma Zhenhe brushed it off, claiming his academy had many such students. The cyborg dean smiled knowingly. She mentioned hearing that Ma Zhenhe had also taken away the only 3 senior students from Tianren, suggesting that his indifference was merely a cover for future retaliation. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Lu Chuanwu calculated the wagers with satisfaction. With 9 people betting 100 credits and 1 betting 1,000, the outcome promised a considerable gain. As the faculty watched, the trial officially began. A large group of ordinary students surged onto the central stage, shouting their resolve to defeat the genius class. The arena descended into chaos as a fierce melee erupted. Lin Zichen remained apart from the crowd, calmly observing. From his perspective, many genius class students relied too heavily on their gene fusion compatibility rather than actual combat skill. At that moment, his danger perception attribute activated, allowing him to clearly sense their strength. He judged that the 2 strongest, Lai Moyu and Miwei, were both at ordinary tier 5, while the remaining members of the genius class ranked in the top 10 were at least ordinary tier 4. After the initial clash, cheers erupted. Several genius class students had already fallen to the ground. One ordinary student shouted that the genius class was not as formidable as rumored. Encouraged by their success, the remaining ordinary students charged forward, provoking the genius class members still watching from above. In response, a massive, muscular student with white hair leapt down from the stands. He landed heavily on the stage and arrogantly told them to come at him, saying he would show them how weak they truly were. The ordinary students rushed him together, confident that sheer numbers would overwhelm him if each landed a single blow. Their charge was halted by one sweeping kick. The powerful strike sent a wave of students flying backward, knocking them unconscious as they crashed to the floor. The muscular student remarked coldly that ants would always be ants, and no matter how many gathered together, they could never harm an elephant. Stunned, the remaining ordinary students turned toward Lin Zichen, shouting that the opponent's arrogance was intolerable and urging him to step in. Hearing their calls, Lin Zichen walked toward the stage without haste, saying calmly that since it had come to this, he would accept. He stepped onto the stage with his hands in his pockets, his expression composed. The muscular student landed in front of him, cracking the ground beneath his feet, and laughed in excitement. He said he had been waiting to face the top physical test scorer from Nanjiang province. The student introduced himself as Lu, the top scorer from Yantian province, and proudly recited his statistic: a 5.69-second sprint over 100 meters, a 4.52-meter vertical jump, and a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms. With a smug grin, Lu asked Lin Zichen to announce his own physical test result. Lin Zichen calmly told his opponent that there was no need to report any statistics. He said Lu Qiji would understand everything soon enough. Before Lu Qiji could react, Lin Zichen moved. A single swift kick cut through the air. The muscular student was sent flying across the stage, his body slamming heavily onto the ground. Lu Qiji lost consciousness instantly, defeated without any chance to resist. In the background, the students of the ordinary class erupted into loud cheers. Excitement spread through the crowd as they celebrated Lin Zichen's victory. On the viewing balcony, the faculty members were left stunned. They had expected a tactical exchange, a carefully planned battle. Instead, what they witnessed was absolute, overwhelming power. Their expressions grew serious. Lin Zichen looked gentle and composed, yet his actions were decisive and merciless. His true strength was far beyond what his appearance suggested. Before the cheers could fully fade, another figure leaped onto the stage. The newcomer stood proudly and introduced himself as Lu Yongjian, the top scorer from Dang province, calmly listing his achievements as his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Zichen. Lu Yongjian's speech was cut short. Lin Zichen stepped forward and drove a powerful knee straight into his face. The impact ended the match instantly. Lu Yongjian collapsed onto the stage, completely defeated. Standing calmly over him, Lin Zichen lifted his gaze toward the remaining students of the genius class and spoke evenly, declaring that this victory proved the ordinary class also had its own geniuses. His words sent a ripple through the arena. A sharp voice suddenly shouted a warning, urging the strongest remaining genius class fighters to step forward before the title of the new king was taken by an ordinary class student. At that moment, a figure dropped onto the stage. It was a girl with cat-like ears, her landing light and controlled. The genius class students immediately recognized her and erupted into cheers, calling for her to defeat Lin Zichen. From the opposite side, the ordinary class students shouted just as loudly, urging Lin Zichen not to hold back simply because his opponent was beautiful. Lin Zichen's expression remained calm. As he faced her, he thought this was a perfect opportunity to closely observe a gene fuser. The fight began instantly. The girl burst forward with blinding speed, closing the distance in a flash. She followed up with a fierce high kick aimed at his head. Lin Zichen leaned back slightly. The attack passed by without touching him. As he straightened, he wondered whether her agility came from a shadow-type gene fusion. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She had not expected her attack to be avoided so easily. Realizing the vast gap between their abilities, she understood that continuing her assault would be meaningless. She leapt backward gracefully, creating distance between them. Facing Lin Zichen, her eyes filled with determination as she requested half a minute. She explained that she needed time to fully activate the Shadow Cat genes within her body before they could truly compete. Lin Zichen showed no impatience. He calmly told her to take her time. To him, this was a rare chance to witness gene activation firsthand. As she began her preparation, Mi Wei's body underwent a striking transformation. She lowered herself onto all fours, and a long, furry tail emerged from her back. Her fingernails extended into sharp claws while a powerful aura spread outward from her body. The change was immediate and intense. From the viewing stands, the faculty members watched closely, their expressions turning impressed. One of them spoke to Manhwa, praising his daughter's astonishing gene integration and acknowledging the immense talent she possessed. Manhwa nodded proudly, agreeing that her talent surpassed even the top scorers from other provinces. However, the pride on his face quickly turned into concern. He knew her gene fusion had only happened recently. Pushing her body to this extent could easily trigger a backlash. Letting out a quiet sigh, he muttered that she was still as stubborn as ever. On the stage, Mi Wei completed her transformation. The moment it ended, she lunged forward. "You're too arrogant for waiting," she shouted, her voice sharp and filled with fighting spirit. She declared that Lin Zichen would pay the price for his confidence. Her attacks became far more ferocious. A powerful kick swept toward him, narrowly missing as Lin Zichen shifted aside at the last moment. While evading, he calmly analyzed her strength. Her power had clearly risen, jumping from mid-ordinary Tier 5 to nearly ordinary Tier 6. Even so, it was still not enough. Mi Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite her enhanced power, she still could not touch him. Refusing to accept it, she launched a furious barrage of claw strikes and rapid kicks, her movements sharp and relentless. Yet Lin Zichen avoided every attack with smooth, effortless motions, his steps precise and unhurried. After observing her closely for a moment longer, Lin Zichen's expression finally grew serious. A faint blue aura gathered around Lin Zichen as he calmly assessed the situation. In his mind, he concluded that he had already collected enough data on shadow gene fusers. There was no need to drag the fight out any longer. He decided to end it. As Mi Wei lunged forward once more, her movements sharp and aggressive, Lin Zichen stepped in. A single punch landed squarely on her face. The force was terrifying. Mi Wei was sent flying backward, her body crashing heavily into the pile of previously defeated students, all of them unconscious. The impact echoed across the stage. A stunned silence followed. Students quickly rushed toward her, staring in disbelief. They whispered among themselves, shocked that her once beautiful face had swollen badly from that single blow. Mi Wei slowly sat up, clutching her face as tears streamed down, pain overwhelming her. At that moment, a figure rushed down from the viewing stands. Dean Manhwa, her father, hurried to her side and pulled her close, his expression filled with distress. After ensuring she was conscious, he turned sharply toward Lin Zichen, anger blazing in his eyes. His voice rang out across the arena as he demanded to know whether Lin Zichen still considered himself a man for striking a girl with such force. Lin Zichen replied calmly that on the path of evolution, there was no distinction between men and women. There were only the strong and the weak. His voice was steady, without the slightest hesitation. From within the crowd, a voice responded in agreement. Liu stepped forward, stating that strength was all that truly mattered. Seizing the moment, Liu suddenly leaped from the stands. His body cut through the air before crashing onto the stage with a heavy impact. The genius class students instantly erupted into cheers, shouting that he was their only hope to avenge Mei. Liu straightened and looked directly at Lin Zichen. He acknowledged that Lin Zichen was skilled at hiding his power, pretending to be ordinary while secretly possessing the strength of a provincial champion. A sinister smile crept onto Liu's face. He declared that Lin Zichen was not the only one who had been holding back. The moment his words fell, Liu released his power. A violent aura surged outward as his body began to change. His muscles expanded rapidly, his frame growing larger and more imposing as overwhelming strength gathered around him. On the viewing balcony, the faculty members were visibly shaken. They immediately realized the truth. Liu was also a gene fuser. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering narrowed his eyes and identified the source of the transformation. The genes belonged to a demon-eye giant ape, a fusion that demanded terrifying physical strength to control. The atmosphere in the arena turned heavy as all eyes returned to Lin Zichen. Liu's biological pressure surged rapidly, climbing straight to ordinary Tier 6. As his transformation fully stabilized, a wave of invisible pressure spread across the arena. Not far away, Lu Chuanwu stiffened. His face turned pale as realization struck him. If Lin Zichen lost here, he would lose his bet of 1,900 school credits, equivalent to 19 million yuan. The thought alone made his chest tighten. Elsewhere, in a secluded location away from the arena, Wang Xiaoyer and Lu Gang stood before another student, listening in silence. They were given a mission. The order was clear. They were to retrieve a high-level demon seed from a nearby park and force Liu to consume it. Lu Gang's expression darkened immediately. He voiced his concern, saying that targeting someone connected to the powerful Kyoto Li family was far too dangerous. Their superior showed no hesitation. He coldly stated that their organization's strength far surpassed that of the Li family. If necessary, the Li family could be erased without difficulty. The question was simple. Would they carry out the mission? Wang Xiaoyer remained silent for a moment before letting out a quiet breath. His tone was heavy as he told Lu Gang that they had no other choice. The scene shifted back to the arena. The battle between the two top freshmen officially began. Liu spoke confidently as his massive body settled into place. He explained his transformation, boasting that the demon-eye giant ape genes focused on maximizing strength and defense. Although this gene path was known for being slow, its power far exceeded ordinary standards, creating what he believed to be an overwhelming gap. He mocked Lin Zichen, questioning whether he could still appear so relaxed now that he was facing a true genius. Lin Zichen offered no reply. He moved first, charging forward and throwing a direct punch. The moment they clashed, Liu reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the strike. Lin Zichen observed the exchange with a calm gaze. His opponent's reaction speed was acceptable, sufficient to evade an attack restrained at ordinary Tier 6. That was no longer enough. Without hesitation, Lin Zichen increased his output, deciding to test ordinary Tier 7 speed. The sudden increase in speed was too much for Liu to handle. Lin Zichen's fist broke through his guard and struck him directly in the face. The heavy blow sent Liu staggering backward. Rage immediately flared in his eyes as he accused Lin Zichen of launching a sneak attack. Lin Zichen remained calm. As he watched his opponent regain balance, he analyzed the impact. The demon-eye giant ape's defense was indeed formidable, comparable to a high-level ordinary Tier 6. Even that clean hit had failed to cause serious damage. Furious, Liu steadied himself and roared that Lin Zichen's fists would not touch him again. Lin Zichen pressed forward without pause. He continued his offensive, yet as the exchanges piled up, a clear conclusion formed in his mind. Despite his overwhelming speed advantage, he had not managed to inflict any decisive damage so far. The battle intensified. Liu raised his arms and blocked a continuous series of attacks, his massive frame absorbing the force. Lin Zichen observed carefully. Although Liu was slower, his terrifying defense allowed him a wide margin for error. In contrast, Lin Zichen could not afford to take even a single direct hit. On the surface, the outcome already seemed clear. To confirm his judgment, Lin Zichen engaged in a brief but rapid exchange, weaving through Liu's heavy punches with precise movements. Once satisfied, he concluded that the test of reaction speed was complete. Lin Zichen leaped backward, creating distance between them. His posture steadied as his gaze sharpened. It was time to test the final attribute, strength. Liu revealed a sinister smile. He admitted that he had underestimated Lin Zichen's speed, yet mocked his strength, claiming it was far too weak to cause any real damage. In his view, Lin Zichen's defeat was already inevitable. He declared that it was now his turn. Drawing power into his arm, Liu twisted his body and threw a massive punch filled with violent energy. As the enormous fist descended, cries rang out from the crowd, urging Lin Zichen to dodge. Lin Zichen did not move. He stood firmly in place, calmly choosing to face the attack head-on. On the viewing balcony, several deans shook their heads and placed their hands on Lu Chuanwu's shoulders in sympathy. Convinced that Lin Zichen was about to be crushed, one of them reminded the already tearful Lu Chuanwu not to forget the 100 school credits he had wagered. Back on the stage, the punch landed. A thunderous impact exploded outward, shockwaves rippling across the arena as Liuyu's fist struck Lin Zichen directly in the face. Then, silence fell. The result was completely unexpected. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the bones in Liuyu's hand shattered instantly upon impact. His expression twisted in pain as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his hand and screaming that it was broken. The arena froze. The audience stared in disbelief, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Against all expectations, it was clear that Lin Zichen had won. Murmurs spread through the arena as everyone whispered in disbelief. The outcome felt too absurd to be real. Lin Zichen stood calmly over his fallen opponent, his gaze steady as he analyzed the situation. He quickly reached a conclusion. Although the Demon Eye Giant Ape fusion granted Liuyu terrifying strength, his body lacked the durability to withstand the recoil of such power. In simple terms, Liuyu had struck Lin Zichen with full force, yet because Lin Zichen's defense was superior, the backlash shattered Liuyu's own hand. Lin Zichen turned slightly and spoke in an even tone, calling out to the medical team. He informed them that Liuyu had likely suffered a comminuted fracture and required immediate treatment. The medics, still stunned, exchanged awkward glances before hurriedly rushing onto the stage. At that moment, a powerful presence descended from the viewing balcony. A figure landed steadily on the arena floor. It was Mo Dongji. Mo Dongji landed gracefully on the stage and immediately ordered Lin Zichen to step aside. She knelt down and carefully examined Liuyu's arm. After a brief inspection, her expression turned solemn as she confirmed the diagnosis. The entire right hand was shattered beyond clean fractures. A trace of shock flashed through her eyes. She quickly deduced the cause. The injury had not come from an external attack but from the rebound force generated when Liuyu struck Lin Zichen's face. The power he released had exceeded what his own body could endure. Mo Dongji took out a glowing golden pill and fed it to Liuyu, stabilizing his condition. Even as she worked, a thought surfaced in her mind. For such damage to occur, Lin Zichen's physical defense had to be terrifyingly strong. Her gaze shifted toward him. Suspecting there was more hidden beneath his calm exterior, Mo Dongji quietly released her mental power, probing Lin Zichen's true strength. The moment he sensed the intrusion, Lin Zichen reacted. Without any visible movement, he activated natural camouflage, suppressing his true state and concealing his real level. Mo Dongji observed him carefully. Under her perception, Lin Zichen's biological level appeared to be ordinary tier 6. However, as she looked deeper, she noticed something unusual. His skin, bones, and muscles possessed a density far beyond what that tier should have. Aside from that, she found nothing abnormal. Her brows furrowed slightly. Was overwhelming physical toughness his only secret? The surrounding faculty members quickly gathered around, waiting for her conclusion. Mo Dongji stood up and calmly reported her findings, her tone steady but thoughtful. Mo Dongji concluded her assessment, stating that Lin Zichen was merely at ordinary tier 6, possessing unusually high physical durability, with no other abnormalities detected. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen's expression remained calm and unchanged. Internally, however, he let out a quiet breath of relief. His natural camouflage had worked perfectly, successfully deceiving everyone present. At the same time, the effects of the golden pill took hold. Liuyu suddenly sat upright, shock written across his face. He exclaimed that the medicine was astonishing, feeling no pain at all. He clenched and opened his hand repeatedly, then smiled, confirming that his injury had fully healed. With the battle already decided, Lin Zichen saw no reason for Liuyu to remain on the stage. He looked at him and spoke evenly, telling him that he could leave now. Before Liuyu could react, Lin Zichen delivered a casual kick. The force sent the newly healed Liuyu flying straight out of the ring, his body crashing onto the ground below. Humiliation burned across his face as he shouted angrily from the floor, vowing that once his gene fusion progressed further, he would return to defeat Lin Zichen. The arena erupted into chaos. In the stands, a fierce argument broke out between the ordinary class and the genius class students, voices clashing as emotions ran high, the aftermath of the battle far from settled. The ordinary class students immediately began mocking the elites, ridiculing them for acting so self-righteous despite their defeat. The genius class students retorted angrily, insisting that Liuyu had lost to Lin Zichen, not to them. However, their voices were quickly drowned out. The ordinary class shouted back, declaring that Lin Zichen's victory belonged to their entire class. On the stage, the timer reached 0. A clear notification rang out announcing that 1 minute had passed. The announcer's voice followed without delay, officially proclaiming Lin Zichen of Martial Arts Class 1 as this year's new king. The ordinary class erupted into wild cheers. They shouted excitedly, calling him Brother Chen, celebrating the glory he had brought to them. Yet Lin Zichen was not finished. Standing at the center of the stage, he thought that since he had already taken the top position, there was no reason not to go a step further. Without warning, he leaped off the stage and landed directly within the spectator stand. Gasps spread through the crowd. To everyone's shock, Lin Zichen appeared near the genius class seating. Before anyone could react, he bent down and lifted Shen Qinghang into his arms, holding her in a steady princess carry as the entire arena fell into stunned silence. Whispers immediately spread through the crowd as students stared in confusion, unable to understand why Lin Zichen had suddenly taken Shen Qinghang. Shen Qinghang's face flushed red as Lin Zichen leaped back toward the stage with her held securely in his arms. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. For a brief moment, she wondered whether he intended to announce their relationship in front of everyone. Lin Zichen landed smoothly on the arena floor. He gently set Shen Qinghang down behind him. With her standing at his back, Lin Zichen turned to face the stunned audience and the faculty members on the viewing balcony. His expression was calm, yet his presence carried unquestionable dominance. Then, in a clear and unwavering voice, he made his declaration. For the remaining rankings, from 2nd place to 10th place, he wanted them all. Lin Zichen landed gracefully back on the ring. Shen Qinghang stood behind him as he faced the stunned audience and the watching faculty. His gaze was steady as he announced that he would take all the remaining rankings from 2nd place to 10th. The genius class students erupted in fury. Unwilling to accept defeat, they shouted that Lin Zichen was bullying them. Labeling Shen Qinghang a traitor, they rushed forward together, intending to overwhelm both of them. In an instant, the stage plunged into chaos. Lin Zichen moved calmly amid the assault. Even while surrounded, he remained in full control of the battle. His strikes were clean and decisive, breaking their formation one by one. Each punch and kick sent students crashing away, leaving no doubt about the gap in strength. Seeing an opening, Miwi dove down from the air, directing her attack at the stunned Shen Qinghang while screaming for her to pay for her betrayal. Lin Zichen reacted without hesitation. He stepped in and intercepted Miwi midair, delivering a powerful kick to shield Shen Qinghang. The impact sent Miwi flying straight off the stage. From the balcony, Manhwa cried out in shock as he watched his daughter crash heavily onto the floor below. With the genius class completely defeated, Lin Zichen stood calmly among the fallen students. At that moment, a notification echoed through the arena, announcing that Shen Qinghang had officially secured 2nd place in the trial. She froze for a brief second, surprise clearly flashing across her face. Lin Zichen then turned toward the ordinary students and spoke plainly. He stated his intention clearly: the remaining positions, from 3rd to 10th place, would be given to them. On the condition that all school credits awarded for those positions would belong to him, the ordinary students burst into excitement. Cheers filled the arena as they called out to Brother Chen, eager for a chance to enter the top 10. Wang quickly calculated the rewards, noting that the top 10 rankings together amounted to 550 credits. Lu added the participation rewards, raising the total to 559 credits, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. On the balcony, Majinhe was seething with anger. He shouted at Madongji, accusing Lin Zichen of acting improperly and questioning how a newly crowned king could control the entire top 10. A calm voice interrupted him, asking how such actions violated the rules. Lu Chanwu stepped forward, defending his student. He directly challenged Manhwa to point out which regulation forbade such an approach. Manhwa fell silent. After a moment, he was forced to admit that no rule prohibited it, though he still insisted bitterly that Lin Zichen was exploiting a loophole. Dean Ma stood frozen, sweat dripping down his face as defeat settled in. At the same time, the schemes of the hidden conspirators quietly shifted. In the shadows, Wang Shui'er urgently grabbed Lu Gang, informing him that the plan had changed. Lai Moyu was no longer their target. As they watched the celebrating students throw Lin Zichen into the air, Wang Shuj spoke coldly, declaring that Lin Zichen was now their new objective. Their goal was clear, to force him to consume the high-level demon seed and draw him into their organization. After the trial ended, Lu Chuanwu rushed toward Lin Zichen with visible excitement, arms wide open. Lin Zichen sidestepped him without hesitation and calmly asked whether the dean had forgotten his earlier promises. Lu Chuanwu stiffened, then immediately produced a bottle. He explained that it contained 10 Qian blood pills, along with the triple benefits for the entire semester. He added that 300 credits had already been transferred to Lin Zichen, laughing as he mentioned that the boy's performance had helped him win 1,900 credits from the other faculty members. Leaning in closer, Lu Chuanwu lowered his voice and asked Lin Zichen about his true strength and current level. Lin Zichen responded just as quietly, revealing only part of the truth. He stated that he was at ordinary tier 6, had completed one round of skin tempering, refined some of his facial muscles, and possessed naturally hardened facial bones since birth. Lu Chuanwu froze in shock. He blurted out in disbelief that Lin Zichen had already mastered muscle tempering. Overwhelmed, he seized Lin Zichen's hands, his voice trembling as he declared that Lin Zichen would evolve into an advanced creature with a pure human body before graduation. He urged him to continue walking the pure blood path without wavering. Lin Zichen listened calmly and gave a simple nod in agreement. Later, inside his room, Lin Zichen sat on the edge of his bed, holding a small red Qian blood pill between his fingers. Curious about its effects, he placed it into his mouth. As the pill dissolved, faint steam rose from his body while his energy circulated. A system notification soon appeared showing an increase of only 108 points. Lin Zichen frowned slightly. The result fell far short of his expectations, making it clear that the pill was far less effective than his usual training methods. Realizing that the pills offered him little benefit, Lin Zichen decided they would be better used by Shen Qingheng instead. At that moment, Shen Qingheng walked in wearing athletic gear, her clothes damp with sweat from training. She asked when he had returned, and he replied that it had been about half an hour ago. Lin Zichen called her over and handed her a red Qian blood pill, instructing her to consume it. Shen Qingheng accepted it with curiosity and swallowed it. The reaction was immediate. Steam rose from her body as heat surged through her meridians. Her face flushed as she exclaimed that she felt intensely hot, her qi and blood rapidly accelerating. Seeing how effective the pill was for her, Lin Zichen handed her the entire bottle. He explained that the pills did not do much for him, so she should take the remaining 8, reminding her to consume only 1 per day. Shen Qingheng agreed without hesitation, clearly pleased. The next morning, at the Tian-Ge Research Institute, Lin Zichen greeted Hangyuan. She was in the middle of her training session and teased him by calling him the newly crowned king. As she stretched, Hangyuan glanced at him and asked him to confirm what she had heard from the dean. She asked whether his biological level was truly ordinary tier 6 and if he had already mastered muscle tempering. Lin Zichen calmly confirmed that the explanation he had given the dean was accurate. The moment she heard his answer, Hangyuan became visibly excited and rushed toward him. She exclaimed that he was an absolute genius and confidently declared that with his presence, Tian-Ge Research Institute would shake the world. Facing her enthusiasm, Lin Zichen simply agreed that they would work hard together. Later, Lin Zichen focused on his studies inside the Research Institute. While reviewing the materials, he realized that Lu Chuanwu and Hangyuan had been unable to decipher the aperture opening chapter of the blood tempering art. Understanding the importance of the matter, he decided to search for the answers directly within the original text. With the support of his celestial route of wisdom, researching such complex techniques felt effortless to him. His thoughts flowed clearly as he analyzed each line in detail. Just as he was immersed in his study, Hangyuan interrupted him and informed him that members of the student council were waiting for him outside the door. Hangyuan deduced that they wanted to recruit him after his outstanding performance. Lin Zichen immediately rejected the idea, stating clearly that he had no interest. However, Hangyuan added that student council members receive monthly credit subsidies. The moment money was mentioned, Lin Zichen's expression shifted. His previous indifference vanished, replaced by clear interest. Lin Zichen stepped outside to meet the visitor. Waiting there was Zhou Hong, the president of the student council. Zhou Hong extended his hand, and the two exchanged a brief handshake. Zhou Hong explained that he had come personally to invite Lin Zichen to join the council, expressing his intention to groom him as a future candidate for the position of president. He continued by outlining the benefits in detail, describing a life of ample resources and privilege. Besides access to special meals and the authority to participate in important school decisions, he emphasized that monthly credit subsidies were guaranteed for all council members. Tempted by the promised rewards, Lin Zichen showed a faint smile and agreed without hesitation. However, Zhou Hong raised a hand to stop him, stating that there was one condition. He demanded that Lin Zichen abandon the pure-blooded human path and instead choose gene fusion. Lin Zichen frowned slightly, confusion flashing through his eyes as he asked for the reason. Zhou Hong responded with clear arrogance. He claimed that the student council only accepted those who would become future geniuses and bluntly asserted that the pure-blood path had no future at all. Lin Zichen asked Zhou Hong, the president of the student council, whether joining their organization required gene fusion. After Zhou Hong confirmed it, Lin Zichen responded calmly that he would not be joining. He turned his back and walked away, catching everyone off guard. As he left, Lin Zichen silently compared the so-called advantages of the student council with what he already obtained from Tian Renge. In his mind, the answer was obvious. Behind him, several student council members openly mocked his decision. They whispered among themselves, questioning whether the so-called new king had lost his mind by stubbornly insisting on the pure-blood path. Some sneered that he would definitely regret this choice in the future. One of them bluntly told Zhou Hong that the entire effort had been a waste of time, claiming that Tian Renge's indoctrination was far too effective. Zhou Hong did not argue. He coldly labeled Lin Zichen as a genius without a future, someone he regarded as worthless. With a dismissive tone, he instructed the group to focus on recruiting other talented individuals instead. Later, inside the Tian-Ge Research Institute, Yu Yayan slammed her fists onto the desk, her anger fully exposed. She complained to Lin Zichen about the student council's rigid and short-sighted mindset, clearly unable to understand their way of thinking. Before the discussion could continue, the door opened. Dean Lu Chuanwu stepped inside, his face pale and his expression drained, as though exhaustion had settled deep into his bones. Yu Yayan glanced at him and spoke with thinly veiled sarcasm, offering exaggerated praise for his current state. Yu Yayan continued her sarcastic remarks, praising Dean Lu Chuanwu for his so-called sacrifice for the pure-blood cause. She mentioned how he worked day and night and even went as far as selling his own body to secure investments. Lu Chuanwu's expression darkened. Clearly irritated, he asked whether she really had to include that last part every time. Then, turning serious, he looked at Lin Zichen and warned him that women were obstacles on the path of evolution. He advised Lin Zichen to stay away from them if he wished to walk that road without interference. Inside his office, Lu Chuanwu informed Lin Zichen that the university provided residential arrangements for the families of outstanding geniuses. He added that the school could also help arrange jobs for Lin Zichen's parents and asked whether he planned to bring them to the city. Lin Zichen replied calmly that he would discuss the matter with his parents over the weekend before making a decision. Before dismissing him, Lu Chuanwu revealed another matter. He told Lin Zichen that he had already approved his early access to school mission. Given Lin Zichen's current strength, there was no need for him to wait until the next semester. Afterward, Yu Yayan explained to Lin Zichen that she regularly took on off-campus missions each week to earn school credits. She suggested that he could accompany her in the future to gain practical experience. As she spoke, she directly invited him to join her on an aberrant beast extermination mission. Lin Zichen politely thanked Yu Yayan for the offer. Rather than making an immediate decision, he chose to first explore his available options. He opened the school's internal application and began browsing the mission listings. The tasks officially published by the school were mostly trivial errands, each offering only 1 or 2 credits. Lin Zichen quickly lost interest and shifted his attention to missions posted by students instead. One particular request caught his eye, a strange listing seeking a female gene fuser as a training partner, specifically mentioning beast ears and long legs, with a reward of 5 credits per month. The description amused him, but he did not take it seriously. He then moved on to the off-campus missions. Compared to the previous listings, these were far more plentiful and carried significantly higher rewards. One task involved capturing robbers in exchange for 30 credits, while another offered 200 credits for hunting a powerful aberrant beast. However, both missions were located far from the city. As he continued scrolling, a specific mission stood out. The objective was to capture a shadow cat girl, an out-of-control gene fuser at ordinary tier 6 who had been killing men in the city's red light district. The reward was 50 credits. After a brief consideration, Lin Zichen accepted the mission without hesitation. At that moment, Yu Yan leaned in close, startling him slightly. She asked whether he had just accepted the Catgirl mission and casually offered to join him. Caught off guard, Lin Zichen asked how she knew. Yu Yan explained that the mission details page clearly displayed the names of those who had already accepted the task. Lin Zichen checked his phone and was momentarily surprised. A total of 28 people had already accepted the mission. Among them were 26 senior students, along with one other freshman named Mei. What caught his attention was that Mei was only at ordinary tier 5. It seemed unlikely she would take such a mission alone, so Lin Zichen assumed she must have support backing her up. He told Yu Yan that it was getting late and announced that he was heading home for lunch. After giving a brief wave, he left. As Lin Zichen walked across the campus, an uneasy feeling crept over him. His danger perception suddenly activated, sending a sharp warning through his mind. He sensed a hostile presence at ordinary tier 7 following him closely. Moments later, a muscular man wearing a blue tracksuit stepped out from ahead and loudly called Lin Zichen's name. The man blocked his path and confronted him with visible anger, accusing Lin Zichen of deliberately targeting Mei. He ranted about past grievances, claiming Lin Zichen had slapped her during the trial and was now deliberately competing with her for the same mission. His voice rose as he demanded to know whether Dean Lu Chuanwu had put Lin Zichen up to this. The tirade continued as the man openly challenged Lin Zichen to a fight, labeling him a bully who relied on his status. Lin Zichen listened with a faintly annoyed expression. After letting the man finish, he calmly asked whether Mei or her father had sent him. The man immediately denied it, insisting that he had come on his own accord. When the man repeated his challenge, Lin Zichen merely responded with a calm, indifferent question, asking what exactly he intended to do. Seeing that the other party was beyond reasoning, Lin Zichen turned around and prepared to leave. Before he could take another step, the man grabbed his sleeve and shouted for him to stop. That was the final straw. Lin Zichen turned back without hesitation and delivered a swift punch straight to the man's face. The force was decisive. The muscular man collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness on the spot. Standing over him, Lin Zichen briefly wondered whether the man felt satisfied now. With no interest in lingering, he turned and left the area. Later, Lin Zichen returned to the apartment. From the kitchen, Shen Qingheng greeted him warmly and told him that dinner was ready. She also mentioned that the 10 pounds of life and death toad meat he had ordered had already been delivered. Lin Zichen retrieved the package from the refrigerator. He recalled that he had originally planned to purchase a larger quantity to unlock the codex more quickly, but ultimately decided against it to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. He placed his hands over the package. A surge of blue energy flowed outward, spreading through his body. At the same time, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had devoured a large amount of the life essence contained within the toad meat. His codex progress increased accordingly, reaching 10%. Some time later, Shen Qingheng noticed Lin Zichen tying up the now discolored meat inside a garbage bag. Confusion crossed her face as she asked about it. Lin Zichen calmly explained that the meat had gone bad. Shen Qingheng found his explanation strange, as the meat had looked perfectly fresh when it was delivered. Lin Zichen calmly clarified that he had already absorbed all of it, which caused the remaining flesh to deteriorate rapidly. Shen Qingheng was visibly startled and asked whether this ability was his superpower. Lin Zichen confirmed it. He explained that he could absorb the essence of aberrant beasts and gain certain traits or abilities from them. Her eyes widened in shock. At that moment, she finally understood his decision to walk the pure-blood path. With such an ability, gene fusion was unnecessary for him. While having dinner, Lin Zichen brought up Dean Lu Chuanwu's offer regarding housing and job arrangements for their parents. Shen Qingheng was immediately delighted by the idea. After a brief discussion, they agreed to visit their families over the weekend to talk it through. During the meal, Shen Qingheng also mentioned an exciting duel that had taken place earlier that afternoon at the university gym. It involved students at the peak of the rankings and had drawn significant attention. She suggested they go and watch, and Lin Zichen agreed. When they arrived at the university gym, a massive crowd had already gathered. Lin Zichen observed that, aside from students and faculty members, there were also representatives from the mechanical god group present. Shen Qingheng excitedly pointed toward the VIP section, drawing his attention to a woman clad in an imposing white cyborg suit seated among the distinguished guests. It was the famous mechanical genius girl they had often seen online. At the center of the arena, two fighters stood facing each other. One was a muscular gene fuser with bull-like features, his physique brimming with raw power. The other was a streamlined cyborg, its metallic body sleek and coldly efficient. Shen Qingheng turned to Lin Zichen and asked who he believed was stronger, the Kyoto genius or the mechanical genius girl. Lin Zichen replied calmly that this duel would give them a clear answer. He explained that if the 8th-ranked student of Evolution Academy emerged victorious, it would prove the Kyoto genius held the advantage. However, if the 9th-ranked cyborg won, then the mechanical genius girl would be the stronger of the two. Soon after the announcement echoed through the arena, the duel officially began. The cyborg reacted instantly. Mechanical wings unfolded from its back, lifting it into the air in a smooth motion. From above, it launched a devastating barrage of missiles, each one streaking downward as they rained toward the bull-like opponent below.